Hello friends. This is Phoenix. What if? How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Awaken the Wrath of the Emperor. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now, without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. 2 long years had passed since the end of the Unification Wars. 2 years since the lands of the Western continent were united under a single ruler since the time of the Six Paths Sage, thus leading the people into an era of prosperity and peace. The city of Kimen, also known as the Imperial capital, located 20 miles inland from the Western Sea, and accessible from the Kimen River, which snaked its way halfway through the northern continent, ending at its namesake. The Imperial capital also served as a hub for trade, as did South Ichiyama in the southern region. The nerve center of the unified West was the Imperial complex. Think the Imperial Palace in Japan. Located at the heart of Kumon City, which served as the Imperial capital, the 2-mile complex sat on top of a small hill and was heavily fortified, as it once belonged to the late Kimen warlord Rakunbungi Oda. Now, it served as the center of the unified West. Spanning 2 miles, the 4-story Imperial Palace, which served as the residence of the Emperor. The top 2 floors were reserved for the Emperor, while the bottom 2 floors were for their guests. Aside from the Imperial Palace was the Hall of Sovereigns, of which the Emperor, the Empress and their 16-member Imperial Council, 8 from the Empire's high-ranking samurai and shinobi clans and 8 civilians and nobility who were the elected representatives of the people, met 3 times a week to conduct and manage the government. The House of Sovereigns also contained his throne room, where the royal couple would usually receive their guests, seated on their thrones, as well as their joint office. Speaking of the Emperor, he was inside his office, taking on his greatest foe yet. A foe so devious, so cunning, that it almost made him wish that he was fighting his former self, the Akatsuki, the legendary Sannin and Hiruzen Sarutobi at once. A foe so cold and ruthless, that even Orochimaru would be sent screaming in terror from its presence. That foe was paperwork. House of Sovereigns, Office of the Emperor and Empress Consort. Ah. I should have known this job had a catch to it. Honestly, I don't see how my old man could have done this. Leading an army into battle was much easier. The Emperor of the Unified West sat behind his desk, going through the mountain of paperwork, grumbling under his breath about how his wife was able to escape from the abomination of paperwork while he was stuck with it, and of the unfairness of it all. 18 years old, he had come a long way since his days as a Konoha genin. He was no longer the loud-mouthed, orange-loving, ramen-consuming knucklehead who screamed that he would be Hokage one day. The years he had spent in the West had changed him. Forged in the fires of war, trained in the ways of the shinobi and the samurai, standing at 6 feet tall, with a wiry, muscular frame, the face a spitting image of his father. The whisker-like marks on his face, a sign of him being a Jinchuriki, were gone. His blonde hair had taken on a reddish hue, a sign that he was of Uzumaki blood, the facial stubble on his face also the same color. Blue eyes showed intelligence combined with ruthlessness when needed be. His style of clothing also changed as well. No more did he wear orange, which screamed, "Kill me." Instead, he took to wearing mostly black, since it can go with anything. The Emperor dressed simply, as it had reflected on his childhood. A white shirt with a tight collar and the sleeves rolled to his elbows, black vest, pants and boots. His longcoat remained on the hanger, while his black cage-style hat hung alongside the longcoat. The hat was mostly used to conceal his identity, mostly when he traveled abroad, which was often. The Emperor of the Unified Western Empire, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, sighed. "Screw this," he muttered. Making a cross with his hands, he channeled his chakra and uttered the words, "Kage Bushin." In a poof of smoke, 5 shadow clones appeared. Naruto rose from his seat and retrieved his longcoat. "Finish up the paperwork. I'm going for a walk." "Yes, boss," the clones acknowledged as they got to work. Longcoat fluttering in the breeze, Naruto walked down the halls of the House of Sovereigns. Servants bowed to him as he passed, to which Naruto responded with a nod of the head. As it was past noon, there was one place where his wife could be. The palace gardens. Rounding the corner, he ran into his senior advisor. A tall, walking mountain of muscle, tanned, with bleach blonde hair and the mustache to match. His Hite aide with the Imperial insignia, the four-symbol seal, was wrapped around one massive bicep. Naruto greeted the older man. Afternoon, the former Raikage of Kumo turned advisor grunted, Chief. How did the Raikage of Kumo ended up in the West, and as Naruto's senior advisor? 1 year earlier, it was overthrown by Orochimaru, who had placed a puppet ruler in his place. The first order of the new Raikage: eliminate his predecessor and his brother, Killer Bee. However, as Emperor of the West, Naruto had a robust spy network in the East, and it was through them that Naruto was notified of the coup while visiting Gaara in Suna. With Hinata at his side and the aid of his elite guard, his personal bodyguards and the use of the Demon's Gate Jutsu, Naruto arrived at the nick of time and slaughtered the Kumo Enbu, thus saving A and B's lives, and those of his loyal supporters. Imagine their shock upon returning to Suna that the Emperor was the former Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Even A and B had heard about the exploits about the one who unified the lands under a single banner. It was then that Naruto offered A and B political asylum within the empire. A and B accepted Naruto's offer, with a serving as senior advisor to the young emperor, while B hung around the trading post of Rara, located 30 miles from Kumon. Dodging your duties once again, Chief? A asked dryly. Duties? Have you seen the mountain of paperwork on my desk? Naruto shot back. A shuddered. Don't remind me. I've had my share of doing paperwork when I was the Raikage. Whoever came up with paperwork needs to be strung up. Naruto chuckled. On that, I agree. I left a couple of shadow clones to finish up. I received word from Fu that several clans from Konohagakure have defected from the village. Is that true? Naruto nodded. Fu, the Jinchuriki for Chome, the seven-tailed beetle, was part of the United West's information network. Anything Konoha related was sent her way, and in turn, was delivered to either Naruto, his wife, or the Nine Tails herself. 4 clans, plus 90 Junin-level shinobi. They should be arriving within the week. Can you trust the Hyuga and the Ino Shikacho? I can see you have your concerns, Naruto replied. The Ino Shikacho first generation were childhood friends with my father, and unlike my former teammates, their children never saw me as the fox. As for the Hyuga, aside the fact that they hate the Uchiha with a passion, Hinata's mother was close friends with my own mother, and Heishi saw her as an equal. Despite Sarutobi's efforts in stunting my growth in order to turn me into a weapon, those 4 men looked out for me in their own way, honoring a promise made to them by my parents. I nodded, knowing of Naruto's treatment as the village pariah solely because he held the most powerful of the tailed beasts. Not even B and Yugito were treated as harshly. In his mind, the people of Konoha were total idiots, favoring a traitor over a hero. In the aftermath of the Uchiha retrieval mission, once it became known as to what had happened through Gaara and Suna, public opinion regarding Konoha had plummeted. In the end, despite all of its posed wool of fire, Konohagakure no Sato was known as the village who rewards traitors for the fire Daimyo, Tsunade and Jiraiya. Their name was synonymous with the words hypocrite and backstabber. And for Sasuke Uchiha, his name was synonymous with traitor. It was through his intelligence network, posing as merchants from the Pikara merchant house, that Naruto had found out that the Konohagakure High Council not only promoted Sasuke to Junin, which he did not deserve, but also activated the CRA. Heishi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka objected to having their daughters marry the Uchiha. When Tsunade threatened to strip them of clan status and revoked their shinobi registrations, Heishi and Inoichi retaliated by turning in their Hite Atesh and storming out of the council chambers. Shikaku and Shuza soon followed, turning in their Hite Atesh as well, throwing in their lot with the Hyuga and their longtime friend. Unknown to Tsunade and the other pro-Uchiha members of the council, Heishi had been in contact with the Imperial spies and had gotten word to Hinata. After talking it over with Naruto, he had agreed to allow the Hyuga and anyone defecting from Konoha political asylum. Those 4 and their families looked out for me back in Konoha, Naruto continued. Their children did not see me as a demon growing up. And Lord Namikaze always pays back his debts, I concluded. The young emperor nodded. Plus, Konoha's reputation had already taken a serious hit when they banished me and favored the Uchiha. With the loss of 4 major clans, the village will be crippled even further. You know Konoha won't take this lying down, Ace said. They already did, Naruto replied. As you probably know, the unified West and yours truly are quite the hot topic in the East. They know of my exploits and of my strength, which is even greater than the legendary Sannin combined. If Konoha attacked the defecting clans who were traveling with the Pikara merchants on the way to the coast. I nodded in understanding. It would set off an international incident, and would make Konoha lose face, attacking an unarmed convoy. Impressive, Chief. Naruto grinned. Thank you. If you need me, I will be at the gardens. I smirked as he nodded knowingly before walking off in the opposite direction. Imperial Complex, Palace Gardens. The Palace Gardens, think Shang Tsung's Palace Gardens without the Outworld-related stuff, was the favorite spot of the Empress consort of the United West. Her husband had built it for her, obtaining various rare flowers from east and west. Located at the back of the complex, Naruto had it done for Hinata as a wedding gift, seeing as how his wife loved flowers. Kimen had several gardens and parks, as well as training grounds for its shinobi and samurai, but this was for the emperor's personal use. Seated under one of the trees was the Empress consort of the West. She was reading a romance novel under the shade of the trees, enjoying the spring day. She was the same age as her husband. Her hair, once long during the Unification Wars, was now cut short again. Think Samantha Burns' hairstyle from Gears of War 3. She was taller than she was back when they were both Konoha genin, standing at 5 feet 7, several months younger than he was. Her pupil-less lavender eyes identifying her as one of the Hyuga. She was dressed in her standard medic nin uniform, which was a black shinobi shozoku, a type of dark-colored training doji for shinobi, with a crimson lotus decal on the left. Underneath the shozoku was a fishnet shirt. A black junin flak vest completed the outfit. Like her husband, Hinata Hyuga, now Hinata Namikaze had came a long way since Konoha. When the Uchiha was pardoned and Naruto was banished, Hinata was sent along with him by her father in order to keep the Hyuga Council from branding her with the caged bird seal. In the years following her exile, she too had been forged in the fires of war, having become Naruto's second-in-command. She was also the founder of the medic ninja program used during the war, which was one of the major factors in Naruto winning the Unification Wars. While she ran the program, her second-in-command was a clansman from Naruto's clan, Karen Uzumaki. The medic ninja program produced top-notch medic ninjas, who were later assigned to various parts of the empire. Karen was also a former Otogakure kunoichi who had defected from Orochimaru because of his inhumane experiments on the sick in his quest for immortality. Aside from being a highly skilled medic, Hinata was also trained in the assassination arts by Yugito Ni, as well as political intrigue by the elderly Senshi. She was known to the soldiers and to the people as the Lady and Princess of Foxes, given as she was the third Kitsune Sannin. She continued to read her novel as she felt her husband's presence behind her. She had gotten better at detecting his chakra signature. How is it that you can sneak away from your duties at the hospital, while I have to use shadow clones to get away from the mountain of paperwork left on my desk? Hinata closed her book and looked up at her husband, who was leaning up against a nearby tree. Karen took over for me at the hospital, Hinata replied, rising to her feet. Unlike the wives of the daimyos in the east, Koyuki Kazuhana being the exception, Hinata had an active role as the Empress of the Imperial nation as head of the Imperial Medic Corps, which was one of the major reasons she was respected by the shinobi and samurai. Of course, she was not exempt from the horror that was paperwork. Naruto walked over to her. Really? He asked, slipping his arms around his wife's waist, smiling broadly. Really, Hinata replied, returning the smile. I missed you, she added, wrapping her arms around his waist. She had to go to the hospital early for a meeting with Karen and Kokura Yamada, leaving Naruto in bed alone. The moment, however, was ruined with the arrival of one of the kunoichi who was part of the Hellcats. Commanded by former Kumo kunoichi and Jinchuriki Yugito Ni, the Hellcats was one of several elite special forces units under Naruto and Hinata's command. The Hellcats were all female, consisting of both kunoichi and onabugeisha, female samurai, and identified by their khaki flak vests. Both Naruto and Hinata were former understudies of Yugito, as she had taught the both of them assassination techniques, which came in handy during the Unification Wars. Chief. Lady Hinata. Naruto frowned, while Hinata giggled. Releasing Hinata, he turned to face the kneeling Hellcat, who had arrived via Shunshin. He recognized her as Yugito's second-in-command. Yes, Kumi, what is it? He asked, annoyed that his Hinata time was interrupted. Forgive me for interrupting, but I bring word from General Ni herself, the Hellcat replied. There is an 5-man envoy from the east en route to the complex. General Ni has identified them as shinobi from Otogakure no Sato. Naruto's frown deepened. Who is leading them? Hinata asked. General Ni has identified them as the Sound 4 and the leader of the envoy as Kabuto Yakushi. They should be arriving within 5 minutes. Naruto nodded. Give my thanks to Yugito. Make sure they are discreetly tailed to the complex. Sir. With that, the Hellcat vanished. Naruto sighed. Guess I'll have to take a rain check for this, he said. No rest for the wicked, I'm afraid. Remain here, since your eyes are a dead giveaway, okay? Okay. House of Sovereigns, Throne Room. Seated on his throne, Rinnegan activated. Naruto eyed the white-haired man with a combination of disdain and suspicion. Kurama was not there, as he did not want her to give away any suspicion as to her true identity. The cage-style hat was on his head, effectively hiding his face. Not to take any chances, his face was concealed by his mask. Unlike the cage hats of the East, the Imperial version was solid black, the cloth still white. Unknown to Kabuto Yakushi, this had not been the first time that Naruto and Hinata had a run-in with the cunning shinobi. 6 months protecting the Pikara merchant house's wind outpost near the wind-fire border, Kabuto had been ordered by Orochimaru to check the place out, having heard about the rise of the Western Empire and its leaders. What Kabuto found was the commander of Naruto's elite guards, Major Benezato Mochizuki. Known as the Snake Queen of Kimen, Kabuto had been soundly defeated by the older woman. Then Orochimaru had appeared. The Snake Queen fought the Snake Sanin while Naruto and Hinata watched from the sidelines, Benezato having been warned in advance of Orochimaru's methods. But it wasn't necessary, as Benezato had been more skilled than Orochimaru. The Snake Sanin had been forced to retreat. The white-haired, bespectacled Otto shinobi took a knee, head bowed. Your Imperial Majesty, he began. May your reign be a long and prosperous one. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. I represent Otogakure, the village hidden in the Sound. I bring greetings from my master, Lord Orochimaru. Using his chakra to disguise his voice, think Naruto speaking in Shredder's voice from the first movie. Naruto responded. So what business does your master want with me? Lord Orochimaru has been monitoring the events that have transpired here in the West with great interest, Kabuto said. He is especially impressed that you have united the lands in so little time. He has sent me here to discuss terms of an alliance between your empire and the Sound. Naruto leaned back on his throne. Tell me, Yakushi. What would I gain should I ally myself to the Sound? You would have the backing of one of the most powerful ninja in the East, Kabuto said. Despite our small numbers, you would mostly benefit from Lord Orochimaru's guidance. In other words, take over my body since Sasuke is off limits, and use my army to invade Konoha, Naruto thought darkly. The young emperor made it look like he was in deep thought. I am sorry, but a military alliance is not in the empire's best interest. You misunderstood me, your majesty. Kabuto began, but was cut off. Oh, don't be coy, Yakushi, Naruto replied. Do you really think that you are the first from the east to ask for an alliance? First it was the rock. Then it was the cloud. You make number 3. The people has seen war since the era of my great ancestor, the Six Paths Sage. Kabuto's eyes went wide. You're a descendant of the Six Paths himself? I thought only the Senju and the Uchiha were his only descendants. Naruto chuckled dryly. No, the Six Paths had only one child, a daughter, who is the founder of my clan. The 2 brothers who would later found the Uchiha and Senju lines trained under him, nothing more. When the Six Paths died, they changed their lineage to make it so that they were his progeny, and tried to murder his daughter. Despite the Senju founder wielding the Mokuden and the Uchiha wielding the Sharingan, they were no match for the Rinnegan's power, and were beaten. After that incident, she fled here. It was a half-truth, actually. The Uzumaki clan ancestor did not flee to the west, but instead settled in what was to be known as Whirlpool Country. But we are getting off subject, Naruto continued. The people has seen war since the era of the Six Paths. Unlike the people of the East, they have not known a lasting peace. I saw the lawlessness of the lands and I gave them the peace they desired. I am merely a servant of the people, and even an emperor must listen to the will of the people. I am truly sorry that you have come this far, but tell your Lord Orochimaru that my answer is no. Kabuto slowly nodded. I see. In any case, Lord Orochimaru will be disappointed that you will not agree to the alliance. I thank you for your time, Your Majesty. With a wave of his hand, Naruto excused Kabuto. As soon as the sound envoy left the room, Naruto summoned the commander of Shadow Company, Kazuma. Emerging from the shadows as if it was water, was the head of the Kazuma clan, and commander of the appropriately named Shadow Company. A bald, wiry man in his early 50s, Hideo Kazuma was the first to swear loyalty when Naruto had killed Rokubungi Oda. The Kazuma clan were masters of a rare bloodline called Shadow Release, which allowed them to cover major distances by using the shadows of various objects. You called, Chief? Kazuma asked. Have your men tail Yakushi and the Auto Envoy, Naruto ordered, removing his mask and returning to his normal voice. Make sure that they are on the first boat out of Kimen. I don't trust him. Or the snake. Between the snake and Konoha. I hate Orochimaru more. See to your orders, Kazuma. Kazuma bowed. Right away, my lord. As Kazuma sank back into the shadows, Naruto frowned. Orochimaru was taking an interest in the Empire, and even though the snake-loving pedophile was on the back burner, he was a legitimate threat. No way am I letting the snake destroy Konoha, Naruto thought as he deactivated his Rinnegan and removed the hat and mask. That responsibility falls onto me. Looking at his watch, he mentally cursed to himself. Damn. Thought I had more time before the meeting with the council. Oh well. Imperial Council Chambers, minutes later. The council hall inside the Hall of Sovereigns was as big as the council chambers back inside Konoha. The council chambers consisted of 3 long tables, the first containing the seats of the Emperor, the Empress consort, and their advisors. 2 tables located on either side of the Emperor's table faced each other, each containing 6 seats for either side. The council was chosen by Naruto and Hinata personally to serve as ministers of their respective fields. The meeting was straightforward. Aside from uprising of malcontents loyal to Oda which was quickly crushed before it could gain steam, and the financial situation concerning the southern Badlands, there was nothing worthy to report. Good thing that they only met 3 times a month. At the lead table, Naruto and Hinata sat side by side. Next to Hinata was Ain Kurama, in her human form. Next to Naruto was the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Takuma Uzumaki. As the Uzumaki clan was famous for their fuinjutsu, Takuma was his uncle, as Kushina was his older sister. Unlike Kushina and her son, who both wielded the Rinnegan, Takuma was a fuinjutsu master. He was also known as the Maelstrom of Whirlpool, given both his natural fighting abilities as well as his short temper. When Whirlpool had fallen in the last Shinobi War, Kushina, despite being Minato's wife, did not fully trust Konohagakure and had ordered her brother to flee elsewhere, taking 500 Uzushiogakure shinobi with him, half of them being Uzumaki clansmen. Takuma fled to the west, and had set up shop in the northern continent. Upon hearing of a rising warlord with the same surname as his own, Takuma sought him out, and found out that the warlord in question was his own nephew. After hearing Naruto and Hinata's story, from his time in Konoha up to being the scapegoat for the Uchiha's attempted defection, which led to his defection, Takuma was furious. But in the end, Naruto had gained family, and more importantly, allies to his cause. When the West was united under Naruto's rule, he had been the first to accept a position of senior advisor to the Emperor and Empress consort alongside Kurama. Like the shinobi in both the East and West, the samurai also had their own ranking system. An apprentice samurai was the same as a shinobi in training, and received instruction from the academy, the imperial schools where up-and-coming shinobi and samurai learned how to fight. The largest of the schools were in the imperial capital, Kurata Port, South Ichiyama, and Tears Point. Once the amateur samurai passed a series of physical and mental exams, they became Anasaibushi, amateur samurai. It was the shinobi equivalent of genin. Unlike the shinobi system, the Anasaibushi would be assigned to either a 3-man cell or apprenticed to an elder samurai. After 2 years, the Anasaibushi were eligible to be promoted to Chukanbushi, middle samurai. The Chukanbushi is the most commode was the shinobi equivalent of Chunin. They were the foot soldiers and archers, the main bulk of the samurai forces under Naruto's command. It is there that the Chukanbushi had to prove their worth. Last was the Seibushi, elite samurai. The samurai equivalent of Junin. They are the highly skilled samurai, a position that would take most of their lives to obtain. The Seibushi were mainly the officers of the Imperial military, people who both the samurai and Naruto had fought alongside with and trusted with their lives. Some of the Seibushi were clan heads, others were not. The Seibushi were the ones who took on a single apprentice or a cell of their choosing. They were highly respected by both shinobi and samurai. Naruto himself was of this rank. On Naruto's left, Senshi, the elder samurai warrior and philosopher who had taught Naruto the ways of the samurai. In most cases, he was a lot like Danzo Shimura, a warhawk. Only difference was that he fought wars to defend his homeland, not to expand his influence. He was also the Minister of Defense. A powerful samurai even to this very day, he held the rank of Kodenbushi, the legendary samurai. In his younger days, as Naruto and Hinata had later found out, he had traveled in the east, defeating Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hanzo the Salamander and even the Sannin. During the Unification War, he had invited Naruto to his village and Naruto became so impressed with the old man, that he asked to be trained in the ways of the samurai. When the empire was created, he was the first that Naruto had invited to be on the council. Despite his old age, Senshi was well respected by samurai and ninja alike. His granddaughter, Sana Senshi, who was a member of Yugito's Hellcats, served as part of Naruto's elite guards. He was also the only person who could still kick Naruto's ass 6 falls out of 10. Next was Eiji Kibagami, also from a respected samurai clan with connections in Iron Country, as he had family there, which was helpful when Naruto negotiated a trade agreement between the Empire and Iron. A hard-punching, hard-drinking samurai with a mouth that would make Tayuya blush and Hidan green with envy, he was the first to join up with Naruto in his ambition. He was a Shiseibushi-level shinobi who served as the Minister of Samurai Affairs. Despite being a foul-mouthed samurai, he was fiercely loyal to the young emperor, honorable and carried himself as a true samurai. It was also a known fact that he and Kasumi Ehara were romantically involved. His pet wolf, Bijumaru, was at his side. Like Senshi, Eiji had a member of his family as part of the elite guard. His nephew Hideo Kibagami served proudly. Next to Kibagami was the head of the Chiba clan, Koda Chiba, a Junin who served as Minister of Shinobi Affairs. The Chiba clan was a line of ninja who practiced a deadlier style of taijutsu that would put even Rock Lee and Maeda Guy to shame. The taijutsu used originally as an assassination technique. Like Senshi's granddaughter and Eiji's son, her eldest son, Takashi, served as one of Naruto's elite guards, a high honor for the Chiba clan. In most ways, the Chiba clan reminded Naruto of the Inuzuka, fiercely loyal to the pack. Sitting next to Koda was her childhood friend and fellow ninja, Kokura Yamada. The eldest daughter of a former nobleman and a mist refugee, she was the diametric opposite of Zabuza's partner Haku, as her attacks were fire-release attacks. A Tokubetsu Junin shinobi, she was the Minister of Health, having been picked for the decision by Hinata herself. In an interesting side note, her bloodline allows her to endure an opponent's fire attacks unscathed. The Yamada clan also had a reputation for being top-notch healers whose skill rivaled that of Tsunade in her prime. Next to the fire-wielding mistress was the regal Kasumi Ehara. She was a Shiseibushi-level samurai who served as Minister of the Interior. The Ehara was the most powerful samurai clan in the southern region, in both influence and skill, and aside from the elderly Senshi who resided on the northern continent, was one of Naruto's major supporters. Kasumi herself was a legendary warrior in her own right, having led troops into battle. Despite being in her 40s, she looked younger. When her husband was killed by Oda's hand, he was about to claim Ehara for his own. Thankfully, Naruto's arrival put a stop to those plans. Her best friend, Murasaki Shibiku, was a popular author of romance novels and poetry, Hinata being her biggest fan. It was also gaining prominence over Jiraiya's Icha Icha series in the East. Seated next to Ehara was the head of the Okajima ninja clan, Hayate Okajima. Nicknamed the Tengu, because of his habit of wearing a Tengu mask to battle, the Okajima clan were skilled in ninjutsu, assassination techniques and recon. They were the natural rivals of the Shinto clan, who favored open combat over covert assassinations. Naruto had approached the Okajima clan head for an alliance. Hayate was impressed by the boy's bravado and tenacity that he signed on to Naruto's side. Once the war was over, Naruto had returned to the Okajima clan their lands which were taken from them by one of the more corrupt daimyos. In return, the entire Okajima clan swore their eternal loyalty to their new emperor. On Hinata's right, Ryuji Shinzen and his wife Haruka Shinzen, the heads of the Western Empire's premier mercantile guild, Pikara Merchant House, and co-ministers of finance. Ryuji was originally a mercenary ninja, while Haruka had a gift for business and management. They were the first to back Naruto in his ambition financially following the death of Rokubungi Oda. When the Unification Wars had reached its conclusion, they created the merchant houses, which had two purposes: providing imported and exported items across the empire and in the east, while at the same time, keeping a close eye on the more unruly villages in the east. Thanks to Naruto, they now had branches all over the country, as well as several locations in the east, some of which served for gathering intel, as in Iwa, Fire Country and Kumo. Next was Shinoda Wakaba, former pirate captain, now a close business partner and longtime friend with the Shinzens, since his 10-boat fleet was originally used to harass and plunder both Oda's and his allies' supplies. It was Haruka who had pointed out the perks in having a fleet of ships backing up his ambition to Naruto. Now, with the war over, the fleet was now used to transport goods all over the continent, as well as in the elemental countries. In an interesting side note, the Shinzens and Wakaba were both in-laws, since the Shinzen's son had married Wakaba's daughter, which had brought their families into a close alliance. Seated next to Wakaba was Katsumoto Kidahara, a daimyo from the southern region who supported the people and working class. He was overthrown by a power-mad warlord and condemned to wander the lands, until Naruto found him. He was one of the key members in the civilian council, in which, thanks to Katsumoto, that his major support base was the civilians themselves. Katsumoto's lands were restored unto him, as well as his title as a reward for his service and loyalty. Given his passion for justice, it was fitting that he served as minster of that post. Next to Wakaba was Shin Akatsuki. His home was the southern part of the continent. Shin was the youngest of the council at age 23, and trained as a samurai, having been recently promoted to Siseibushi. The son of Shinji Akatsuki, a retired warlord who had fought with Naruto, Shin had made a name for himself during the Unification Wars as a formidable swordsman, and can hold his own against Naruto in their occasional spars. In some cases, he reminded Naruto of Shikamaru at times. Brilliant, but lazy. Last was Rumika Todo. Like Katsumoto, she was a daimyo, but hailed from the north's mountainous Lodja region. Todo was one of the daimyos whose land the late Rikunbungi Oda had an eye for, since her lands contained iron mines deep within the mountains, but once Naruto had eliminated him, she saw the wise I am in his war of conquest. Her husband was the original daimyo, until his death during a raiding party from Oda's men, forcing her to assume the role. But despite this, she was fiercely loyal to both her people and to the emperor. Zabuza Momichi and Haku were also sitting in at the emperor's request. Thought to have died in Wave Country in Naruto's first mission, the former Mist swordsman and his partner had instead fled the country as Mist Hunter ninjas had arrived, forcing the pair to leave high-powered blood clones in their places. Zabuza and Haku had fled to the west, where they had hooked up with bloodline refugees who had fled the purges under Yagura and the Mist daimyo. When Naruto had arrived on the southern continent with his forces 2 years earlier, Zabuza had already made a name for himself as a powerful warlord, with Haku as his second in command. It was Haku who had discovered that Naruto was the warlord who had united the northern continent under his rule. Zabuza was surprised, to say the least. The little blonde runt who had faced him down on Tezuna's bridge all those years ago had unified the northern continent. What surprised him even more was that Konoha had betrayed him in favor of his traitorous teammate. Despite the fact that he was mostly a bloodthirsty sadist, Zabuza had a set of morals. He decided to join Naruto under one condition: that he would be the one to kill Kakashi Hatake. Naruto agreed. On the condition that he alone would beat the holy hell out of him first before Zabuza killed him. That, Zabuza agreed to. Zabuza was not only in command of his own unit, known as the Demon Brigade, but he also served as the chief interrogator in the Empire's interrogation division. He also taught Naruto Mist-style swordsmanship, which came in handy in his war of conquest. Senshi cleared his throat. Before we adjourn this meeting, Chief, is there anything else you would like to add? Yes, Naruto replied. As you might or might now know, my wife and I have been in contact with the 4 clans who have defected from Konohagakure no Sato. The Hyuga, the Yamanaka, the Akamichi and the Nara. Aside from the 4 clans and their heirs, accompanying them are 200 Junin, one of which you might be interested in, Zabuza. His name is Ibiki Morino. Zabuza recognized the name. Ibiki. Yes, I know of his reputation, said to be the best in interrogation and torture. Who is he? Eiji Kibagami asked. He is a Tokubetsu Junin, Hinata explained. Some would describe him as a sadist. Oh, sounds like someone you would like, Momichi, Eiji snorted, ignoring the sour look Zabuza had given him. Please continue, Lady Hinata. His interrogation techniques are stuff of legend, Hinata continued. Even when Naruto and I were coming up in the Shinobi Academy, Ibiki was someone to be feared. He has the unique ability to cause great pain and suffering without resorting to physical torture. His interrogation skills rely mostly on the ability to torture the mind. His knowledge on human psychology is top-notch. Ibiki is a firm believer of gaining control over a person's spirit by attacking the mind. That much is true, Zabuza said. You can say that I am an admirer of his work. Back in my Seven Swordsman days, Kisame had chosen to kill off the shinobi belonging to Mist Cipher Division rather than allow them to fall into his hands. Charming fellow, Kasumi Ehara dryly noted. Ibiki works with Enko Midarashi, Hinata continued. She is a Tokubetsu Junin, like Ibiki. A former student of Orochimaru, she is a master of interrogation who uses snakes just like her former master. She also loves Dango, and is a total sadist. What about the clan heads? Eiji asked. The 4 clan heads were friends with my parents, Naruto said. They, nor their children, did not see me as a demon, unlike the rest of Konoha. Despite the efforts of Sarutobi and the Konoha Council to stunt my growth as a warrior, they looked out for me in their own way. The first clan head is Heishi Hyuga. You already know of the Bikaugan and its advantages and weaknesses, as well as the caged bird seal. The other 3 clan are known for their teamwork, Hinata continued, the Yamanaka, the Akamichi and the Nara clans, better known by their team name, the Ino Shika Cho Trio. Ever since Konoha's founding, there always has been a team with that title, as they are famous for their teamwork. First up is Ibiki's partner, Inoichi Yamanaka. Intelligence specialist with a unique talent which is their clan's signature ability. Which is? Koda Chiba asked. The Yamanaka has the ability to read the opponent's minds and search their memories, Hinata said. Their signature technique is the mind-body switch technique, in which the Yamanaka can send their mind into a target's body, overriding the target's mind for a short period of time. He has a daughter, Ino, who was a former teammate of ours. The mind-body switch is just one of the many techniques the Yamanaka has at their disposal. His wife, Kozu Yamanaka, used to own the flower shop in town. Second is the Nara, Naruto said. The Nara are known for their high intellect and battle tactics. They are also known for attracting hot-headed women, low energy, and saying, troublesome. The Nara's specialty is shadow manipulation. The Nara's signature technique is the shadow imitation technique, in which they can extend their shadow and merge with their target's own shadow, forcing the other to imitate the Nara's movements. Shikaku Nara is the clan head. Back in Konoha, he was the Junin commander, given his mastery of battle tactics. He also herds deer in his spare time, and is a natural herbalist. Shikamaru Nara is his son. Last is the Akamichi, Hinata finished. The Akamichi are the powerhouse of the trio, possessing great physical strength and can convert their calories into chakra. The downside to this is that their techniques drain their chakra while in use, and maintaining them during battle can be tiring. For this reason, the Akamichi have very high chakra levels, and for this reason, has to eat a lot in order to maintain those levels. Shuza Akamichi is the 15th head of the clan, while Choji Akamichi is his son. Like I said earlier, Naruto said, these 4 clan heads had done their best to aid me despite Sarutobi's orders not to do so. They offered me shelter, food, and in some cases, a place to sleep. Their children did not see me as Kurama in human flesh. It is because of this, that Hinata and I are going to grant them political asylum into the Empire. They should be arriving by the end of the week by ship. Forgive me for being the voice of opposition chief, Kokura Yamada cut in, but you grant the clan's asylum, and then what? Automatic clan status right off the bat? Naruto shook his head. Of course not, Kokura. Just as Hinata and I had to work hard to get where we are at, they will not be given a free pass. They will be on probation for 6 months. When they prove their worth to the unified West, when they show their loyalty to the Empire and her people, Only then will we accept them as one of the great imperial clans of the imperial nation. Is that reasonable enough for all of you? The council nodded. Their emperor's conditions were acceptable. It was then Eiji raised one hand. Chief, if I was the Hokage, there would be no way that I would let 4 clans of such power leave the village. Are you not worried that Konoha might try something funny? I've already taken precautions in case the cripple or the hag decide to send out assassination squads on the refugees, Naruto replied. You are aware that the Pikara merchant house has branches in the east, particular in Wave, Spring and Water, right? Yes. The refugees had met up with one of the caravans who were on the way to the coast where the bridge once stood. And you know as well as I do that most of the merchants are some of the best shinobi and samurai veterans who had the honor of fighting by our side. Eiji nodded in understanding. Since you are an unknown to Konoha and Fire Country, attacking the refugees while being ESY our caravans not only would cause Konoha to lose face with the villages who are known to us, but it also gives us a valid reason to go to Konoha and put blade and jutsu to asses. He cackled. Chief, you were always such a sneaky little shit. Glad to see you still have the touch. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment, Naruto replied, used to the older samurai's foul-mouthed tendencies. This, coming from the same guy that came up with a thoughtful, albeit crude description about his wife's demeanor. The only thing bigger than her tits is her heart. Of course, he said that within earshot of Kasumi and the other female members of the council, which earned him a one-way trip to the hospital. He would be in a body cast for the rest of the month. Is there anything else? Hinata asked. The council shook their heads in the negative. Naruto nodded. This meeting is adjourned. Snafu's notes. It was expected that with Rise of the Emperor, I would be getting plenty of reviews. Wrath of the Emperor, by the look of things, is no different. The prologue had to be split into 3 parts. Yes, it was that long. 1 week later. The 2 Pikara cargo ships, each bearing the flag of the unified Western Empire, the black 4 symbols seal on a red background, sailed past Kurata port and headed inland. Only this time, the ships did not carry goods from the east. These cargo ships carried refugees. It had been a week since what would be known throughout the elemental countries as the Konoha Exodus, in which 4 major clans and more than 100 shinobi had turned in their Hite Atesh and walked out of Konoha. Tsunade and the Fire Lord could not charge them with desertion, as they had willingly resigned from the shinobi forces. Standing on the deck of the first ship, was Heishi Hyuga. It had been 6 years since he had last seen Hinata, having sent her away with Naruto in order to spare her being branded with the caged bird seal. Despite his outward appearance of putting down his eldest daughter, Heishi did care for her, and sending her away was the hardest thing he had ever did. But Hinata was smitten with Minato's kid and sending her with him was the best idea at the time. In that time, Hiashi's personal view in regards to Tsunade and Jiraiya had taken a severe nosedive. The 2 Sannin had been close to Minato and Kushina. Tsunade was Mito's granddaughter and Kushina was her niece, thus making her Naruto her great-nephew, while Minato was a former pupil of Jiraiya. Both blamed Naruto for the deaths of Minato and Kushina, when it was clearly the fault of the Uchiha, given the reports he had read on that fateful night. Both had went along with Sarutobi's scheme to make Naruto into Konoha's weapon, and when that failed, opted to banish him from the village when it became clear that despite Hiruzen's machinations in stunting Naruto's growth had failed, even going as far as to place him in the bingo book with a kill on sight order. It was clear that the 2 Sannin had no love for the Uchiha, but they chose a virtual traitor over a hero. In the 5 years since Hinata's disappearance alongside Naruto, Heishi had not heard a single word in regards to his eldest child. Then, word began to leak out about events happening in the West. A place so war-torn that not even the Sannin nor the Akatsuki would be in their right mind to venture there, was finally united under the rule of a warlord and his medic ninja wife, having been named Emperor and Empress consort. When the Pikara merchant houses began to emerge in several key locations, caravans began to appear in Konoha, selling their wares. One such branch was in over the border in Wind Country. That was how Heishi had found out through one of the merchants, who worked with the Empire's information network, that his daughter was still alive, having fled west and fighting in what was to be known as the Unification Wars alongside Naruto. When the merchant told Heishi that Naruto was now his son-in-law, he was not surprised in the least bit. What surprised him was that the Empire had been keeping tabs on Konoha and several other villages in the east. The Empire also knew about the tensions threatening to boil over in Konohagakure, which is why the Emperor and Empress consort had reached out to Heishi. Should things in Konoha get worse to the point that the Hyuga and the Ino-Shika-cho could not stay, then the Emperor and Empress consort will allow them to migrate to the Western Empire. But there were two obstacles that were in the Hyuga clan head's way. The Council of Hyuga Elders, who had supported the council, and the Godem herself. The same council who had forced his twin brother to either take his place in the Kumo incident or else his son would be killed. The same council who had voted to brand Hinata with the caged bird seal and personally take over Hanabi's training, to make her an emotionless doll. The council and their supporters would be in the way should he decide to take the clan and leave Konoha, to return to the west, the land of his ancestors. Heishi knew this, as did his twin brother, Hizashi. The Hyuga elders knew this as well, as the Hyuga's origins were in the northern region, but the clan relocated to the east once west became unstable, and settled in Konohagakure no Sato as it was founded. Which is why the Hyuga elders had been removed from the equation, along with their supporters in the main branch. Hiyoshi's late wife not only loved flowers, but was also a skilled kunoichi who specialized in poisons. So poisoning the tea of their elders and their supporters was no hard task for him. With those in the main branch backing him and the full support of the cadet branch, Heishi had wiped out the elders and their allies. When Tsunade demanded an explanation as to what had happened, all he replied was that it was clan business, that he and his supporters had averted a civil war by eliminating the traitors to his clan. The final straw came with Godem and the Konoha Council had attempted to force his youngest daughter, as well as Inoichi's daughter, the Snake Lady, and his nephew's romantic interest into the Clan Restoration Act. The reason being? As it turned out, Sasuke Uchiha had taken a recently graduated genin under his wing, teaching him the ropes. The boy was an orphan, and was looking to make a name for himself as a shinobi. What better way to make a name for yourself when you have Sasuke Uchiha training you? Then, 3 weeks ago, when the kid made Chunin, Sasuke showed his appreciation by shoving a Chidori into the kid's chest, killing him instantly, but more importantly, gaining the eyes of the betrayer, the Megenkyu Sharingan. Only problem was that his daughter, Hanabi, Cell 9, Enko Midarashi, and the younger Ino-Shika-cho trio had witnessed the murder. Of course Sasuke was under the protection of Danzo and the Konoha Council, so the murder was swept under the rug, and written off as justifiable homicide. Only the elder Ino-Shika-cho and Heishi had backed their children in Cell 9, while Sasuke had the backing of both the Godem and the Council. Then, it all came to a head a week ago. Flashback. Konoha Council Chambers. The tension was thick inside the council chambers. On one side was the civilian members of the council, the merchants and the wealthy elite of Konohagakure no Sato. On the other side, was the shinobi clan heads of the council, Inoichi Yamanaka, Heishi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Shuza Akamichi, Sume Inazuka, Asuma Sarutobi, Shibi Aburame and Kakashi Hitaki. Their children sat alongside their parents. Enko Midarashi was even present at the council's request. Seated at the head of the chambers, flanked by her advisors, Kaharu Utatane and Hanmura Mitokado, was Tsunade Senju, the Godem Hokage of Konoha. Standing in front and to the side of the Godem, was the Warhawk and commander of the Root Enbu, Danzo Shimura. Standing next to him, looking smug over the fact that he had gotten away with murder, was Sasuke Uchiha, now Danzo's protege and the number 2 guy in the Root Enbu. What? Inoichi demanded. Kaharu cleared her throat. It is clear to us that there is quite a bit of tension in Konoha after that dreadful business with that Chunin that the Uchiha had studied under. Dreadful? Tenten parroted. He shoved a Chidori into the guy's chest in front of my cell, Enko, Hanabi and the Ino-Shika-cho. We see it as justifiable homicide, Hanmura frowned. Shikaku Nara grunted. Justified only because you sacrificed a Chunin just so that the Uchiha runt could get the Megenkyu. You should watch your mouth, Nara, Sasuke threatened. I am the prince of this village. No, you are a blight, the lazy Nara head retorted. You are too troublesome for your own good, even as Danzo's lapdog. Sasuke glared at the Nara clan head, Junin commander, Sharingan ablaze. I'm nobody's lapdog, Nara. I am an elite among elite. You should remember that well. Because I have no problem in showing you what the Megenkyu Sharingan can do. Sasuke then jerked slightly. He then found himself pulling out a kunai from his pouch and holding it against his own throat. Looking down, he saw that his shadow was connected to Shikamaru's own, the slacker of a Junin having used his Kagemane to ensnare the Uchiha. "Threaten my father again, Uchiha, and Itachi will be the true, last Uchiha," Shikamaru threatened. Before things could get out of control, Tsunade had called for order. "That's enough. Shikamaru. Sasuke. The both of you stand down." Sasuke did not plan on doing just that, but a look from Danzo said otherwise. He deactivated the Sharingan, while Shikamaru released the Kagemane. "This fighting is pointless," Tsunade said, once both sides calmed down. "We need to show the other villages that despite our trials and tribulations, that Konoha is still strong, that the will of fire still burns bright in all of us." Heishi and the Ino Shikacho did not like where this is going. "Which is why we have decided to reactivate the Clan Restoration Act in order to rebuild the Uchiha clan," Hanura said. "Sakura Haruno has already been chosen by Sasuke to be his wife. And he has chosen Enko Mitarashi, Tenten, Ino Yamanaka and Hanabi Hyuga to be his secondary wives." The fathers looked like they've been gut-punched. Sasuke remained smug. "You should be honored to have your daughters bear the great responsibility of restoring the Uchiha clan back to greatness," Kaharu continued, "that Sasuke has chosen them to help rebuild his clan." Heishi quickly recovered. "Honored? Even without my eyes, I can see where this is going. You activated the CRA in order to keep myself and Inoichi in line through our daughters after they had witnessed the Uchiha murder an innocent shinobi." "Justifiable homicide," Danzo corrected, "it was self-defense." "Justified in the fact that Sasuke now has the Megenkyu," Inoichi shot back. "I refuse to accept this so-called decision of this council. My daughter is not a prize, nor is she breeding stock. Haruno wants to pimp out her daughter, fine, but I will not let Ino marry Sasuke." "The same with mine," Heishi seconded. "I would rather marry Orochimaru than spend one day as that bastard's wife," Anko snapped. "Silence." Tsunade barked. "The council has decided, and I have agreed, your daughters and Tenten will be married off to Sasuke Uchiha by the end of the month. If you fail to comply, then I will strip you of clan status, and your children will become wards of the village. Either way, the CRA still stands, and the girls will be married off to Sasuke Uchiha. Do not test me on this matter." "Lord Yamanaka. Lord Hyuga. Please be reasonable," Hanura said smoothly, trying to act as the voice of reason. "Both of your clans have been here in Konoha ever since this village was founded by Tsunade's grandfather, which means that your clans are only clans because of your skills. Konoha has been good to your clans ever since you joined the village, and it would be a shame if that relationship ended so abruptly. Instead of thinking about your own personal, selfish desires, maybe you should do what's right." Inoichi had caught the underlying meaning, as did Heishi. Both men looked at their daughters, as if they were playing with their lives. Then Heishi slowly rose to his feet, and within seconds, stood before the Godem, her advisors, Danzo and Sasuke. "Advisor Mitokado. You are absolutely right," he said. The advisors smiled, as did Sasuke. That is, until Heishi reached inside his robes and pulled out his Hite 8. "I believe the time to do what is right is now," Heishi said, dropping his Hite 8, where it made a loud clink upon impacting the ground before walking out of the council chambers. Meanwhile, both generations of the Ino Shikacho looked at one another and nodded in understanding. It was time to go. At the same time, Hanabi pulled off her own Hite 8 and dropped it alongside her father's own. Clink. Clink. Neji Hyuga's forehead protector landed on top of the Hite Atesh left by his uncle and cousin. Clink. Clink. Tenten and Rock Lee's Hite Atesh landed on top of their teammates. "Wait!" Kaharu shouted. "You can't do this!" Clink. Inoichi's Hite 8 landed on the growing pile. Clink. Shuza. Clink. Choji. The sound of metal striking the floor was making Tsunade even more angry. "You are shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. Remember that," Kaharu shouted. Clink. Both Ino and Anko gave Sasuke the finger as they walked out, dropping their Hite Atesh as they walked out. "This is sedition. Treason!" Danzo shouted. Clink. Shikaku and Shikamaru's Hite Atesh lands on the pile at the same time. "No, consider this our resignation," Shikaku drawled as he and Shikamaru walked out of the chambers. With that act of defiance, what would be known as the Konoha Exodus has begun. End flashback. Ryo for your thoughts. The voice of Shikaku Nara brought Heishi back to reality. Turning around, Heishi faced the now former Junin commander and his two teammates. You've been on edge ever since we've arrived, Shikaku said. Anything we should know that we don't already? Heishi looked at the three men. It was time to come clean. The West was the ancestral home of my clan, he began. The Hyuga originally came from Kimin, now the Imperial capital. When the wars intensified, my clan moved across the sea to the east and settled in Konoha. So in effect, you are coming back home, Shuza said. Heishi nodded. There's more. Once the wars here were done with, and the Pakara merchants began to arrive, I was visited by a member of the merchant house, who gave me a message. Both Naruto and my daughter had fled to the west when Uzumaki was banished and had fought in the unification wars. So the kid's still alive, Shikaku said, nodding. Given who his parents were, it's really not surprising. Through the merchant, Hinata and Naruto had both promised myself and whoever came with the clan political asylum in the west should things get out of hand back in Konoha. Sounds like those two are pretty well connected with the Emperor to pull that off, Inoichi said. Heishi nodded. It seems that way. Attention! We will be docking at the Imperial capital in 30 minutes, the first mate shouted as he moved along the deck. Upon docking, you will be asked to produce identification, so have your ID cards out and ready. Anyone who does not comply will be taken to jail for the night, and you will be sent back east the following morning. Let's not get arrested tonight, people, it looks very bad on my record. Heishi sighed, the anticipation evident on his face. Can't believe it's been so long since I've seen Hinata. Come on, Hyuga, Inoichi said, we have to prepare. Kimin Harbor. The boat containing the 4 clans and a sizable number of Junin docked at Kimin Harbor. Once the boat was secured, the refugees began to disembark. At the end of the docks was the gates which led to the Imperial capital. 2 guards, 1 shinobi, the other a samurai, were posted at the gates on guard duty. The samurai was older than his shinobi counterpart, and were studying the Konoha refugees as they approached. Ilgrim, tourist, or. Heishi stepped forward, brandishing the scroll. We are refugees from the east. My daughter sent this scroll through the Pakara merchant house. The 2 guards scanned the scroll for a brief moment before the shinobi disappeared via shunshin. Moments later, the shinobi reappeared, with Yugito and in tow, the former appearing via flamed shunshin, while the latter used a lightning shunshin. We'll take it from here, Yugito ordered. As you command, General Ni, the shinobi guard said, returning to his post. Hiyoshi's eyes narrowed. You're Yugito Ni, from Kumo, he said, addressing Yugito. Isn't he the smart one, kitten? Matabi noted in a sarcastic tone. Yugito told her tenant to quiet down. Heishi turned to A. And what is the raikage of Kumo doing in the employ of the Emperor? Former raikage, a corrected. He pointed to the Hite 8 which was wrapped around one bicep. I'm with the Unified West now. He pointed to Yugito. She's been here longer than I have. Even fought in the Unification Wars, hence her rank. The Emperor and his wife. Well, they weren't that just yet. Rescued me from the Akatsuki years ago, Yugito explained. I fought alongside them, and now, I lead my own unit. I thought that Hinata and Naruto would come and greet us here, Heishi said. Change in plans, Yugito said. I am to escort the clan heads and their successors to the Imperial Palace for a sit-down with the chief and the lady. Everyone else will follow A and head for North Kimin. Everything has been prepared for your arrival, so there is nothing to worry about. What about Naruto and Hinata? Heishi asked. They are waiting for you inside the complex. Follow me, please. Streets of Kimin City. So what's your story? Ino asked as Yugito led the clan heads and their heirs through the streets of the Imperial capital. I fought alongside the Emperor and his wife in the Unification Wars after they rescued me from the Akatsuki, Yugito explained. That was 5 years ago. Hard to believe that the Emperor was just a snot-nosed brat back then. So the rumors are true. He's about our age then, right? Shikamaru asked. Yup. Shikamaru noticed that they passed the Suna consulate, which was identified by the Suna Junin standing guard at the gates and the Suna flag. A black background with the white hourglass hanging out in the front. The Empire's friends with Suna? He asked. Yugito nodded. Yes. Suna is pretty friendly with the unified West. Tamari is Suna's representative here. We also have representatives from Spring Country and from Mist, each with their own consulates and representatives. Growing up, I heard stories about the West, Shuza said. That this place was so dangerous, not even Orochimaru would dare set foot here. Now, I see that things aren't as different here as it was back in Konoha. There's shinobi and even more samurai here than in the East. Yugito chuckled. Those in Iron Country originally came from here. I'm surprised that Konoha doesn't have a trading agreement with the Empire, Inoichi noted. The Emperor and Empress has eyes and ears back east, the blonde Jinchuriki noted. He nor his wife are big fans of Konohagakure. Even he knows that an alliance with a village known for its backstabbing and rewarding potential traitors solely because of their bloodlines is a bad political move. Shikamaru snapped his fingers. The Pikara merchants. Those are part of the Empire's spy network, right? How perspective of you, Nara, Yugito nodded. For a slacker, your intelligence is well earned. But you are partially correct. The Pikara merchant house seen in various locations in the East are in fact a legitimate mercantile guild. But some of its branches also house undercover informants and agents from our intelligence division. For all intents and purposes, Pikara Merchant House is just a humble merchant's guild. Clever, Hanabi said. Minutes later, Yugito and her escort arrived at the Imperial complex. The guards saluted Yugito, who responded with a nod as she led the group inside. Here we are. The Imperial complex. The nerve center of the unified West. Home to the Emperor and the Empress consort. Shuza looked around and let out a low whistle. Nice setup the Emperor has. Not too showy, but not too extravagant, either, he said as Yugito led them to the House of Sovereigns. And it is heavily guarded, Shikaku noted, sensing the chakra signatures around them. The shinobi were well hidden, while the samurai patrolled the grounds. Follow me. The Emperor and Empress consort are both waiting, Yugito said. Imperial Gardens, minutes later. Watching from the shadows, Naruto and Hinata Namikaze watched as the clan heads and their children took in the sights of the gardens. Heishi looked pensive, as if they reminded him of something. Hanabi, Ino and Inochi marveled at the exotic flowers and orchids, rare in the East, but common in the West. Shikamaru, Shikaku, Shuza and Choji were looking around, taking in the surroundings. Deciding that they had kept their guests waiting long enough, Naruto and Hinata emerged from behind the group, standing at double arm's length. Naruto cleared his throat. Ahem. Upon turning around, the last thing that the clan heads and their children were expecting to see was the former dead last of the Konoha 11, only now, he was a spitting image of Minato Namikaze with Kushina Uzumaki's hair color, styled in the same manner as how Minato had worn it when he was alive. The whisker marks were gone, his face now shaven. Gone was the orange, as he was dressed in black, vest, pants and boots. The shirt was white, sleeves rolled up. But Hinata had shocked even Heishi. She was dressed not in her shinobi uniform, but rather in a stunning black cheongsam with a white lotus imprint, looked incredibly regal in her appearance. Naruto tossed a glance at the sakura trees. The samurai believe that the perfect blossom is a rare thing. They could spend their entire lives looking for that one perfect blossom, and for them, it would not be a wasted life. No. Way. Ino whispered. Naruto. Here, in the West, they call me Emperor, Naruto replied. Wait. You're the guy who united the lands? Choji asked. The Emperor of the West that everyone back east is talking about? Naruto nodded. He then gestured to Hinata. Hinata also helped, as she fought by my side. She also is the founder of the Imperial Medic Corps. To say that the clan heads, their kids and Cell 9 were shocked were an understatement. The son of the Yellow Flash and the Red Death, once known as the unpredictable knucklehead shinobi, had once again lived up to his reputation of making the impossible possible. Naruto. Rock Lee dashed forward and engulfed Naruto in a bear hug, much to the amusement of his wife and the hidden shinobi guards inside the gardens. You are the Emperor of the West? Truly the flames of youth shine brightly in you. Gak. Lee. Naruto gasped. Bushy brows had gotten pretty strong in the years since he had left Konoha. Oh. Sorry. Lee apologized, releasing Naruto. Hinata's reunion with her family was less dramatic. A hug to her father, to which he had whispered, "I'm so proud of you, and your mother would be too," followed by a second hug to Hanabi and a nod to Neji, who responded in kind. Shikamaru shook his head and chuckled. "Unbelievable. Naruto, you truly live up to your title of being unpredictable." Just like his parents, Shikaku seconded. "Glad you see so much of mom and dad in me," Naruto said. "Take a walk with us." He and Hinata led the group down the garden's pathway. The clan heads flanking them, Heishi and Shuza on Hinata's left and Inochi and Shikaku on Naruto's right. Cell 9, Hanabi and the Ino Shikacho tailed behind. "So how was the way in?" Hinata asked. "Scenic," Heishi replied. He looked down at Hinata's hand and noticed the diamond ring on Hinata's finger and the gold wedding band on Naruto's own finger. "So, married?" Hinata beamed. 2 years. We got married during the final battle at South Ichiyama." Ino. "Having overhead, a skied during a war? That's insane." Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "It was a spur-of-the-moment type of thing. The alliance that opposed me consisted of 3 warlords in the southern continent. The first one was smart enough to defect to my side. The last 2 decided to attack at my base in South Ichiyama. Lucky me, as the Hellcats and the Demon Brigade arrived earlier to support the troops I had here. He proposed to me in the midst of the fighting," Hinata continued. "Yugito conducted the ceremony right after. After the war and once Naruto and I were recognized as Emperor and Empress consort, we did the wedding proper. I hate to ask you this, but..." Shikamaru began, but was cut off by Naruto. "You want to know about the Jinchuriki who had disappeared, right?" When Shikamaru nodded, Naruto confirmed it for him. "The Akatsuki does not have them. I intercepted them and granted them political asylum here." "All of the Jinchuriki are here?" Inochi asked. "With the exception of Gaara, who is running Suna, and the Biju, who was sealed inside Yagura, the Jinchuriki are safe," Naruto confirmed. "You know firsthand of the bigotry and discrimination that I had faced back in Konoha at the behest of Sarutobi and the 2 Sannin. It was the same in Mist and Iwa. Sure, Yugito and B were not treated as bad, but the animosity was still there. Here, the people see them not as containers, but as people. Han has made his home in the Lajja Mountains, acting as guardian to one of the mountain villages there. Roshi, the last I heard, was somewhere near Tears Point in the southern region. Utakata resides in Shinoko, also in the southern region. Fu lives here in the Imperial capital, as she is a member of my intelligence division. B lives at one of the trading outposts, while acts as one of my senior advisors. You already met Yugito, as she is the commander of her own elite unit, the Hellcats. Your actions in Konoha and elsewhere did no go unnoticed," Shikaku noted. "I know," Naruto replied. "I rescued Utakata from Itachi and Hoshigaki. Hell, Hinata and I rescued Yugito from the zombie brothers when we fled Konoha." "So Orochimaru plans on invading Konoha again?" Heishi asked. "Not at the moment. The civil war in Kumo left the village weak. It will take some time before the snake can build up his forces." He and Hinata stopped and faced the clan heads. "You 4 were close friends of my parents. You and the Junin with you stuck up for me when no one else did. I never got the chance to properly thank you all for that. No one should ever go through life the way you did," Inochi said. "Not even a Jinchuriki." Naruto nodded. "As you know, I promised that day to make up your kindness, and today I will honor my word. Your families will be granted both citizenship and clan status, effective immediately. The Junin that came along with you will also be granted citizenship in the United West and will retain it provided that they serve the Unified West as they once served the Leaf." He turned to Heishi. "Lord Hyuga, there is one small matter that must be dealt with." Heishi could only guess. "The caged bird seal." The Emperor nodded. "Thanks to Hinata, I found out how to destroy the seal. This is my only condition. If you have any problems with the clan council." "The council and their supporters are dead, Lord Emperor," Hanabi interrupted. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances before turning back to the heiress. "Explain," Hinata ordered. "There was a civil war between those who supported a marriage between myself and the Uchiha under the CRA, which consisted of about half of the main branch, and my father and myself, along with the more moderate members of the main branch, and all of the cadet branch," Hanabi continued. "We lost half our numbers. Tsunade tried to interfere, but father said that it was a clan matter and outside of her jurisdiction. Bet the old hag did not take that very well, did she? Naruto asked. Knowing her, she would have tried to force Hanabi to marry Sasuke in order to spare father's life, Hinata added. Probably wouldn't have done the same with Ino. Inochi blanched. You sure that was what Tsunade would have done? More than likely, Naruto replied. Your families and the others have been sent to North Kimen. Hinata and I will hold a quick meeting with the others there once you're settled in. Wait, Lord Emperor, Ino cut in. There's something else. No need for formalities, Ino, Naruto replied smiling broadly. We're still friends. You and the others can address me by my name while in private. Out in public, just call me Chief. It's an old nickname that's stuck with me since my days as a warlord. Ino nodded. Sasuke has the Megenkyu Sharingan. Naruto slowly nodded. I know. I saw it when I fought him, Hitaki and Yamato. I'm willing to bet that Danzo and those two old freaks that were Sarutobi's teammates had a hand in it, right? Shikamaru nodded. Troublesome indeed, Naruto. Danzo and those two advisors on the council had set up one of the genin to be a student to the Uchiha. The boy, a fresh-faced academy graduate, looked up to the Uchiha in the same way that the Konohamaru Corps once looked up to you. Naruto nodded. It was a shame that Sarutobi had tried to use his own grandson and his two friends as a connection for Naruto to remain loyal to Konoha. When the banishment orders came down, Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon had showed their true colors, denouncing him as a murderer, claiming that he was the one who had killed Bawako Sarutobi, his grandmother and Hiruzen's wife. In the first year of Naruto's reign, the Konohamaru Corps, having recently made Shunin, had been killed, slaughtered at the hands of Akatsuki members Hidan and Kakuzu, Konohamaru being on the receiving end of the Jashin ritual and curse jutsu. Sasuke befriended the boy, Shoji continued, and took him under his wing. They became fast friends. When the boy made Shunin, Sasuke betrayed him by shoving a Chidori into his chest. We know because, aside from Hanabi and the three of us, about 7 Junin and Anko saw Sasuke commit murder. Let me guess, Naruto surmised. You four, the Snake Lady and the Junin notified the council, but Danzo and those two bastards swept it under the rug somehow. Sasuke got off scot-free, and with the Megenkyu. You even appealed to Tsunade herself, and she did nothing. Am I right so far? The trio and Hanabi nodded. You told your parents, and they believe you, Naruto continued. The Junin who had accompanied you here are not as gaga over the Uchiha, correct? Again, the trio and Hanabi nodded. And when Heishi and the first-generation Ino Shikacho tried to complain to Tsunade, she told them to basically fuck off. The CRA was the last straw, as it is through marriage does the Uchiha can reign in control over the Yamanaka and the Hyuga clans. Am I right so far? This time, the fathers of the girls nodded. Even after all this time, that idiot of a former teammate is still weak, Naruto surmised. Itachi's mercy was wasted on him. No matter. I have a buffer against the Sharingan, should the need arise. Which is? Shuza prodded. You are aware of the history of the Six Paths Sage, right? Of that the Uchiha and Senju are descended from him? Naruto asked. When the gathered team nodded, Naruto continued. That's a lie. The Six Paths had only one child, a daughter, who is the founder of the Uzumaki clan line. The founders of the Uchiha and Senju lines only trained under him. It was through Madara that he had unleashed the Vixen upon Konoha when he fought Hashirama for control of Tea Leaf. Vixen? Heishi repeated. You mean? Yes. The Nine Tails is female, Naruto confirmed. Don't worry. Kurama's not here, he added, as he caught the clan heads looking around nervously. They breathed a sigh of relief. You'll meet her soon enough. Since you're all here, there's something else you should know regarding the Akatsuki. Something that not even Jiraiya and his information network does not know about. And that is? Inoichi asked. Itachi is not the only Uchi, Naruto confirmed. There is another. He is the true leader of the Akatsuki. Looking at the clan heads, he revealed what he know. Kurama confirmed it for me. One thing about the Biju is that they cannot lie. The leader of the Akatsuki is a former teammate of my idiot sensei, and the one most directly responsible as to how my life in Konoha had turned out. His name is Obito Uchiha. It was obvious that the clan heads recognized the name. Obito? Shuza parroted. He was on your father's team with Hitaki. It was said that he had died in the last shinobi war. Apparently, the reports of his death were false. He goes by the name Tobi. And it was Obito who had unleashed Kurama onto Konoha and cased me to lose my parents, Naruto finished. So now, this is personal. Obito will die and the Akatsuki will fall. And what about Sasuke? Heishi asked. He shoved a Chidori into my chest, Naruto deadpanned. There is no hope or redemption for him. If he decides to become a threat, then I will have no problem in eliminating him as well. First things first, though. Neji Hyuga, come forward and remove your headband. Curious, Neji maneuvered his way around the others and stood before Naruto, the headband removed to reveal the caged bird seal in all its hideous glory. There are no slaves here, Naruto said as he began to go through a series of hand seals, and no slave calls the other master. Dispel. Seal destruction. He intoned, pressing 2 fingers against Neji's seal. Neji felt not a searing pain, but what it felt like to him, a mild discomfort as he felt that cursed seal purged itself from his body. Heishi and Hanabi watched in amazement as the caged bird seal, once thought to be permanent once it had been placed onto a Hyuga, burned away. The caged bird seal, while archaic in nature, is not so permanent as most people would think, Hinata explained. This was one of the things I had planned on doing when I became the head of the clan, to abolish that damned seal altogether. The seal. Is it gone? Neji whispered. Tenten, having moved up so she could witness this, nodded, smiling happily. Yes, it's gone. To prove that the seal was gone, Hinata made the hand seal which would activate the caged bird seal. Since Neji did not see it as he was weeping tears of joy, Heishi and Hanabi did see Hinata's attempt to activate the seal, only to find that the seal did not activate, as it was gone for good. Being a Fuinjutsu expert does has its perks, Naruto explained, pulling out a scroll and handing it to Heishi. This is the scroll detailing how to remove the seal from the branch members. Addressing the others, he said, as of this moment, all of you are under my protection. But this does not mean that you are given clan status right off the bat. All of you are on probation for 6 months. Prove your worth to myself and the council, and we will welcome you as one of the great Imperial clans of the unified West. Sounds reasonable, Heishi said, while the Ino Shika Cho trio nodded in agreement. Good. In the meantime, go and get settled in. Tomorrow, there will be a meeting with the council at noon, as they want to meet you and your children. And tell Ibiki to come as well, as Zabuza wants to meet him. Hinata and I will have your assignments ready by then. We'll see you guys out. Oh, and we will be speaking with you in private about what has happened in Konoha, Hinata added. Again, the clan heads and their children nodded. So far, the terms given to them by the former genin-turned-rulers were very generous. The last thing they wanted was to earn the ire of the emperor and his wife. A week had passed since the Konoha exodus, in which 4 of Konoha's most prestigious clans had defected from the village hidden in the leaves. 5 years ago, the village hidden in the leaves was considered the strongest of the shinobi villages, with the most powerful of the Jinchuriki as a deterrent in powerful clans such as the Hyuga and several others. It was a village that commanded respect from friend and foe alike. Then, Sasuke Uchiha had attempted to defect to Orochimaru, but was stopped by his teammate and brought back to Konohagakure no Sato. That was followed by the tribunal which had pardoned the Uchiha and had banished the Uzumaki. Shikamaru Nara had spoken in Naruto's defense, as did his father, his 2 teammates' parents and Heishi Hyuga. The Uchiha had broken the laws, and used the cursed seal to combat Naruto, which meant that he had to use the Nine Tails power in retaliation. The law demanded that it was to be Sasuke Uchiha, not Naruto Uzumaki, that should be banished. Surprisingly enough, Anko Mitarashi, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akamichi, Hinata Hyuga and Cell Guy spoke in Naruto's defense. But they were ignored, and Naruto was banished. When those supporting Naruto protested, Tsunade and the council threatened to strip the 4 clans of clan status, to which the Hyuga and the Ino Shika Cho responded in kind by threatening to leave Konoha, crippling it even more, should they try. Tsunade and the council had no other choice but to back down. After both the Uzumaki and the former Hyuga heiress had fled Konoha, it had become known about the events following the Uchiha retrieval mission. In the months following that incident, things had went downhill from there. Suna was the first to pull out of the alliance it had made with Konoha and Fire Country. Gaara had heard from Temari about how the Ino Shikacho and Cell Guy had spoken in Naruto's defense and approved of their actions. If they decide to leave Konoha and settle in Suna, then they would be most welcome. Wave Country soon followed, terminating its trade agreements with Konoha and Fire Country. Second, a scroll came from Spring Daimyo Koyuki Kazuhana. Not only was Spring Country terminating its trade agreements with Konoha, but given both Hitaki and Jiraiya's intimate betrayal of Naruto, she was also pulling out of the Icha Icha movie. She also threatened both Jiraiya and Cell 7 with death should they step foot in Spring Country ever again. As Jiraiya would later find out, the Spring Daimyo would later star in a series of movies based off of Murasaki Shibiku's novels once the Empire had been established. As a bonus for Spring, she had left the Empire with a trading alliance for her homeland. The same thing happened with the other countries where Naruto had made an impression. Treaties and alliances were pulled out, once they found out not only the circumstances of the banishment orders, but also the relationship between Naruto and the two Sannin. A betrayal orchestrated by his godparents. A betrayal by family. In the end, Konohagakure was known as a village who banishes their heroes and rewards traitors. The Fire Lord, as well as the village itself and the two Sannin would be synonymous with the word hypocrite, while Kakashi Hitaki, the majority of the clans who supported the banishment order, and Sasuke Uchiha himself would be synonymous with the word traitor. Even Iwa, who hated Konoha with a passion, was shocked as to how the son of their most hated enemy was treated. Despite the Stone's long-standing policy on Jinchuriki, they would have thought that the son of the Yondaime would be better treated. 2 years passed, and despite Tsunade sending out shinobi and Anbu to search for Naruto and Hinata, nothing was heard from them. Then came the rumors from the west. A place which was war-torn since the era of the Six Paths that not even the Akatsuki would dare to travel there. The wars which had plagued the west were now over, and the lands were brought under the rule of a single ruler and his wife, the Emperor and Empress consort. Then, merchant houses began to appear in Spring Country, Wave Country and Wind Country and several minor countries. From what Asuma had found out from several traveling merchants while attending the Chunin exams with his nephew's team while in Suna, the mercantile guild was known as the Pikara Merchant House, and it had originated from the west, now known as the Unified Western Empire. Its rulers was the Emperor and his wife. From what I found out, the Emperor is just a kid, Asuma had said. He was only 14 when he killed one of the more powerful warlords and united the western lands under his rule 2 years later. His wife, the Empress consort, is a medic nin and oversees the Imperial medic program. The Pikara merchants spoke highly of him. He is loved by the people and respected by shinobi and samurai alike. Out of everyone in the west, he is clearly the strongest. Sasuke Uchiha wasn't impressed. Then, 1 year after Asuma had given his report, Jiraiya reported that the Jinchuriki were disappearing. Yugito Ni was the first, but she had vanished around the same time Naruto had been banished. Then came the reports that Iwa had lost their Jinchuriki. And not long after that, A and B were overthrown by pro-auto forces and they too disappeared. Fu from Taki had also vanished and the rogue mist ninja Utakata and his student Hotaru were also gone. Tsunade and Jiraiya had suspected that the Akatsuki had taken them, but in the back of their minds, they suspected that the unified West was the main culprit, as Jiraiya had heard that the Akatsuki did not have any of them through his spy. The only Jinchuriki left in the elemental countries was Gaara and he was the Kazakage of Suna. Second, the Emperor had quite the interest in Wave Country, as Konoha had found out when they tried to send a force led by Kakashi Hitaki to force Tazuna and the Wave Council to re-establish relations with Konoha and to change the name of the bridge from the Great Naruto Bridge to the Great Uchiha Bridge. Upon reaching the bridge, they arrived just in time to see the bridge detonate from the multitude of exploding tags, once again separating Wave from Fire Country. Disappointed, the Konoha shinobi returned home. It was also known that a high-ranking official and his wife, a man dressed in black, conducted inspection tours of the Pikara merchant house branches in the east. Konoha jumped at the chance to find out the identity of the mystery ruler and his wife. Danzo Shimura had sent 2 squads of his elite root Anbu to retrieve the Emperor and his wife. He did not take into consideration that the man in black would have a crack team of bodyguards consisting of shinobi and samurai guarding them. Jiraiya had came along to watch from the shadows, and watched in shock at 8 warriors took apart 12 of Danzu's elite Nei forces while the man in black and his wife merely sat back and watched while drinking their tea. Much to Jiraiya's dismay, The man's face was concealed by a black cage-style hat, while the woman's dark bangs concealed her eyes, so identification was a bust. Danzo was furious. The nay he had sent was the cream of the crop, and the elite guards, the mystery man's bodyguards, had crushed them without breaking a sweat. Jiraiya had reported to the council that the elite guards were, if not, even more skilled than their Tokubetsu Junin. 6 months after that, Jiraiya had received word from his spy network that Orochimaru was seen lurking near the Fire-Wind border with Kabuto, checking out the Pakara outpost, located about 5 miles inside Wind Country. There, he witnessed from the shadows both Kabuto and Orochimaru get their asses handed to them by who he managed to identify as the commander of the Man in Black's bodyguards. When Orochimaru summoned Manda, she responded by producing her own summon, a massive, 7-headed serpent which was even bigger than Manda. Orochimaru, Kabuto and Manda were forced to retreat. It was then decided that Hitaki, Yamato and Sasuke Uchiha, the latter having been taken as an apprentice to Danzo, was the best chance that Konoha had in getting the information needed from the mystery man. Jiraiya's spy network had tracked the Man in Black to T-Country, where one of his elite guards was competing in a taijutsu tournament. By this time, the Man in Black was well known, even to the point that a group of S-class missing ninja from Kumo and Iwa tried to kidnap him for ransom, and had also tracked him to T-Country. And as Kakashi, Yamato and Sasuke bear witnessed, the Man in Black himself was a highly skilled fighter, as he brutally killed the S-class group of missing nin easily. Missing ninja that could even give Konoha some serious problems. Even more so, he killed them all without breaking a sweat. From Kakashi and Yamato's reports, Sasuke had initiated combat first, followed by Kakashi and Yamato. Despite both Sasuke and Kakashi wielding the Sharingan and Yamato using the Mokuton, the Man in Black had brutally beaten all 3 men down. Kakashi had it the worst, as the Man in Black had punted him through a tree. Yamato was out of the running with a broken leg, leaving Sasuke to fight the man. It was Sasuke himself who was privy as to who the Man in Black was. The Man in Black was the Emperor of the Unified West. Once Jiraiya had confirmed it, Tsunade had rescinded her orders in bringing the man in, as the last thing she wanted was a war that could easily spell disaster for Konoha. But the council was not convinced, and there was a group of Pakara merchants in the village. Deciding to hear it from the horse's mouth, Tsunade summoned one of the merchants in for questioning. Konoha Council Chambers. The merchant in question was a former kunoichi named Sachiko Asahina. Following the Unification War, she had left her unit at the age of 27 and had signed on to the Western Empire's Intelligence Division, which ultimately led her to the east, her assignment being Fire County. Her cover was that of a kunoichi turned merchant working for the Pakara Merchant House's outpost on the Fire Lightning border. But in truth, she never did retired from duty. She also had a paltry bounty of 25 million ryo placed on her head, given her role in killing a group of bandits who had tried to raid the Pakara merchant caravan while on the road to the fire capital. From what Konoha knew about her, she held a bloodline, fire release, allowing her to wield purple flames. Twice a week, she and her entourage of Pakara merchants would travel to Konoha. She was also loyal to her emperor to the point that she nearly blew her cover when she ended up arriving on the anniversary of Naruto's banishment. Fortunately, her co-workers had managed to calm her down. So imagine her surprise while packing up the stand and preparing for the trip back to the fire capital. She was summoned to the Hokage Tower by 3 members of the Anbu to face the Konoha Council. Jiraiya was also present, watching from the sidelines. The years had not been too kind on the Sannin. Once his role in Naruto's betrayal had become known, his reputation had went down the gutter. Through Daimyo Kazuhana, his Icha Icha series had stopped selling throughout the elemental countries. The Icha Icha movie would not be made. In his last mission, Jiraiya had narrowly survived. While investigating the Akatsuki, Jiraiya was ambushed near Omegakure by Konan and the 6 Paths of Pain. Despite his senjutsu and his Toad's summon, Jiraiya had nearly died in the encounter. Last, his Icha Icha series had lost its popularity due to a new series of romantic novels and poems emerging from the West through the Pakara merchants by Murasaki Shibiku. Much to Jiraiya's dismay, Murasaki's novels were a lot better than the raunchy Icha Icha series. So much so that Koyuki Kazuhana had signed on to do the movies. Tsunade looked at the former kunoichi, easily identified by her crimson flak vest and her ninjutsu, which was strapped to her back. Sachiko looked back at her with a bored, yet curious expression. Also present was Kakashi Hitaki and Sasuke Uchiha, the latter looking at her like she was a piece of meat. The slug sage cleared her throat. First off, thank you for coming to this meeting. You are not in trouble of any kind. We just have some questions we would like to ask of you. Sachiko shrugged her shoulders. Shoot. First off, what's your name? Tsunade asked. Sachiko Asahina. Former captain of the Imperial Defense Forces, 3rd Battalion, 7th Division, 1st Squad. Now, I'm a merchant house, Sachiko replied. A merchant, yet you are armed and wear the flak vest of a ninja, Kaharu pointed out. I wear this as a badge of honor. To remind myself that even though I am a merchant, I will always be a ninja, Sachiko replied. The katana is for self-defense. The shinobi could respect that, Danzo included. And Anbu handed her the picture of the disguised Naruto in his man in black outfit and the disguised Hinata in her cheongsam dress. A rose in her hair, but her face was away from the picture, so identification was impossible. Can you identify the couple in the picture? Tsunade asked. Of course, Sachiko replied. That's the Emperor of the West. The woman is his wife, the Empress consort. Whispers and murmurs were heard throughout the council chambers. Do they have names? Danzo asked. They do, but I am under orders not to say it. To ensure this, there is a seal on my tongue which keeps me from speaking their names. The Emperor and his wife has many enemies, and there are those in the East who wish to make a name for themselves by eliminating his Imperial Majesty and take his throne. His clan is virtually the richest out of all of the clans in the West. That was understandable to the gathered shinobi. That's not good enough, Asuna Haruno snapped. Tell us their names. Sachiko turned to the civilian council member. You don't like that? Tough shit. I answer to the Emperor and the Empress consort, not you. How dare you? Asuna shouted, rising to her feet. You will tell us their names right now, or else we will have you arrested. Haruno. Sit down, Tsunade ordered. Leave it to the hot-headed Haruno to antagonize their guest. But, Asuna sputtered. Shut up and sit down. The Godem bellowed. The sheer will alone made Asuna collapse into her seat. Once Asuna was properly humbled, Tsunade turned back to Sachiko. I apologize for Representative Haruno's behavior. Apology accepted, Lady Hokage, Sachiko replied. I take it you want to know more about the boss? The boss? Tsunade repeated. It's a nickname we have for the Emperor, Sachiko explained. It goes back during the days of the Unification War. To answer your question, yes, Tsunade replied, we would like to know more. He's tall. 6 feet even, reddish blonde hair, blue eyes. But when he uses his bloodline, they turn to purple with a ripple-like pattern. Likes to wear black, which earned him the nickname, the Man in Black. I fought alongside him and his wife in the Unification War, back when he was a teenager. You mean? Sume began. Sachiko nodded. He unified the lands and became emperor when he was 16 years old. That was 2 years ago. Quite an amazing feat for a kid. Both he and the lady married during the final battle at South Ichiyama. Sasuke snorted. Had I been in command of the Imperial forces, I would have ended the conflict much sooner, as I am an elite. Sachiko turned to the Uchiha with an innocent smile. I seriously doubt that. Word has spread that you and 2 other Junin-level shinobi had been defeated at the boss's hands. This after he had killed a group of S-class shinobi. So much for being an elite. What can you tell us about his wife? Shibi Aburame asked, quickly diffusing the situation while Kakashi ordered Sasuke to sit down. His wife is no slouch. She is highly skilled in taijutsu and medical ninjutsu. She is also the founder of the Imperial Medical Corps, which produces top-notch medics for both shinobi and samurai. In the meantime, something had clicked in Jiraiya's head. Sachiko had said that his eyes were purple, with ripples, a sign of his bloodline. Kakashi and Yamato said the same thing in their reports. He then asked her, your emperor. The bloodline you described. Purple eyes with ripples. Yes, Sachiko confirmed. The emperor wields the most powerful of the dojutsu, the Rinnegan. As he is a direct descendant of the Six Paths Sage, the bloodline passed down to him, thus earning him the nickname, Emperor of the Six Paths. I thought only the Senju and the Uchiha were descended from the Six Paths, Danzo said. The Six Paths adopted the ancestors who would become the Uchiha and Senju clan founders, Sachiko calmly explained. The Six Paths had one child, a daughter, of whom the Rinnegan was passed on to. She is the true descendant of the Six Paths. Is that all? I need to get back to the outpost. Tsunade nodded, and with a small bow, Sachiko used a fire shunsen to make her exit. Office of the Hokage. After Tsunade had dispersed the council, she was back inside her office. Also present were the two elder advisors, Councilman Shimura and Jiraiya. Shizune stood nearby, holding Taunton in her arms. What do you know about the Rinnegan? Tsunade asked her former teammate. It's what Asahina says, the most powerful of the dojutsu, Jiraiya explained. It allows the wielder to master each of the 5 elements. Only one other person had the Rinnegan, but I have lost contact with him early on. It can't be even more powerful than the Sharingan, can it? Hanmura asked. It is, Jiraiya confirmed. Add the fact that the Emperor is not much older than the Uchiha, and the West live and breathe warfare ever since the era of the Six Paths, the Emperor could. No, is a powerful warrior. In some cases, he could be even more powerful than the first 4 Hokages combined. There's no way that a snot-nosed brat could be even more powerful than the Uchiha, Kaharu snapped. Still, this is something that we cannot ignore, Danzo commented. With Konoha's reputation in the gutter, we are at its weakest since the Nine Tails attacked us. Suna stands poised to take our position as the strongest shinobi village, and the village in Spring Country is a serious threat to our standing. With the other nations supporting the Kyuubi brat, our enemies can attack us without penalty. This man in black, this Emperor of the Unified West. We must reach out to him, to seek an alliance with him. I concur, Hanmura seconded. The Unified West, from what I have heard, has powerful warriors, both shinobi and samurai. If we can get an alliance with him, we can send advisors to the Western Empire to make sure that he has Konoha's best interests at heart. The hidden statement did not go by Jiraiya or Tsunade. What Homura had meant by best interests had literally meant using the Empire's resources and manpower to rebuild Konoha's infrastructure, and if the Emperor was a weak-willed fellow, then they could make him into a puppet ruler while they controlled everything from behind the scenes. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Looks like you're going to the Western Empire, Jiraiya. Consider this an S-ranked mission of the utmost importance. But you're not going alone. I want you to take Captains Hitaki and Sarutobi with you, along with Junin's Haruno, Inuzuka and Aburame as escort. Aside from yourself, Kaharu and Hanmura will accompany you. Find out what the Emperor's motives are, and see if the rumors of him retrieving the Jinchuriki are true. If they are, Jiraiya prodded. The Biju are the property of the Senju clan, which makes the Jinchuriki, by extension, property of the Senju and of the Leaf. Tsunade replied. My grandfather handed over the Biju to the other shinobi villages in order to keep the peace. If the Emperor did in fact take the Jinchuriki, he shifted the balance of power in his favor. Which means that if he does become hostile, then he could unleash the power of the Jinchuriki on the Leaf, Jiraiya finished. I will go as well, Danzo said. Sasuke Uchiha and Sai will accompany me as my personal guards. Someone has to see whether or not the Empire will be a threat to the Leaf in the future. If the Emperor decided to join our side, it will prove beneficial to us in the long run. Fine, Tsunade snapped. Make sure that both you and Hitaki keeps a leash on the Uchiha. I will not have Konoha destroyed because that idiot cannot keep his ego in check. Who knows, the Uchiha could find himself a wife in the Unified West, which could make our claim even more stronger. Look at, she asked, where is Sasuke? Streets of Konoha, at the same time. Sachiko Asahina appeared before the other Pikara merchants, as they had just finished packing up their stand, securing the loads onto several horse-pulled carts. Everything okay, Captain? Miko Nanakase asked. Unlike Sachiko, she was a samurai assigned to protect the Pikara merchants. Sachiko nodded. Yes, everything is fine, let's go. As Sachiko and the Pikara caravan and their guard prepared to make their way out of Konoha, they received an unwelcome sight. That sight was Sasuke Uchiha. He was not alone, as he was flanked by 2 of Danzu's root Anbu. Wonderful, Sachiko muttered. When she had accepted the assignment to head overseas as part of the Empire's information network, Naruto had briefed the team of informants and merchants about the senior hierarchy within Konoha, as well as his former team. So she was prepared when she was brought in for questioning by the Godem and the council. Sasuke fell in step beside Sachiko, the root Anbu following close behind. "You are a strong kunoichi, Captain Asahina," he began. "Where I'm from, you have to be," Sachiko replied. "You either become strong or you become the victim." "I was there, you know, when your caravan was attacked by bandits," Sasuke continued. "And I pride myself in seeing strength as well as beauty." Sachiko, on the other hand, was fighting the urge not to gut her emperor's former teammate. "As you can see, I am just like you, an elite," Sasuke said. "Although the people in Konohagakure treat me more like a prince." "Can you make this quick?" Sachiko asked. "Not to sound rude or anything, but my people have a long journey ahead of us. We need to get back to the outpost." "Very well," Sasuke replied. "Captain Asahina, I am proposing that we unite our clans in marriage." Sachiko stopped and turned to the Uchiha. "I am honored that you would ask me to marry you," she replied, "but I must decline, as I am already married." That shot Sasuke down. "Pity. What does your husband have that I don't? I am an Uchiha. An elite among elite. No matter. When you want a true shinobi for a husband, I will be waiting, Captain Asahina." "I wouldn't hold my breath, you bastard," Sachiko thought darkly as she and her caravan exited the village. The next day, inside the House of Sovereigns. Heishi Hyuga, Hanabi Hyuga, Inoichi Yamanaka, Ino Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, Shikamaru Nara, Shuza Akamichi, Choji Akamichi, Enko Midarashi, and Ibiki Morino stood before the Imperial Council. Naruto and Hinata Namikaze sat at their usual heads at the table, along with Takuma Uzumaki, and Kurama. Naruto had revealed Kurama as the Nine Tails in human form, and had explained the circumstances in regards to the attack on Konoha. The clan heads and their heirs had taken the news quite well. That and the empire was also home to half-demons in Hanyu, all who had sworn loyalty to the emperor and empress consort. Zabuza Momichi was also present, the mist swordsman turned demon brigade general wishing to meet the legendary Ibiki. Naruto and Hinata were all business, not letting their personal relationships with the Konoha refugees get in the way as the council introduced themselves to the former clan heads and their children. "Now, I've been looking over your files along with my wife and my advisors," Naruto began, "and we have come up with your assignments. First off, in order to do your job, you are all hereby promoted to Junin." An aide appeared before the refugees, holding several hite atesh on a small tray. Heishi, Hanabi, Ibiki and both generations of the Ino Shikacho each retrieved a hite 8. Once the aide was gone, Naruto continued with the meeting. "Ibiki Morino. You, Enko Midarashi and Inoichi Yamanaka are assigned to the interrogation division." At that moment, Zabuza stepped forward. "This is General Zabuza Momichi, commander of the Demon Brigade, and head of the interrogation division." Inoichi recognized the name. "You're the Demon of the Mist." "That I am," Zabuza replied. "But I prefer the Demon of Kimen. The chief has spoken highly of you, Yamanaka." Turning to Ibiki, he said, "Morino. So we finally meet in the flesh." "I've heard of you as well, Momichi," Ibiki replied. "I just wanted to say that I am a big fan of your work, and I can't wait to see you in action," Zabuza said. "Here, we are in the business of interrogation and torture, and let me tell you that here, business is good." Hinata nudged her husband. "You think that Zabuza enjoys his job a bit too much?" she whispered. "Can't deny the results," Naruto whispered back. Clearing his throat, Naruto continued the meeting. "Shikamaru Nara. You noticed the Suna consulate in the city, right?" "Yeah, I did, Chief," the slacker replied. "Your assignment is that you are my liaison to the Suna consulate," Naruto said. "Tamari is the Suna representative here." Shikamaru muttered, "Troublesome," under his breath, but accepted the assignment. "Shikaku Nara, as you were the Junin commander, you are assigned to the Ministry of Shinobi Affairs under Okajima," Naruto said. "Despite your bad habits of being a slacker, you are also impartial and will not take no one's sides when it comes to investigating shinobi matters. Shuza and his son will accompany you. This does not mean that I will break up the Ino Shikacho. Both teams will be called on to help the people." Hinata turned to Ino. "Ino Yamanaka. Your file said that you were studying to be a medic nin, right?" "Yes, Lady Hinata," Ino replied. The Imperial Medic Corps has produced top-notch medic nins and combat medics, Hinata explained. Matsuri of Suna was a protege of mine, as she is now the head of Suna's medic program. If you wish, you can study under me. Ino nodded her head in approval. I'd be honored, Lady Hinata, she gushed. Hinata turned to her father. Since it's only fair for one of my husband's clansmen to serve as an advisor, I talked it over with the others and they agreed to offer you the chance to join the advisor staff. I accept your offer, Heishi said. There is still the matter of your position within the clan. Hanabi can take over as head of the clan, Hinata suggested. I will officially hand over that responsibility to her. Heishi nodded. And the other Hyuga? They will serve as part of the military police force patrolling Kimen, Naruto replied. There's something else I want to know. What were the views on the other Junin senseis? They supported the Godem and the CRA, Shikaku said. Sarutobi and his wife, Maeda Gai, and Hitaki. At that moment, a shinobi working for the intelligence division appeared via Shunshin and handed Naruto a scroll. Naruto thanked the shinobi, who disappeared and opened the scroll. Hinata leaned over to read the contents of the scroll and immediately frowned. Well, Naruto drawled, that didn't take them very long. What is it? Inoichi asked. Naruto passed the scroll to a guard, who in turn passed it to Heishi, allowing him and the other clan heads to read over his shoulders. This has been verified? Heishi asked. Afraid so, Naruto replied. But it was something that I was expecting once the West became known to the countries and the shinobi villages back east. Looks like I'm going to have to face my past. Troublesome, Shikaku said. Senju has sent Jiraiya, Shimura, Mitokado and Utatane here, with Hitaki, Sarutobi and the remnants of cells 7 and 8 as part of their guard. Konoha has become desperate, Naruto said. With my banishment, they had become a virtual pariah state along with all of Fire Country. Now, with 4 of their clans here, along with some of their most experienced Junin, Konoha, in the eyes of the other major villages, will no longer be seen as one of the strongest. Suna will more than likely take Konoha's spot as the strongest village. There's still the matter of the envoy, Senshi continued, interlacing his fingers. With Konoha's reputation gone, Senju had more than likely sent the envoy here to negotiate a military and political alliance. Second, Katsumoto Imperial nation is still young as is our rulers. Konoha would only leech off of us, use our resources to further their agenda. In most cases, they would transform our emperor into a puppet ruler. And Danzo? Shikaku asked. It takes a warhawk to know a warhawk, the elder samurai continued. Shimura wants to investigate our military capabilities, to gauge our strength. Despite their political savvy, we have the muscle. But most important, to see whether or not we are a threat. In the event that he sees us as such, more than likely, he would, shall we say, cut the head off the snake. Are you sure about that? Heishi asked. If I was Shimura, I would, Senshi replied. What's the exact time of arrival? They will arrive on Thursday night, Naruto replied. As much as I would like to turn them away, I can't as it would violate the laws of hospitality in regards to foreign envoys. Meanwhile, with Cell 9. While Naruto and the Imperial Council made plans as to how they would deal with Jiraiya and the Konoha envoy once they arrived, Tenten, Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga decided to walk around the Imperial capital. Neji was in good spirits following the removal of the caged bird seal. Aside from that fact, he could publicly pursue his relationship with Tenten without any consequence. As noon approached, the trio was strolling through the Imperial capital's merchant district, when Tenten stopped in her tracks in front of a store. Once Neji and Rock Lee stopped and looked at what caused Tenten to stop, they shook their heads in resignation. Tenten had been their teammate for many years and she prided herself on being the resident weapons master for Cell Guy. Which is why the store in question which made Tenten pause was Kimen's premier weapons shop, think the Wutai weapons shop, but bigger. The sign on the side read Himura Weapons and Accessories. Resigning themselves to their proverbial fate, Neji and Rock Lee followed Tenten inside. Weapons lined the walls. Swords, staffs, various melee weapons, the works. The weapons vendor was easily identified by her khaki flak vest as a member of the Hellcats, and she looked older than Tenten. She watched with mild amusement as the woman with the buns looked at the weapons with great interest. Behind the vendor was various types of equipment and accessories. Need help with anything? The vendor asked. Tenten shook her head. no just looking. I can see you have an eye for weapons, the vendor said. You have no idea, Neji said, ignoring the nasty look his girlfriend was giving him. You won't find no better weapons here in the West, or in the East, for that matter, the vendor said. That comment got the trio's attention. How did you? Rock Lee began. It's quite the hot topic here among the people here. That, and it's pretty obvious that you three are not originally from here. I'm sorry, where are my manners? I'm Miko Himura. This is my family's weapons shop. I used to own a weapons shop back in Konoha, Tenten replied. But I ended up having to sell it when I left Konoha during the Exodus. She picked up a knife and inspected it. To Tenten, it was unique, as the blade was about 24 inches long, the cutting edge of the blade being inwardly curved in shape. That's a favorite weapon in the Lodja Mountains north of here, Miko explained. The Empress wields a pair. It's called a kukri knife. It's beautiful, Tenten said. The metal used in our weapons comes from the Lodja Mountains, Miko explained. The iron in the mountains is very strong. Aside from selling weapons, we also do custom orders, as our clan are also the best swordsmiths and metalworkers in the West. We carry katanas, ninjatus, tantos, dao broadswords, just damn near anything your heart desires. We also sell accessories such as storage scrolls, weights, even medical kits. So what are you, shinobi or samurai? Neji asked. Samurai, Miko replied. Recently promoted to the rank of Siseibushi, which is the samurai equivalent of Junin. So you came from Konoha, which meant you knew the chief and his wife when they were growing up, right? When the trio nodded, Miko asked, so what were they like? He wore orange, Tenten deadpanned. A color which all but screamed, kill me. That, and he was known as the unpredictable, knuckle-headed ninja of Konoha. His wife is my cousin. She had a crush on him when we were in the academy. Our relationship was, for lack of a better term, strained, Neji said, remembering the Chunin exams in which he had nearly killed Hinata out of spite, followed by Naruto beating him inside the Konoha stadium. Fortunately, she's not the type to hold grudges. Tenten eyed the flak vest. I've seen that same type of vest on several of the kunoichi and samurai. This identifies me as a member of the Hellcats, Miko said, noticing Yugito enter the store, while the trio of shinobi did not. The Hellcats? Tenten parroted. What's that? The Hellcat unit is an all-female unit consisting of kunoichi and onabugeisha under my command, Yugito explained, enjoying the fact that she had gotten the jump on the three former Konoha shinobi. We're the best at what we do, and I won't work with anyone who is up to snuff. You have a weapons specialist? Tenten asked. Yeah. Her, Yugito replied, pointing to Miko. But she is my samurai weapons specialist. Why? You wish to sign up? Tenten nodded. I'm interested in wanting to know more. Yugito looked at the younger woman, as if she was sizing her up. You show promise, and I pride myself on finding such talent. Come by the Red Lotus later on for lunch. We'll talk some more. Tenten nodded eagerly. Okay. The Konoha envoy consisting of Jiraiya, the two elders, Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi Hitaki, Sai and the remnants of cells 7 and 9, arrived in Kimen City late Thursday night. Tsunade and the Konoha Council had made it clear, as this was an sulfur monosulfide class mission of the utmost importance. The Konoha envoy was to gain an audience with the Emperor of the Unified West and seek a military and political alliance with Konoha and Fire Country. Upon arrival in the Imperial capital, the first thing that Jiraiya and the others did was secure lodgings for their stay. The customs officer who had checked their identification had pointed them in the direction of the Red Lotus Inn, a 3-story inn and restaurant who catered to tourists and dignitaries. Unknown to Jiraiya and the others was that the owner of the Red Lotus was married to a member of the Empire's Information Division, the members of the Demon Brigade watching their every move. Once the Konoha group was settled in, they had put in the request for a guide to show them around the Imperial capital. The Red Lotus was built around 2 hot springs, and the Red Lotus was famous for its springs. Only the hot springs in the Lodja Mountains surpassed those found at the inn. Of course, it took both Asuma and Kakashi to keep Jiraiya away from peeping in the hot springs. Meanwhile, inside the House of Sovereigns, the Emperor and Empress of the Unified Western Empire were in a meeting with the captain of the elite guards, the team of shinobi and samurai assigned to protect the Emperor and Empress consort. Benezato Minazuki was a member of the Minazuki clan, The Minazuki was known to both the shinobi and the samurai as the Snake Tribe, for good reason, as the Minazuki clan were poison specialists, and claimed ancestry from the legendary eight-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi. Aside from being poison specialists, the Minazuki were also skilled assassins, and were a serious thorn in Rokubungi Oda's side when he ran Kimen. Like Orochimaru, the Minazuki had snake summons, but unlike Manda, theirs had multiple heads and was much bigger, with Benisato's main summon being the seven-headed serpent known as Agaya. Their taijutsu style was also modeled around the snake. Think Shiquan, the same style Christie uses combined with Shang Tsung's snake style, and was proven to be incredibly deadly. It was because of her abilities that she was known as the Snake Queen of Kimen. Benizato was as tough as she was beautiful. Her casual attire, which reminded Naruto of Tsunade's attire, save that the colors were different. A white haori with the design of Yamada no Orochi on the back, a black sleeveless kimono-style blouse which was held closed by a gray obi. Her pants are the same color as her blouse and obi. The tattoos on her shoulders and neckline were slightly visible, while her left arm had a tattoo of a snake coiled around her arm, ending at her wrist. Her hair fell down her back, ending at her waist. As Naruto and Hinata found out, Benizato herself was the diametric opposite of Orochimaru. She had the beauty and brains to match the snake Sannin, but not his ego nor his desire for immortality. Despite being roughly the age of the Sannin, she looked like she was in her mid-20s. She did not use an immortality jutsu like Orochimaru or a genjutsu like Tsunade, but as with the female members of the Minazuki clan, shed their skin to maintain their youthful appearance. Last, both her and the Minazuki clan were loyal to their emperor and empress. Her mother, Seiko Minazuki, was the matriarch of the clan. She was offered a place on the council, but had declined, having decided to retire from the post and naming her second child, Benisato's younger brother Benjiru, as her successor. Benjiru worked in the Shinobi Affairs Division. A prodigy in her younger days, she was the only one who can beat Takuma Chiba's 6 falls out of 10, and could give the Empress consort a run for her money. Benizato also had run-ins with the shinobi from Konohagakure no Sato, as she accompanied her emperor and empress to the east on inspections of the consulates and the Pakara merchant houses. While competing in a taijutsu tournament in Tea Country, she had defeated Maida Gai, who was there with several other junin investigating the emperor and empress consort, unknowns to the both of them at the time. Among her victories against those who had wronged her emperor and empress was against Asuma Sarutobi, Sume Inuzuka and Maida Gai. She also scared the crap out of Jiraiya when he tried to peek in on her, and forced both Orochimaru and Kabuto to retreat, which was a nice bonus. "You wanted to see me?" she asked. Naruto nodded. "Consider this a S-class assignment, Benizato. Nothing hard or fancy. I want you to act as an escort to the Konoha envoy when they arrive." The Snake Queen frowned. "Why me? Hinata and I want eyes on Jiraiya and the others," Naruto explained. "I wouldn't put it past for Jiraiya and the others to try anything funny while they're here. Since you have faced off and beaten most of them in combat, they would be less inclined to attack you. That, and Jiraiya has a dislike of snakes, as it reminds him of his former teammate," Hinata added. Benizato thought about it for a moment. Then she nodded. "Okay, Chief, Lady Hinata. I'll take the assignment. Where are they now?" "They are at the Red Lotus Inn," Hinata replied. "Try not to kill them." "Okay. I will take my leave," Benizato said as she turned on her heel and walked out of the council chambers. Red Lotus Inn, minutes later. The following day, the Konoha shinobi were informed that their guide had arrived. To Jiraiya's shock and horror, he saw that their tour guide was the snake lady he had met back in Tea Country. Now fully clothed, she had a somewhat amused expression at seeing Jiraiya react upon seeing her again. "Ah, it's you," Jiraiya shouted, pointing at the woman. Asuma Sarutobi recognized the woman as well, as did Kakashi Hitaki. "You're the group looking for a guide around the city?" Benizato asked. "You're looking at her." She introduced herself. "Major Benizato Minazuki, commander of the elite guard." She turned to Jiraiya. "So you're leading this group, you old pervert?" Kiba looked at Benizato with an odd look on his face. "You smell a lot like snakes," he confirmed. Benizato turned to the feral Junin. The Konoha envoy watched as her serpent tattoo began to shift slightly. "Do you have a problem with that, dog breath?" she asked sweetly. Kiba shook his head rapidly. "No, none at all. You know Jiraiya? Asuma asked, changing the subject. Of course, Benizado replied. The pervert tried to peek in on me one night while I was enjoying a late-night soak in the hot springs back in Tea Country a while back. Flashback. Tea Country, several months ago. Sneaking into the women's hot springs was easy enough for Jiraiya, but he was very disappointed upon entering, as there was a single woman inside the hot springs. Jiraiya saw only her backside, but he could tell that she was very curvaceous, her skin an exotic shade of pale. He could tell that she had long dark hair, but it was slung over one shoulder. Jiraiya also noticed that from the neck down, ending at her knees, her backside and shoulders was covered in tattoos, blue clouds and lotus blossoms, and much to Jiraiya's dismay, snakes. Snakes, Jiraiya thought. Why did it have to be snakes? The woman had sensed Jiraiya's presence. Are you lost? She asked. This is the women's bath. Quickly getting over his gaffe, Jiraiya responded. Sorry, he said, playing the fool. I seem to have lost my way, and... Jiraiya stopped in mid-speech as she looked at the woman's body art. Was his mind playing tricks on him, or was the snake tattoos on her back moving? No, he was not going crazy. The snake tattoos are moving. The woman stood up and turned around. Jiraiya saw that she was gorgeous, green eyes, full lips. Were it not for the fact that his life was in danger from the snake tattoos, which had now removed themselves from her body and taken a more lifelike form, he would have jumped on the woman. But Jiraiya didn't. Realization crept across his face as he recognized her from several weeks earlier, from when she had defeated both Orochimaru and his lackey near the Windfire border. It's not very nice to try and peep in on women, you know, she said as she outstretched her hand, her snakes coiled, ready to strike, fangs dripping with venom. It would be a shame if I took the one thing that you treasure the most. And my snake's venom is so potent that it can make your little boys impotent. The threat of being rendered infertile had the proper effect on Jiraiya. He turned and ran for his life. Once the perverted Sannin was gone, the snakes reverted back to their tattoo-like forms and settled back onto the woman's body. The woman herself began to laugh her ass off, relishing in the fact that she had scared the crap out of her emperor's former godson. End flashback. Benisado's backstory earned Jiraiya a death glare from Sakura and Kaharu. Asuma and Kakashi shook their heads. After the Konohagakure envoy introduced themselves, Danzo was looking at the woman with interest. That is a very interesting technique you have, he commented. As it should, Benizado replied, raising her left hand, allowing the snake tattoo on her arm and forearm to come to life. The dark snake coiled around her arm, flicking its forked tongue out, and hissing at Jiraiya. The Minazuki are descended from Yamada no Orochi, or so the story goes. You can say that the Minazuki and the snake are intertwined. The snake returned to its normal position and changed back into a tattoo. About the tour of the city, Asuma prodded. Of course, Benizado replied. Since we are closest to the hospital, we will start there. The Empress will not be there, as she will be with her husband in a series of meetings with the council. However, Major Yamada, the lady's second-in-command and Director Uzumaki will be present. As expected, Benizado noted the reactions of the Konoha envoy when she said, Uzumaki. Jiraiya's mood darkened, as did Asuma and Kakashi. Sakura looked angry, as did Kiba. Sasuke looked smug. Sai looked, well, like Sai. Danzo's frown deepened. Kaharu and Hanmura held their tongues in check, lest they said the wrong thing and get ejected from the country, as their guide was the commander of the Emperor and Empress consort's bodyguards. Did you say Uzumaki? Sakura repeated. Yes, Benizado confirmed. Director Karen Uzumaki. She was an understand sword alongside Matsuri of Suna. That shot Jiraiya and the others down. Oh, Uzumaki, you say? Danzo repeated. I thought the Uzumaki clan were wiped out in the last war back in the east. Oh, far from it, Benizado replied. The Uzumaki is one of the great imperial clans of the west. Its clan patriarch is Takuma Uzumaki. At that name, Jiraiya and Danzo visibly paled, as did Asuma Sarutobi. Takuma Uzumaki was the younger brother of Kushina Uzumaki, which made her Minato's brother-in-law, and more importantly, Naruto's uncle. He was known as the Maelstrom of Whirlpool, for his skills in Fuinjutsu and ninjutsu, as well as his fierce temper. As Benizado led Jiraiya and the others to the hospital, The wheels in Jiraiya's head were turning. Kushina had told him once she was safe in Konoha that the Uzumaki had been decimated, that only a scant few remained following Uzushiogakir's destruction. But Kushina had been more wily than Jiraiya had given her credit for. So, Kushina, Jiraiya thought, you must have known that Whirlpool was going to fall, and obviously you did not trust Konoha. But you were married to Minato, so your hands were tied. So you had Takuma and the surviving Uzumaki and Whirlpool shinobi flee the country. Never would have suspected that they would relocate here. Well played, Kushina. Well played indeed. What Jiraiya did not know was that the bodies of the Uzushiogakure shinobi that littered the ruined village were instead those of Kumo and Iwa shinobi dressed in Uzu's uniforms. Kushina had ordered her brother, the Yondaime Azukage, to relocate the entire village to its fallback spot, located in the west, out of sight, out of mind. But a second thought began to creep into Jiraiya's mind. If Naruto fled to the west and found out that he had family here, and if they found out from him about Konoha's betrayal. He pushed that thought out of his mind as Benizato led him and the others to the hospital. The Imperial Hospital of Kimen was bigger than that of the one in Konoha. Located in a wooded section of Kimen, the hospital consisted of two buildings. The main hospital, which was a 5-story building, and the smaller, 3-story building which housed the hospital's intensive care unit for its more serious cases. Karen Uzumaki, the director of the hospital, and Kokura Yamada, the Empress consort's number 2 in the medic program, had given the Konoha envoy a tour of the hospital. Aside from medic ninjas who worked with the shinobi, the samurai had combat medics. The medics in training got the basics of medic training from the academy, which consists of human anatomy, chakra control and studying medical texts. Upon graduation, the medics were given an 8-month training course in their respective fields. As Sakura and the others saw, the medic nins were proficient in techniques such as the chakra scalpel and the mystic palm jutsu, but they were also well versed in acupuncture and shiatsu, finger and palm pressure, stretches and other massaging techniques. The combat medics, who did not use chakra, relied on the latter. What surprised Sakura and the others were that some one of them had incorporated their various elemental releases into the medical ninjutsu. The medics, shinobi and samurai, were also highly skilled in herbology, the theory of traditional herbal therapy, something that has not been seen in the East. As the Western Empire was home to many types of medicinal herbs, such herbs in the East were very rare. When Sakura questioned as to how effective the Imperial combat medics were, Karen and Koda had taken them to an observation room, where they watched an operation in progress. The patient was a prominent merchant working for the Pikara merchant house, who was being operated on for a ruptured appendix, while Karen explained the procedure. First, they used shiatsu to dull the pain from his appendix. Then they used it to knock him out cold. Working quickly, they opened him up, removed the ruptured appendix and stitched him close. The merchant would be in bed for 2 weeks following the operation, but would make a full recovery. The operation took less than 30 minutes. The combat medics were professional and precise. Despite the fact that the Imperial Medic Corps was far more advanced than Konoha's own program, Sakura Haruno was highly impressed, as was Danzo and the 2 elders. With the tour of the hospital over, Benizato had taken back her charges. Danzo then suggested that they go and check out the school for the shinobi and samurai in training. In the unified West, the training school for the rising shinobi and samurai had no official name. It was simply known as the Academy. The largest ones were in the major cities in the West: Kimen, Kurata Port, Shinzoku, South Ichiyama and Tears Point. Located in the western part of Kimen, the academy was easily twice the size of the Shinobi Academy in Konoha, a compound unto itself, complete with dorms for orphaned children who were being trained as samurai and shinobi. When Naruto and Hinata had ascended to the position of Emperor and Empress consort, they realized that a national system of education for the next generation of samurai and shinobi was needed. The second thing that Naruto and Hinata had done after establishing the elite guard was to organize a system of training schools for the shinobi and samurai. Unlike the Shinobi Academy in Konoha, which by their time had been watered down, and in most cases lacked the necessary funding as the civilian council had stole a sizable portion of the academy's funding, the Emperor and Empress consort, with the full backing of the Imperial Council, made sure that the academy was a top-notch school, the faculty being only Junin and Siseibushi veterans who had fought in the Unification Wars. The academy had 2 headmasters, one samurai, the other a shinobi. The shinobi headmistress was Azumi Kato, a Junin-level shinobi, while the samurai headmaster was a Shiseibushi named Ryahaku Kojima. The pair had already been notified of the visit and was asked by Naruto and Hinata to give them a tour of the facility. The academy's students were taught not only the basics, such as geography, reading, writing, arithmetic and science, but also taught basic hand-to-hand combat for both shinobi and samurai, as Jiraiya and the three elders found out not only did the shinobi and samurai in training attended the same classes, but that the samurai can also use chakra to reinforce their weapons to make them even more stronger. As the students entered in their final 2 years in the academy, they began to take specialized classes in regards to their fields. For those who showed interest in pursuing a medical career, they would begin taking classes in basic and advanced medicine. Upon graduation, aside from being assigned to their cells, the rising medic nins and combat medics would spend 2 days out of the week at the hospital. For those who specialized in tracking and spying, they had sensor class for the shinobi, and recon class for the samurai. Physical education was also top priority, as Jiraiya and the others saw various classes in chakra control, physical strength training and endurance training. As Headmaster Kojima and Headmistress Kato said, the training is brutal, yes, but it makes them tough. And the assignments? Simply put, an S-rank mission to Konoha is like a C rank to the Imperial shinobi and samurai. Jiraiya and Danzo wanted to see more, but Benizado refused, citing national security issues. In short, the Academy's training methods were far superior to those of Konoha's own, as much as the elders and Jiraiya hated to admit, as the Empire's methods cranked out battle-worthy shinobi and samurai in half the time Konoha could. Even worse, a mid-level Imperial shinobi and samurai could easily thrash 5 of Konoha's Junin. So the young shinobi and samurai in training take classes together? Kaharu asked as they were leaving the academy. Yes, Benizado replied. As the Imperial Defense Forces are both shinobi and samurai, they train together and fight together. The Emperor and a warrior's strength, whether they are a shinobi or a samurai, comes from the warrior who is fighting by his side. Something that Senshi has taught them both. Show respect and honor to those who fight by your side, and it will be returned 100-fold. Senshi? Danzo repeated. He had heard the name before when he was younger. He is the Minister of Defense, and the only samurai to ever reach the rank of Kodenbushi, the legendary samurai, Benizado explained. Similar to that of Konoha's legendary Sannin. This, Jiraiya knew, as he, Tsunade and Orochimaru had faced the wily samurai in a 3-on-1 battle and lost shortly after their confrontation with Hanzo the Salamander. On top of that, Senshi had also defeated Hiruzen Sarutobi, a man known to Konoha as the Professor, and the God of Shinobi, and fought General Mifune to a draw. The samurai have a ranking system which is similar to the shinobi, the Snake Queen continued. Anasaibushi is the equivalent of Genin. Shukanbushi is the equivalent of Chunin. And Shiseibushi is the equivalent of Junin. Only a Shiseibushi can take on apprentices, or even a cell of Anasaibushi. At that moment, Sasuke decided to speak. A shinobi will always be stronger than a samurai. Benizado stopped and turned around. Know this, she replied curtly. I fought with the samurai. They are just as tough as battle-hardened Junin. In some cases, a samurai can be better suited for a mission rather than a shinobi, and vice versa. The Emperor himself is trained in both the ways of the shinobi and the samurai, a fact that you yourself can attest to that painfully. Sasuke growled. Benizado had him there. For all his talk about being an elite, the Emperor was clearly stronger than him. Seeing the Uchiha was properly humbled for the time being, Benizado continued with the tour. Since today is Friday, you guys are in for a treat, Benizado said. Even though we are at peace, the Emperor and Empress consort wants our forces to be razor sharp. Every Friday, we hold local tournaments here in Kimen and in other parts of the Empire. We're on our way to the proving grounds now to have a look. You guys hold local tournaments? Kiba asked, now interested. Benizado nodded. Yes. It provides free entertainment for the civilians, and it also promotes healthy rivalries between samurai and shinobi. There's also the Imperial Kumite, which is held in South Ichiyama every first week in July. Only the best of the best compete in the Imperial Kumite. Interesting, Sasuke thought as he and the others followed Benizado. The proving grounds were Kimen's answer to Konoha's training grounds used by their shinobi to hone in their skills. Located on the outskirts of the Imperial capital, the proving grounds was 3 times the size of training ground number 44, the Forest of Death. The proving grounds was split into 4 sections. Ground number 1 was the Enlightenment grounds, in which samurai and shinobi meditated in peace with the help of the shinobi monks who maintained the grounds. Ground number 2 was the weapons grounds, where shinobi and samurai spar using their various weapons. Ground number 3 was the jutsu grounds, where the shinobi practiced their techniques. Of course, Sasuke tried to use the Sharingan to steal the jutsu, but found that upon activating his dojutsu, it would automatically cut off. He tried again, but with the same results. Kakashi and unknown to both the last Uchiha and Hitaki. Danzo tried to do the same with his own hidden Sharingan, but with the same results as did the Uchiha and his former sensei. Last was ground number 3, which was simply known as the arena. Located in the heart of the proving grounds, the arena was one large area which was clear of trees. The arena was closed off on 3 sides, with a series of stands on the 3 sides. A lodge which served as a medical station was located beside the stands on the left-hand side. To the Konoha group, it reminded them of the Chunin exams stadium in a way. A massive ledde, a circular training platform, was placed in the middle of the arena. An inscription was written around the ledde's edge which read, "The brave do not fear the grave." As the stands were already full of spectators and competitors, Benesato and the Konoha group simply stood to the side and watched as the matches commenced. As the tournament continued, Asuma and Kakashi had to admit that the Western shinobi and samurai were incredibly tough, even tougher than their counterparts in Kumo and Iwa. Sasuke snorted as he dismissed the Western shinobi and samurai as weak and unworthy of the power they wielded. Kaharu and Hanmura were literally drooling, salivating as the gears in their heads had went into overdrive as they continued to watch the tournaments. It was true that the West had the muscle, but Konoha, in their eyes, had the political advantage. Even though his face said otherwise, Danzo was making plans. Plans which involve using the Empire's shinobi as fresh recruits for his route Anbu. But 2 of the combatants had caught Jiraiya and the others' attention once they stepped onto the ledde. Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga. Benesato watched as Takeshi Chiba stepped onto the ledde. Interesting. A 2-on-1 match, she mused. Jiraiya turned to Benesato. Huh. The Snake Queen gestured to Takeshi, who had with a gesture of his hand, silently ordered both the Hyuga prodigy and the Goken expert to step back, allowing him to stand in between the 2 former Konoha shinobi. Takeshi Chiba, the elite guard's resident taijutsu master, she explained. Very dangerous. Very tough. Not as tough as me, though. So are those 2, Jiraiya replied as the fight commenced. I'm sure you know that they were once Konoha shinobi until recently. Word gets around, Benesato replied as she spied Senshi, Heishi Hyuga, Koda Chiba and Takuma Uzumaki seated together, talking. In fact, it's the big talk around the Empire. The Emperor has granted the 4 clan heads and the Junin that had came with them political asylum. Any idea as to why the Emperor would do such a thing? Sakura asked. Granting them asylum and risking the ire of the Leaf? Jiraiya shot Sakura a glance which told her to shut up. He then noticed Heishi with the other members of the council watching the fight. It's confirmed that the Emperor and Empress consort granted Heishi and the others asylum. So if they're here, could he be here as well? He thought as he continued to watch the fight between the 2 former Konoha shinobi and Takeshi Chiba. Despite the combined effort of Neji and Rock Lee, they were no match for Takeshi, as he brought the both of them down. Red Lotus Inn. Jiraiya's room. Following the tournament, Benesato had taken the Konoha group back to the Red Lotus and left for her own home. Jiraiya had ordered everyone to his room for a quick meeting in regards as to what they had seen that day. Jiraiya, however, was disappointed at the fact that he could not meet Murasaki Shibuku. I can honestly say that I am very impressed with the Western shinobi and samurai, Asuma said, remembering the match between Gai's former pupils and Takeshi Chiba. Benesato's teammate, the taijutsu expert. He held his own against Neji and Rock Lee. That guy would have been at home with the Fire Lord's guardian ninja. Their training methods for their shinobi and samurai are very impressive, Shino said. The most logical conclusion is that they combine classroom education and field exercises in order to produce battle-worthy shinobi. The Imperial Medic Corps methods as to how they train their medic nins. Sakura began as she was compiling a series of reports that was to be given to Tsunade once she returned to Konoha. Lady Tsunade may be one of the best medic nins in the history of the elemental nations, but not even she could come up with the things I've seen. Whoever the Empress is. As much as I hate to say it, she could surpass Tsunade in medical knowledge. Danzo remained silent, but Kaharu and Hanmura were trading notes. Danzo was troubled. The Uzumaki clan was still alive. Takuma Uzumaki thought was interrupted when he overheard Sasuke made his opinion known to his former sensei, and to everyone in the room. I'm not impressed, Hitaki. These Westerners are beneath the leaf. They're beneath me, an elite. If given the chance, I would show them all the might of the Uchiha. Sasuke, remember what I taught you in Sakura, Kakashi replied. You must look underneath the hidden meanings. You may be good, given that you trained under myself and Danzo, but not even you could face down one of the Empire's warriors. We both fought the Emperor himself and lost. The Emperor got lucky, Sasuke shot back. Without that title to back him up, he is nothing compared to me. Now Asuma was getting tired of Sasuke's shit. Sasuke, shut up. Sasuke's head snapped to the Sarutobi clan head. What did you say, Sarutobi? I told you to shut up, Asuma snapped, rising to his feet, hands itching to reach for his trench knives. Ever since the Emperor has beaten you in combat, you could not let that go. You could not accept the fact that there is someone out there who is stronger than you. Sasuke stood up, his eyes morphing into the Megankyu. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? He snarled, hand reaching for his Chikudo. Someone who has been nothing but trouble for Konoha, Asuma shot back. At least that demon brat of a teammate was more loyal than you ever were. Even though they will not tell you, since they worship the ground you walk on, but I will. All of this is not Uzumaki's fault, but yours. You tried to run to Orochimaru, but the Kyuubi brat stopped you, despite the fact that you shoved a Chidori into his chest. It was because of him we had trade and military alliances, and it was because of you that we lost them all. And it's because of you that 4 of our strongest clans and 200 Junin defected from the Leaf. Because of you, our place as the strongest in the elemental nations is being threatened by Suna. The only reason that Dobi won is because he had the power of the 9 tails backing him up, Sarutobi. Remember that, Sasuke reminded him. That's the pot calling the kettle black, since you had the power of Orochimaru's cursed seal, and that was not even enough for you to kill him, not to mention that my father, the Sannin, and the council had purposely stunted his growth. So who is stronger? The dead last, or the elite? Before leaving the room, Asuma left with a parting shot. We should have kept the Kyuubi brat and banished you instead. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Sasuke was seething as the Megankyu began to spin. That little. Sasuke. Stand down, Danzo ordered. Sarutobi does have a point on the matter regarding the Emperor. The Rinnegan is indeed stronger than the Sharingan, and the fact that the Emperor did not use it in the fight shows that he is indeed a powerful shinobi. This is a very dangerous game, Sasuke. Konoha's future depends on what happens tomorrow. Jiraiya stood up. I'll calm Asuma down. Everyone else go and get some sleep. We got a big day tomorrow. The following morning, Jiraiya and the Konoha group were having breakfast inside the Red Lotus restaurant. The dining area was for the most case deserted, as it was a Saturday morning. The tension between Sasuke Uchiha and Asuma Sarutobi was still thick from the previous night, which is why both men sat on opposite sides of the table. Sasuke had not remembered how Asuma had told him that his dead last of a former teammate was worth more than him, and vowed to pay the Sarutobi clan head back for that insult. Shame that his little bastard of a nephew and his cell had died, Sasuke thought darkly. I would have loved to place them under a genjutsu. The previous night, Sasuke had written off the Imperial forces as weak and unworthy to be in his presence. But it was Kaharu and Hanmura who had made Sasuke think otherwise. As always, like they had done when he was a child, they stroked his ego, telling him that through this alliance, he would learn the Empire's secrets, that through the Empire, he would become even more powerful. Powerful enough to even kill Itachi and to prove to his missing teammate that he was indeed the strongest once and for all. Sasuke liked that idea. Once he killed Itachi, not only would he beat Naruto's head into powder, but he would also crush the Emperor under his might. 4 people then entered the restaurant. The locals who were present knew who they were, and were smart enough to keep out of their way. These 4 highly trained shinobi and samurai were one of the Empire's elite special forces unit, a quartet of S-ranked warriors whose bloodlines allowed them to wield the power of the elements of wind, earth, fire and lightning. This same group of fighters who had easily crushed the Akatsuki, but did not kill any of them, only the Emperor and Empress matched them in power and skill. They were known by several names: the Shitenno, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 4 Devas. They walked over to the table where Jiraiya and the others sat. Kiba saw them first and alerted Jiraiya and the others to their presence. The first member was a mirror image of the Pikara merchant, Imperial spy Sachiko Asahina. In truth, she was her identical twin sister, the eldest by 5 minutes, save that while Sachiko had long hair, hers was cut short. Like her twin sister, she wielded the power of the flames, but while Sachiko's flames were red, hers were black. She was dressed in the standard Junin uniform of the Imperial Defense Force, the black Shozoku uniform, similar to what Hinata usually wears while working with the medics inside the hospital, over a red Junin flak vest. A ninjutsu was strapped to small of her back. Her hite-8 was wrapped around her neck. Her name was Sadako Asahina, the mistress of the dark flames. The second member was also female. Unlike the other 3, who were traditional shinobi, she was the product of a union between a kunoichi and a ronin samurai, which meant she was trained in both the ways of the shinobi and samurai, meaning that she was part of the samurai ninja warrior class who embraced both styles. Hailing from the town of Shinoko, she was a member of an ancient warrior cult who worshipped the deity Asura. Similar to the Jashin cult Hidan is a part of, just not as bloodthirsty. She wore no flak vest with her clothing, which consisted of a black bustier, black pants and boots. Think Princess Katana from the movies. Dual tantos were stuck inside her boots. Her dark hair fell behind her back. Her forehead protector was wrapped around her left leg. She looked exotic, the clear gray eyes looking down on the Konoha group with disdain. She was the protector of the divine winds, Kaide Kuriyama. The third member was a bald and bearded mountain of a man, standing 7 feet tall, literally a walking mountain of muscle. His armor reminded Jiraiya of Han's steam armor in appearance, only difference was that there was no steam. Aside from the armor, he had on a pair of black pants, but went barefoot. He was the oldest of the group, tanned, and loved a good fight. Strapped to his back was a giant broadsword the size of Zabuza's head-chopping cleaver. Like he wore his hite-8 around his bicep. He was Kentaro Kagami, the strongman of the scorched earth. The final member of the group was the leader. For a split second, given the blonde hair and the blue eyes, Jiraiya and the others thought that he was looking at Naruto. But this guy was anything but. He was wearing armor which reminded both Sakura and Sasuke of Dodo Kazuhana's prototype chakra armor, but it was red with golden trim rather than Dodo's black with blue trim. It wasn't chakra armor, but rather armor belonging to his clan. Over the armor, he had on a black haori. Black pants and sandals completed the outfit. His hite-8 was stitched onto his haori. He was Rasu, the shogun of the violent lightning. "You know, you guys stick out like a sore thumb," Rasu began. "Then again, I'm not surprised. Eastern shinobi with a death wish. Welcome to the West, tourists." Danzo frowned. "We are NKED. "Oh, come on," Rasu replied. "Here you are, in our home, taking in the sights, seeing what the Western Empire have to offer. Face it, you guys are tourists." Sasuke jumped to his feet, activating his Sharingan. "Now look here, you." He backed away as Rasu raised one hand, index and middle finger extended. "Ah!" Rasu childed as golden lightning danced on his finger. "You really should rein in your temper, Uchiha. Otherwise, I would have to explain why I had to fry your ass to my boss." "Sasuke, don't," Jiraiya warned. "I've heard of these 4. These 4 are the 4 Devas." He looked at Rasu. "This is the one who had defeated Itachi and his partner." "The old man speaks the truth," Rasu confirmed. "We tagged along with the chief and his wife on an inspection tour to the east. The Emperor gave us his blessings to test our skills against the Akatsuki. So long as we didn't kill any of them." He looked at Sasuke. "So, you're Itachi's kid brother. I've seen better. Then again, I've seen worse as well." "How dare you speak to me like that, you commoner?" Sasuke snarled. "Keep running your mouth, runt, and I'll do to you what I did to your brother," Rasu threatened. Upon hearing Sadako clear her throat, Rasu dispersed the lightning. Oh. Right. You guys are to come with us. The Emperor and Empress consort would like to have a word with you guys. We're here just to make sure that everything remains nice and civil. And keep your dog under control, Sadako warned Kiba. Otherwise, I will be forced to put him down. Hall of Sovereigns. Council chambers. Dressed in all black, the cage-style hat over his head, eyes closed in order to conceal his now active Rinnegan, Naruto sat in his chair, trying to calm the emotions that were currently going through his mind. As Emperor, Naruto had the right to refuse any envoy that came before him, but he decided to see how far Konoha had come during his absence. Hinata was also present, as was Kurama. Heishi was absent. Hinata's bangs had covered her eyes, effectively hiding them from view. The entire council was present as well. That and whether or not he could keep his temper in check and not kill his former teammates, sensei and godfather for their betrayal the moment they entered the room. Naruto was not taking any chances, not against the Sharingan. He knew that the Rinnegan had the power to repel the Sharingan's genjutsu, but his council did not share that same ability. Which is why for the past hour, he had placed special anti-genjutsu seals on the council and activated them minutes before the Konoha group had arrived. The door opened and Naruto opened his eyes, just as the 4 Devas entered the council chambers, followed by Jiraiya, Asuma Sarutobi, the 3 elders, and the remnants of cells 7 and 8. The 4 Devas stepped to the side, allowing the Konoha group to face the Emperor and Empress consort. Jiraiya and the 3 elders were surprised to see Ace seated on the council as one of the Emperor's advisors, as they had read the reports that his brother and several of their supporters were killed when Ace was overthrown. To Naruto, Jiraiya looked the same, a backstabbing, super pervert. Kakashi was all business, as the little orange book he usually read was not in sight. Sakura was dressed as a medic nin, complete with Junin vest. Sasuke, however, was sizing him up, Sharingan active, looking as arrogant as ever. Danzo was doing the same. Kaharu and Hanmura looked on with growing anticipation, as if they were hoping for Naruto to accept their terms for an alliance. Akamaru was growling at Bijamaru, the wolf dog growling back, until Kiba shushed him. Looking at Hinata, he could not shake the fact that the Empress was someone familiar. Someone he knew very well. That and for some strange reason, the red-headed woman seated next to the former Raikage smelled strongly of foxes. Naruto focused on Danzo. Aside from Kaharu and Hanmura, the Warhawk had been in his side for the longest ever since his genin days. A hidden Sharingan behind those bandages. And he's attempting to use it to try and sway the council. Good thing those anti-genjutsu seals I've designed are working. And indeed they were working, otherwise Naruto would have sensed the Sharingan's influence on the council members. What's this? Naruto thought as he continued to glare at Danzo. The Warhawk is not as crippled as he presents himself. A false arm underneath his robes with multiple Sharingans grafted. Combined with the Mokuton of the Senju clan. I wonder how the old hag and that idiot former teammate of mine would take it if I told them that the Warhawk ripped off their respective clans' bloodlines. Jiraiya, Kaharu, Hanmura and Danzo stood side by side and bowed, the other Konoha shinobi following suit. All except Sasuke, who smirked at the Imperial Council at his blatant show of disrespect. Until Kakashi looked up, grabbed his former student by the back of the neck and forced him to bow as well. Jiraiya began to speak, acting as de facto negotiator. Lord Emperor. May your reign be a long and prosperous once, I am. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, Naruto began, using his chakra to mask his voice, just as he had done with Kabuto. One of 3 shinobi christened with the title by former Omegakure warlord Hanzo the Salamander. Former teammates include Tsunade Senju and Orochimaru. Trained by Hiruzen Sarutobi, deceased Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure. Author of Icha Icha, and self-proclaimed super pervert. Jiraiya beamed. My reputation precedes me. I am honored. No, I just like to be informed of the major players in the East, Naruto replied, causing Jiraiya's expression to fall. The movers and shakers, if you will. Information is a valuable commodity, wouldn't you agree, old man? I take it that the Hyuga and the Ino Shikacho notified you about myself and of Konoha? Jiraiya asked. We confirmed Heishi Hyuga and his nephew, which means you were the one behind the offer for asylum. They verified what we already know, Naruto replied. Like the fact that the shinobi accompanying you, of which I can identify from my previous encounters with the Leaf are Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. The one with the giant dog is Kiba Inuzuka, son of Sume Inuzuka. The silent one with the glasses is Shino Aburame, and the pale-skinned one is Sai. He looked at the elders. But I do not know these three. Enlighten me. We are the elders of Konohagakure no Sato, Danzo began. I am Danzo Shimura. Hanmura continued the introduction. I am Hanmura Mitokado. And I am Kaharu Utatane, Kaharu finished. We are here on behalf of the Godem Hokage, Tsunade Senju, the people of Konohagakure no Sato and the Lord of Fire Country, Jiraiya continued. We have come here in good faith to speak to both you, Lord Emperor and Lady Empress. Go on, Hinata said, her chakra masking her voice. Both Konoha and Fire Country interest in the unified West, as well as the both of you, Jiraiya began. From what the Pikara merchants have told us, you two were only teenagers when you decided to unify the lands. A respectable feat. It was at that time, Sasuke decided to speak. 2 years to unify the lands. Had it been me, I would have done it in less time, seeing as how I am an Uchiha, an elite. Looks like his ego is still as big as Tears Point, Naruto thought as he cocked one eyebrow. The guards present looked amused. Jiraiya looked like he wanted to strangle the Uchiha, if Asuma did not beat him to it first. Claiming such a title without being capable of backing it up is very dangerous in these parts. Uchiha, Naruto countered, his eyes staring down the last Uchiha from his seat. They don't last long here in the West. Here, we prove ourselves with actions, not words. Here, respect is not given because of what clan you're from or what bloodline you wield. It is earned. Oh, and would you deactivate your Sharingan? I would hate to have you arrested for crimes against the unified West, such as the attempted murder of the Emperor by Genjutsu. Sasuke Kakashi's hand on his shoulder restrained him, as well as a glare from Jiraiya. Sasuke grunted before deactivating the Sharingan. You should try teaching the Uchiha some tact, Naruto noted dryly. I apologize for my student, Kakashi said. As I was saying, Jiraiya continued, Major Minazuki was nice enough to give us a tour of the capital. And I can say on behalf of the envoy and myself, we are very impressed with the Empire's methods. There is so much that the unified West and the Leaf can share, provide that we can sign a political and military alliance between your empire and Konohagakure no Sato. There is so much that we can learn from one another. You could learn from the best in politics and we can trade techniques and the like. And that you would be gaining quite a valuable ally in the Leaf. Naruto leaned back in his seat, one finger tapping the armrest of his throne, as if he was thinking about agreeing to the proposed alliance. No. No, Jiraiya repeated. No, Naruto repeated. Being allied to the Leaf is not in the best interest of the unified West. Not after what I had discovered through the Suna representatives. What Gaara and the Sand siblings told you is false, Kakashi explained. Konoha is the strongest of the shinobi villages. The will of fire is strong with the people. We hold many powerful shinobi within our ranks. So, the fact that Konohagakure rewards potential traitors and damn their potential heroes was false? Naruto asked, watching as Kakashi and Jiraiya stiffened slightly. That Konoha had lost every single alliance because they decided to throw in their lot with a genin who willingly defected from Konoha for the promise of power and banish a loyal shinobi for doing his job? How do you know that? Sakura demanded. Naruto smiled. Jiraiya's information network is not the only spy network in town. I have eyes and ears in the West as well. Spring Country also verified your actions, as did Mist. But most of what I know about Konoha and its shinobi came from one person from within my ranks. I believe you know him, as he was your former godson, Jiraiya, as well as being the former teammate for Cell 7. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto watched as Jiraiya shifted uncontrollably. Kakashi frowned, as did the three elders. Sasuke looked smug. So the Dobi is still alive. Figures that you would have someone as weak as him fighting for you. Weak? Hardly. The Emperor replied mildly, he is a hero in the West. Be careful who you insult, little man, Takuma Uzumaki warned. The Uzumaki take care of their own. His gaze turned ice cold as he leveled it upon Jiraiya. And you? You and the Godem betrayed my nephew, your godson. Tsunade was his great-aunt, and chose the leaf over blood. We believe in loyalty to one's village, but family is also important. Takuma, calm down, Naruto ordered. Takuma complied. Do you know that he is the Kyuubi reborn? Kakashi butted in. Did you know that he is wanted in the bingo book for murdering my sensei and his wife, not to mention that he is charged with treason for harming a clan heir? Funny. I thought Uzumaki was a clan heir, Naruto replied. His father was your village hero and his mother was the former princess of Whirlpool. As to the charges of treason and harming a clan heir, those charges are false, as he was banished, which means you can't charge him with treason. Second, your precious Uchiha had willingly ran off to join Orochimaru. In any case, Uzumaki was following orders. That demon brat is no heir, Kakashi snapped. He is just a fox in human skin. No one noticed the vein pulsing on Kurama's head, or the fact that her hand was balling into a fist. It's obvious that despite being the student of the Yellow Flash, you know jack shit about Fuinjutsu, Naruto continued. The boy is a Jinchuriki, the jailer and warden, not the prisoner itself. And under the unified West, he is a powerful warrior, admired and respected by friend and foe alike. He pointed to Kakashi. Those who abandon the mission are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are lower than trash. Your words, according to Uzumaki. For favoring a traitor and not giving Uzumaki the proper tutelage. You, Kakashi Hatake, are lower than trash. In my eyes, you and Sasuke Uchiha are scum. You dare call me scum? Sasuke snarled, activating his Sharingan. You and your whore are nothing compared to me. You both hide behind your precious titles. I am an elite among elite. That was all that Sasuke could get out before the Emperor and Empress consort vanished. A split second later, the Uchiha prince felt the unmistakable touch of cold steel against his neck along with the second blade resting up against his crotch, followed by a massive dose of killer intent so potent that it even froze Jiraiya and the others in place. Only the council, the guards present and Kurama were unaffected. Impossible. Jiraiya thought as he fell to his knees. What power? They're both faster than Minato. You call yourself an elite, and yet, your Sharingan could not track our movements, Naruto deadpanned, katana in hand, and against Sasuke's neck. I had hoped that our last encounter left you humbled. But now I see that it has done nothing. You have any idea who you are dealing with? Sasuke managed to spit out. Do you? The Empress retorted, her own cookery against the Uchiha's balls. Look at where my husband and I are. And look at you. For all your talk of being an elite, you are nothing but a second-rate ninja hiding behind your family name and dojutsu. Know this, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto continued. I can kill you right now. My wife can kill you right now. You are nothing but an insect that can be crushed under my heel. That, and you are really trying my patience. Keep your tongue in check, or I will remove it from your mouth. And I will remove what makes you a man, Hinata finished. That caused Kiba, Kakashi, Asuma, Shino, and even the male elders to wince at Hinata's meaning. The threat properly delivered, the Emperor and Empress of the Western Empire returned to their chairs, lifting the killer intent as they did so. Regardless of what you may think, Jiraiya said, you have confirmed that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is here in the unified West. He is a missing ninja and a S-class threat to both Konoha and to Fire Country. With all due respect, I ask that you turn him over to us so that he can be taken back to the Leaf to face our justice. There is also the matter of two of the clan heiresses which had abandoned Konoha and had made their way here along with their families, Kakashi continued. Ino Yamanaka and Hanabi Hyuga. As Sasuke is under the Konohagakure Clan Restoration Act, we demand on behalf of the Konohagakure High Council that they both be turned over to us so that they could be returned and married to Sasuke Uchiha with all haste. We also request that you hand over Tenten and Enko Midarashi as well, for they both fall under the CRA. In regards to surrendering Uzumaki to you, the answer is no, Naruto replied, leaking out killer intent. And in regards to Yamanaka and the Hyuga, not to mention the other two, again, the answer is no, as I have granted them and their families political asylum, as well as citizenship within the unified West. You, nor Konoha are in no position to make demands of myself and of my empire. Jiraiya puffed out his chest. You will regret this, Lord Emperor. You will not like Konoha as your enemy. In any case, I seriously would not want you nor Konoha as allies either, the Emperor replied. For your insolence, you will be sent back on the first ship back to the east. Thank whatever gods you worship that I do not send your bodies back to Konoha in 6 or 7 pieces, along with a declaration of war on your village and on Fire Country. When it looked like Sasuke was going to retort, Naruto added, choose your words carefully, Uchiha. For they will be your last. Kakashi clamped down his hand on Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke, know you got us into enough trouble already, he hissed. Calm down. As he is your prized student, Yome manners when in the presence of someone higher up than he is, Naruto replied. With a wave of his hand, he said, leave my sight. Konohagakure no Sato, 2 weeks later. Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya had dismissed Asuma Sarutobi, Sasuke Uchiha and Cell 8, leaving himself, Kakashi, Sakura and the 2 elders to face both Tsunade and the Fire Lord. Danzo returned to his own compound, ignoring Jiraiya's request to remain with the others. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade Senju looked over the reports given to her by Sakura, Kaharu and Hanmura. Also present was the Fire Lord, who had taken quite an interest in Konoha's attempts to get the unified West in their corner. So their medical program uses both shinobi and samurai. Very interesting. It also confirmed what Captain Sarutobi said about their medic nins, Sakura said. Their healing methods, as much as I hate to admit, far surpass those of the Leaf. And their combat medics are just as skilled, despite being samurai and not knowing any jutsu. Indeed, Tsunade murmured as she scanned through the report. Acupuncture needles and shiatsu. Herbology. Most impressive. And to think that the Empress has created such a well-organized program for both shinobi and samurai. Their education and training is impressive, the Fire Daimyo said as he read Kaharu and Hanmura's reports. The Empire using both shinobi and samurai in his forces. On top of that, they can produce Chunin and Junin in less time than we can. Tsunade set the scroll down. So what happened? Did the Emperor and his wife agree to an alliance with us? Jiraiya shook his head. They refused to ally with us. On top of that, Sasuke's attitude and mouth did not help matters, either. He insulted both the Emperor and his wife, calling her a whore, and nearly lost his head and his balls. Tsunade fumed. That foolish boy, he almost started a war because of his ego. The Emperor and his wife showed plenty of restraint in not killing Sasuke where he stood, let alone castrate him, Kakashi seconded. And despite the both of them holding back most of their chakra, their power level is, for lack of a better word, insane. The Uchiha will be reprimanded for this offense, Tsunade said. He will be placed under house arrest and will not leave Konohagakure until I see fit. I second the motion, the Fire Daimyo said. The Emperor is an unknown. And that makes him even more dangerous. Sasuke Uchiha is becoming uncontrollable, and has been ever since Uzumaki's banishment. He needs to be humbled. Lord Daimyo, we must treat the Uchiha with great care, Kaharu said in Sasuke's defense. As he is the last loyal Uchiha of Konoha, we need the Sharingan. And yet, the Emperor, from what I found out, has a bloodline similar to that of the Six Paths Sage, which makes the Sharingan obsolete, the Fire Daimyo replied curtly. I had pardoned him the first time when he tried to defect from Konoha. I will not be as merciful should he try to defect a second time. To Jiraiya and Kakashi, he said, continue. We have confirmed not only does the Emperor has the Rinnegan, but he did reveal to us one key bit of information regarding Naruto Uzumaki, reported Kakashi. Tsunade leaned forward in her chair. Please tell me that the brat is dead. Jiraiya shook his head. No, according to the Emperor, Uzumaki is alive. From the look of things, he fought alongside the Emperor in the wars unifying the continent. Meaning that the brat could have learned how to control his demon, Danzo surmised, or that he has learned how to fight more effectively from the Emperor despite our sabotaging his training at the academy and Hitaki not teaching him anything other than chakra control. He turned to Tsunade. We could have avoided this a long time ago had Sarutobi given him to me to train. There's more, Tsunade, Jiraiya continued. The Uzumaki clan is not extinct. I saw Takuma Uzumaki in the west. Impossible. The Uzumaki is gone. Tsunade rebuffed. I saw the reports. The Uzumaki had been wiped out. It looks like that Kushina was not entirely honest with us, the Toad Sage replied mildly. My guess is that she ordered Takuma to evacuate Whirlpool, and to take as many survivors as he can. Even worse, the Uzumaki is one of the main clans in the Empire, which means that the clan has rebuilt and is more powerful than it was back in the last Shinobi War. Hell, he's part of the Emperor's staff as one of his advisors. And he knows what we had done to his nephew, not to mention the fact that you are his great aunt. I can care less what Takuma thinks, Tsunade replied flatly. Naruto killed the closest thing I had to a daughter. Kushina was his sister. He should hand Naruto over to us so we can finish what Minato had started. Better yet, he should kill the brat himself. So what do we do about the Kyuubi brat? Koharu demanded. We know that he is there in the west. We should at least try and retrieve him by using the Anbu. The Fire Daimyo shook his head. No, if the Emperor finds out that we were responsible for such an action, given Uzumaki's, he could declare war not only on Konoha, but he could wipe out all of Fire Country in retaliation. We can't sit here and do nothing, Koharu pleaded. If the Kyuubi brat is in the good graces of the Emperor, then he may turn his attention to us next. Only if we provoke him, the Daimyo replied. That means do not provoke in any shape, form of fashion, anyone from the west that comes here, especially those from the Pikara merchant house. And Sasuke Uchiha is not to say anything about what has happened in the unified west, under threat of permanent expulsion from the shinobi forces and his Sharingan sealed. Am I clear? The assembled ninja nodded, Kakashi disappearing in order to find his student and tell him of the Fire Lord's edict. Underneath Konohagakure no Sato, Tsunade has reprimanded Sasuke for his actions back in the west, Koharu said as she, Danzo and Hanmura walked down the corridors of Danzo's underground complex. Sai remained behind the trio. As of this moment, the Uchiha is under house arrest and cannot leave the village. Tsunade knows that Sasuke falls under my jurisdiction, Danzo replied. Only I can decide his punishment. Unfortunately, she has the backing of the Fire Lord, Hanmura said, which means that his authority overrides your own. The Emperor and his council should have agreed to the alliance, Danzo thought. Koto Amatsukami should have made sure of that. Could it be the power of the Rinnegan? On top of that, the Uzumaki clan lives. The Emperor has refused to join with us, Hanmura said, so now what do we do? There is no way around it, Danzo replied. If the Empire refuses to join us, then it is a threat to the Leaf. And if the Empire decides to join our enemies, that is a risk that we cannot take. I have been planning for something like this in the event that the Empire refused to come to our side. Such as, Koharu began. A decapitation strike, Danzo explained. Cut off the head of the snake, and the body dies. The Empire is only held together by the Emperor and his wife. Remove them from the equation, and the Empire will revert back into its warlike state. At the same time, we kidnap some of the Empire's top prospects and bring them back here in order to strengthen the Leaf. If you do this, Hanmura said, then eliminate the traitors to the Leaf and their heirs. No one betrays Konoha. Takuma Uzumaki is also a threat, Koharu said. He must die as well. Fair enough. Sigh. The ink user stepped forward and knelt before the Warhawk. Lord Danzo? Danzo pulled out a scroll. After several moments of scribbling, he closed it and handed it to his subordinate. This is a S-class Black Ops mission for the good of the village. You will return to Kimin with 2 squads of Root Anbu. There, 2 weeks from now, you will eliminate the Emperor, his whore and the Imperial Council. They're your primary targets. Your secondary targets are the 4 clan heads, the Hyuga, the Ino Shikacho and their heirs. Last, you are to eliminate Nodded. Understood, Lord Shimura. Your will shall be done. 2 weeks later, at the Red Lotus Inn. Midnight in the Imperial capital. Inside his room at the Red Lotus Inn, Sai was making the final preparations for his mission. It had taken 2 weeks of covert preparation, but he and the 2 squads of Root Anbu who had came in disguised as tourists from the east were primed and ready to strike at the heart of the Imperial nation. Unfortunately for Sai, the innkeeper had recognized Sai from his previous visit with Jiraiya and the Konohagakure envoy and notified his wife. Minutes later, Fu had delivered word that Sai had returned. The innkeeper began to report a rising number of tourists coming from the elemental countries, which had set off an automatic red flag to the Imperial Council. When it became clear that Danzo had sent Sai and a hit squad of Root Anbu to assassinate the senior Imperial hierarchy, Naruto quickly reacted. Which is why as Sai finished making the preparations, one squad of the Demon Brigade led by Haku, while the second squad of Hellcats led by Yugito Ni, quickly and quietly intercepted the would-be assassins, incapacitated them, and had them brought to the Imperial complex for further questioning. With Sai's hit squad incapacitated, Naruto would deal with the ink user himself. A gentle knock on Sai's door had interrupted the ink user from his preparations. Curious as to who would be at his door at this time of night, he walked over to the door and opened it. And found himself face to face with the Emperor of the United West. "Hello, Sai," Naruto deadpanned. Wham! Sai dropped like a sack of potatoes, the end result of Naruto's fist bouncing off his skull. Stepping to the side, Naruto allowed 3 Hellcats to enter the room. Once Sai was searched and properly restrained, one of the Hellcats began to search Sai's belongings, and came across the mission scroll. "Chief, I found something," she said, handing the scroll to Naruto, just as Haku and Yugito approached the Emperor. "All of the root Anbu has been restrained," Yugito reported. "What's that?" "A hit list," Naruto replied. "And Hinata and myself are on the top of the list." He closed the scroll and turned to Haku. "Haku, go to North Kimen and bring me Heishi, Hanabi and both generations of the Ino Shika show. I want them at the Imperial complex in no less than 15 minutes. They need to know about this." Haku nodded and rushed off to obey. Imperial complex, minutes later. Heishi was not very happy when he was roused from his sleep. Then again, neither were the Ino Shikacho or their heirs. But Haku said that it was urgent, and that it had something to do with all of them. Upon reaching the Imperial complex, the sight that greeted the 4 clan heads and their children shocked them. In the courtyard were 20 bound shinobi. Anyone from Konoha recognized them as part of the Anbu, particularly those from Danzo's private security corps. They were being guarded by Yugito's Hellcats, blades drawn, ready to kill the intruders. Kurama was in her fox form, about the size of a horse, her 9 tails waving lazily in the air. She was resting on her haunches, but watching the events rather closely. Last was Naruto and Hinata, who was talking with Benazato, Takuma and several members of the council. Hinata had noticed that her father and the others had arrived and pulled her husband away from and the others. "You came. Good," Naruto said. He gestured to Sai and the bound root Anbu. "Recognize these men? You should, as they belong to Danzo's root Anbu." He pulled out the mission scroll and tossed it to Shikaku. Sai had this on him. The lazy Nara head opened the scroll and read it. Heishi, Inoichi and Shuza all crowded in around Shikaku in order to read it. Heishi looked up in disbelief. "This is a hit list," he said, disbelief written on his face. "Very troublesome," Shikaku said. "It's from the 3 council elders. The Emperor and his wife top the list, as does Takuma Uzumaki, the Imperial Council, and us." Ino's eyes widened. "That old bastard tried to kill all of us," she whispered. "My guess is that the Hokage, Jiraiya and the council does not know about this black ops. The blood and the motive, right in your hands, Nara," Naruto said. "If they penned it in snake venom, I wouldn't be surprised." To which he turned to Benazato and said, "No offense." Benazato smiled meanly. "None taken, Chief. My guess is neither the perv nor the hag know about this, but I have to be sure before I plan my next move," Naruto said. He turned to Inoichi. "Inoichi. Ino. You're both up." Inoichi and his daughter both nodded and walked over to Sai, who started to struggle. The seals on his tongue kept him from talking about Konoha, but he was defenseless against the Yamanaka's mind jutsu. 2 Hellcats quickly restrained him, leaving him helpless. Father and daughter stood before Sai, and after taking a deep breath, each raised one hand and placed it on Sai's head. And they saw everything. Tsunade has reprimanded Sasuke for his actions back in the West. As of this moment, the Uchiha is under house arrest and cannot leave the village. Tsunade knows that Sasuke falls under my jurisdiction, only I can decide his punishment. Unfortunately, she has the backing of the Fire Lord, which means that his authority overrides your own. The Emperor has refused to join with us, so now what do we do? There is no way around it. If the Empire refuses to join us, then it is a threat to the Leaf. And if the Empire decides to join our enemies, that is a risk that we cannot take. I have been planning for something like this in the event that the Empire refused to come to our side. Such as a decapitation strike. Cut off the head of the snake, and the body dies. The empire is only held together by the emperor and his wife. Remove them from the equation, and the empire will revert back into its warlike state. At the same time, we kidnap some of the empire's top prospects and bring them back here in order to strengthen the leaf. If you do this, then eliminate the traitors to the leaf and their heirs. No one betrays Konoha. Takuma Uzumaki is also a threat. He must die as well. Fair enough. Sigh. Lord Danzo. This is a S-class Black Ops mission for the good of the village. You will return to Kimen with 2 squads of Root Anbu. There. 2 weeks from now, you will eliminate the Emperor, his whore and the Imperial Council. They're your primary targets. Your secondary targets are the 4 clan heads, the Hyuga, the Ino Shikacho and their heirs. Last, you are to eliminate Takuma Uzumaki. Understood, Lord Shimura. Your will shall be done. Inoichi and Ino broke the jutsu and snapped his hand back, shocked and horrified. Inoichi turned to Naruto and Hinata. Danzo and the 2 elders, he whispered. They ordered our deaths. They wanted to kill all of us. Ino, in the meantime, fought the urge to throw up. That's all I need to hear, Naruto said. Hinata turned to Haku. Take them to Zabuza, Anko and Ibiki, she ordered in a voice that could freeze hell over while Naruto handed him a second scroll detailing how to remove the seals on the Root's tongues. 4 of them is more than enough for interrogation purposes. Execute the rest. Tell them that for these 4, the kid gloves are off. Nothing is out of bounds. At a bar and grill in Kimen, Zabuza Momichi and Ibiki Morino stopped in mid-drink. Is it just me, or do I have this sudden urge to kiss the Empress consort full on the mouth all of a sudden? Zabuza asked. Yeah, Ibiki seconded. It suddenly feels a lot like Christmas all of a sudden. At a nearby dango stand, Anko Midarashi stopped in mid-bite. A psychotic smile crept across her lips as she found herself loving her job with the Imperial Interrogation and Torture Unit. Back inside the Imperial complex, before Haku took them away, Naruto turned to Sai and bent low enough to whisper into his ear. Remember this day, Sai. Remember in the little time you have left that you tried to kill Naruto Uzumaki and failed. Sai's eyes went as Whimperer was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Was the last thing he thought before being taken away. So now what do we do? Heishi asked. Naruto turned to his father-in-law. I think a personal visit to Konoha is in order. Not to be a total buzzkill, Chief, Shikamaru pointed out, but you really are not one of Tsunade's favorite people. You forget who I am, Shikamaru, Naruto replied. I am the unpredictable one. Since the old hag is not responsible this time around, I'll leave her out of this. His expression darkened. Sarutobi's 2 teammates are past their time for retirement. I'm going to see to that personally. For Heishi and the 3 clan heads and their heirs, they made a mental note. Note: do no piss Naruto and Hinata off. Ever. Konohagakure no Sato, 1 week later, following a meeting with Danzo, Kaharu and Hanmura had returned to their separate homes. When asked about the Kimen mission, Danzo had replied that Sai had not brought back word of the mission's status, but the Warhawk was not worried. Sai was one of his best operatives. The Root Anbu who had went with him were the pick of the litter. Danzo had no worries that Sai would be successful in his mission to decapitate the Imperial hierarchy. Hanmura reached his home first. He had lived in a modest 2-story home in Konoha's residential district, 5 houses down from Kaharu. Following the Konoha exodus, he decided a change in living quarters was in order. He had his eyes on the Nara ranch, but the Hyuga compound looked very promising. As midnight approached, Hanmura entered his home. Despite not being an active shinobi in decades, Hanmura could tell that something was amiss. Either that, or he was starting to get paranoid in his old age. From the shadows, Naruto Namikaze watched his target. Using the Demon's Gate jutsu, he had arrived in Tanzuka town, far enough from Konoha. Rather than using a henge to disguise himself, Naruto instead wore the Anbu uniform pilfered from one of the Root Anbu who had tried to kill him along with Sai. Only this time, he wore a kitsune mask to hide his face. Sneaking into Konoha was easy enough. Security in Konoha was incredibly lax, as they had gotten complacent in their abilities. He had toyed with the idea of killing both Sasuke and Hitaki, but decided against it. Sasuke still had some use to him alive, and Zabuza wanted to take Kakashi's head himself. So he decided to check out the town. Using the Rinnegan, he spied on his former cellmates, the remnants of the Shinobi Council and the civilians. No genjutsu he was not aware of. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade did not show signs of being under any type of genjutsu. As night fell, he hid inside the Namikaze estate, the seals allowing him access, as he was of the Namikaze line. To kill time before his personal mission, he even reinforced the seals so that Jiraiya could not break them. With his father's home secured and the midnight hour approaching, Naruto began his mission. When Hanmura entered his home, he had sealed his fate. Naruto knew he had to make his death look like either an accident or natural causes, or else Tsunade and the others would know that something is amiss. He knew that Koharu had heart problems and had her already taken care of. For Hanmura, however, he decided on a more straightforward approach. Hanmura began to ascend the stairs which led to the second floor of his home. Imagine his shock and horror when upon reaching the second floor landing, that a kitsune-masked envoy emerged from the shadows, grabbed him by his shirt and had him hanging on his tiptoes over the stairs. The only thing keeping him from falling to his death was the ANBU's iron grip on his shirt. With his other hand, Naruto removed the kitsune mask, allowing the elder to get a good look of his face. "Recognize me now, Mitokado?" "I guess not. It has been 6 years since I was banished." Hanmura's eyes went wide. "You, Uzumaki?" he gasped. "You can call me Emperor," Naruto replied, enjoying the look of sheer terror on the elder's face. "Oh, yes, I know about Danzo's little plot to have myself killed, along with my wife, the council, my uncle and the clan heads who defected. I also know that you and Koharu supported this little scheme. Don't worry. Koharu will be joining you in death soon enough. It wasn't enough for you to kick me out of this cesspool for doing my job. Now, you and those 2 relics try and pull this stunt?" "Naruto. Please." Hanmura pleaded. "I'm sorry, we did what we thought was best." "I know that you're sorry, Councilman." Naruto's eyes then shifted into the Rinnegan. "But for the sake of argument, let's pretend that you are not." With that, Naruto released Hanmura, who fell backwards, screaming as he fell down the stairs. The screams stopped when Naruto heard the unmistakable sound of a neck snapping. The now dead councilman landed in a mangled heap on the first floor. Walking down the stairs, Naruto inspected the body. Hanmura was dead, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. If the broken neck did not kill him, then the cracked skull most certainly did, the pool of blood pooling around his head. One down, Naruto thought as he secured his kitsune mask and vanished via Shunshin. Koharu's home, minutes later. Koharu Utatane sat at her table, sipping at her tea. It was her favorite, jasmine petal, and has been since her days in Team Tobirama. She had been worried that Sai had not sent word or returned from the west, and he was due back days ago. Koharu was always a realist, in some cases, even more so than Danzo and Hanmura. She had always believed that Konoha was the strongest of the shinobi villages. She also believed that the elders should rule the leaf, and that the position of Hokage should be in most cases, abolished. Well, not abolished, but the Hokage would be more of a figurehead. Only problem was that Tsunade was gaining more power and influence with the council. She continued to sip at her tea as an Anbu wearing a kitsune mask appeared from the shadows. Koharu wasn't worried, as she assumed that the Anbu was one of Danzo's pets, and that if the root was inside her home, then that means that Danzo had an update on the Kimen mission. "I take it that Danzo has sent you to give me an update on the mission into the Empire?" Koharu asked. She was most surprised when the Anbu pulled up a chair and sat down across from here. "No," the Anbu replied, right before removing his mask, showing Koharu his face. Koharu's eyes widened. The Anbu seated before her looked a lot like Minato Namikaze, but with Kushina Uzumaki's hair color. Her eyes narrowed slightly before they widened in realization as to who was seated across from her. Naruto Uzumaki. "The one and only, you old bitch," Naruto replied. Koharu continued to sip at her tea. "So you decided to show yourself after Sai and the Root Anbu murdered your beloved emperor," Koharu snorted. "Is that it, demon? Some sort of misguided revenge?" "You'd think that, wouldn't you?" Naruto replied. "For the record, Sai failed in his quest. The emperor is still alive." "So you know him, then?" "I should," Naruto replied, eyes shifting into the Rinnegan. "The emperor is me, Utatane. Hinata Hyuga is my wife." Koharu put the pieces together, hiding her shock that the demon of Konoha was the most powerful man in the West. It was through your wife that the clan heads and their children were allowed asylum. That, and the fact that out of all the clans in this village, the Hyuga and the Ino-Shika Cho trio saw me as what my parents wanted the entire village to see me as. A hero. Their children does not see me as a demon. By granting them asylum into my empire, I am merely repaying them for their kindness towards me. So Sai failed, Kaharu murmured as she calmly sipped at her tea. What now? Easy, Naruto replied. I came here to watch you die. Bold words, demon brat, Kaharu replied acidly. You kill me, and then what? You won't make it out of Konoha, let alone Fire Country. She began to cough. Tsunade will see to that. The old hag can't see past her sake bottle, Naruto replied. As to the part WD that 30 minutes ago before I paid your teammate a visit. Kaharu blinked. Then she felt the pain in her chest. She began to gasp for air, the teacup falling from her hands and smashed upon impacting the floor. Her coughing grew even more violent, up to the point where she was coughing up blood. She stumbled to her feet and began to stumble around the room, all the while Naruto calmly sat at his chair. Feel the pain in your chest, do you? Naruto taunted. The shortness of breath and the feeling of impending doom. You met my captain of my elite guard back in Kimen. The Minazuki clan also specialize in various types of poisons. Benizato was more than happy to assist in my personal mission. The poison you ingested through your tea basically causes you to go into a myocardial infarction. In other words, you're having a heart attack. You bastard, Kaharu gasped. The poison is also untraceable, and will leave your system upon your death, Naruto continued. Your death will be written off as heart failure, given your past medical history with your bad heart. Oh, and don't worry about your precious Uchiha. I won't kill him. Yet, he still have a use for me. He will be the catalyst for Konoha's destruction. Kaharu let out a cry as she keeled over, her body twitching violently before laying still, the death rattle escaping from her lips. Give my regards to Hiruzen, Naruto deadpanned as he retrieved his mask and slipped it back on. 2 down. Underneath Konohagakure, Danzo Shimura walked down the corridors of his underground root compound. Having dismissed both Kaharu and Hanmura, Danzo retired deeper into his underground chambers. He shared the same concerns as did Kaharu and Hanmura, but he was not as worried as they were. Sai was his best man, and had never let him down just yet. He would have sent Sasuke to lead the mission, but decided against it. He had big plans for his Uchiha involving Konoha. Such a shame, Danzo thought as he headed to his office. The Empire would have been a worthy ally to the Leaf. Shame that they had refused to join us. But this has to be done to make sure that they do not join our enemies. Sai will not fail me. He does not know how to fail. When he entered his office, he was greeted with a horrific sight. Resting on his desk was Sai's head. Drained of blood, looking even more pale, eyes gouged out, tongue ripped out, the face locked in a mask of eternal pain. The cane clattered to the floor as Danzo stumbled forward several steps, then fell to his knees as the totality had struck him in full force. Sai was dead. His most loyal root operative was dead. It was at that moment Danzo realized that he could not move. Looking down at the floor, he saw that he was on an advanced-looking seal. What is this? Magnificent, isn't it? Danzo turned his head. Naruto emerged from the shadows, still dressed as an ANBU, the kitsune mask hiding his face, Rinnegan active. In one hand was the tipless tanto the Anbu used for their primary weapons. Fuinjutsu is a very interesting art, wouldn't you agree, old man? Danzo looked at the eyes and saw the Rinnegan. You, the Emperor? Naruto grinned. Got it in one, Shimura. He gestured to the seal that Danzo was on. Just because I am a leader does not mean that, unlike you, who led from the shadows and believes that all shinobi are tools, I can get my hands dirty. That seal is of my own design, if I can be so modest. The seal is designed to drain you of your chakra and nullify any type of dojutsu, offensive and defensive seals you have on your person, and various bloodline-based abilities. The more you resist, the more painful it will be. So to recap. Your mission failed. I'm still alive, as is my wife. The council is still alive. Takuma Uzumaki is still alive. Oh, and the 4 clan heads and their heirs are alive as well. He gestured to Sai's head. Removing the seal from Sai's tongue was pretty easy. He and the 3 other root enbu we kept alive for interrogation purposes gave us some pretty useful information. Well, that and where you keep your dirty little secrets at, Naruto said, holding up a black book which had all of Danzo's past crimes written inside with great detail. I know that you and Sarutobi's former teammates orchestrated this little mission. Mitokado and Utatane had paid for this offense with their lives, Naruto continued. A broken neck with a cracked skull for Hanmura and a heart attack for Kaharu. Terrible business. I also know that you have a Sharingan behind those bandages, and that you tried to use it to persuade the council into agreeing into the alliance with Konoha, Naruto continued. Like I said, Fuinjutsu is a very interesting art, especially when used to repel genjutsu. He tapped at the fake arm hidden inside his robes. I also know about the special arm with the multiple Sharingans and the Senju DNA grafted to you. Now how would your little Uchiha pet and the old hag of a Hokage would react if they somehow find out that you ripped off their clan's respective bloodlines? Oh, I destroyed your reserves, by the way. You have any idea what you have done? Danzo grated, furious. Naruto continued to twist the knife. I also know that you conspired with the Uchiha in their attempted coup, but when Itachi notified Sarutobi, that forced your hand. I also know that you sold out the Uzumaki clan and Whirlpool to her enemies in the last war. Good thing that the Yondaime's wife did not trust you, as the Uzumaki fled west. You also conspired with Hanzo the Salamander and Dodo Kazuhana. The devil's hands have been very busy. For your crimes, I can just as easily kill you like I did to the other 2. I can just as easily do to Kahona what you tried to do to my empire. Kill the Godem, that super pervert of a teammate. I can just as easily execute the Konoha Council, wipe out the shinobi clans and their heirs. Better yet, I could have Naruto Uzumaki come back and unleash the 9 tails upon this village. But I'm in a merciful mood and I will spare them, since they are innocent. For the time being. Your life will also be spared, so you can bear witness. Konohagakure no Sato will fall by my hands. He pocketed Danzo's Black Ops book. In the meantime, I will keep this to make sure you keep your mouth shut. So listen and listen good. If you, or anyone else from the Leaf attack my homeland, my people or my interests, I will return, with my army. Naruto rose from his feet and exited the office, but not before incinerating Sai's head with a flame jutsu. 30 minutes later, the seal which kept Danzo in place was gone and the old Warhawk collapsed onto the ground. By the time he was able to move under his own power, Naruto was long gone, having used the Demon's Gate jutsu to safely return to the Empire. Later on that day, inside the council chambers, Tsunade had reported the passing of both Kaharu Utatane and Hanmura Mitokado. With their deaths, Danzo had lost his top 2 backers. But his hands were tied. If he told Tsunade what he knew, then the Emperor would literally unleash hell on Konoha. And before that, both Tsunade and Sasuke would kill him for stealing their respective bloodlines. Entry 1. Can't believe that it's been a year since Hinata and I had granted the 4 clan heads asylum, and a lot has happened since then. Where to begin? In the 6 months since they had arrived, the Hyuga and the Ino Shikacho had integrated themselves into the Empire without incident. First off is the younger Ino Shikacho. Just like Inara, Shikamaru and Tamari had become a couple. Once Gaara found out about this while inspecting the Suna consulate, Shikamaru led him on a chase throughout the Imperial capital. Gaara trying to catch him with his sand so he could crush him. It took both Tamari and Kankuro to calm him down, Tamari explaining that both her and Shikamaru were dating, and has been for quite some time. Even I did not know about them being a couple until recently, which did not surprise me in the least. Like I said in the meeting regarding the refugees, the Nara are attracted to ISTY women. For Ino, she enjoys being a medic nin. Both her and Karen had struck up a friendship while Ino studied under Hinata. What was more surprising was the fact that Ino is now dating Haku. Which led to Inoichi chasing down the ice user throughout the streets of Kimen when he found out. It took both Zabuza and Ibiki to calm the Yamanaka clan head down. Zabuza would be very displeased if his adopted son ended up with irreversible brain damage. Choji works with his dad in the Shinobi Affairs Division alongside Shikaku. The Akamichi also reopened their restaurant in Kimen, which has become a popular eatery in the imperial capital. Inoichi and his wife also reopened their flower shop, with Inoichi's wife running the business while he is away working with Zabuza and Ibiki. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Ino Shikacho has broken up. Far from it, the younger team has made a name for themselves in the West. As it turned out, Hayate Okajima had taken an interest in the trio following a shogi match inside a parlor house in Kimen with Shikamaru, and became the de facto sensei to the Ino Shikacho. Honestly, I don't know what Asuma had been teaching them, but under the Tengu, their teamwork has drastically improved tenfold. The Pakara merchant house has them on call when it comes to escorting caravans all over the empire when they defended it against a group of bandits in the southern region. Tenten is now a member of the Hellcat unit, having survived the hell of Hellcat training. Trust me, I know, as Yugito is a certified sadist, she is now the shinobi weapons expert for the Hellcats. She also works at the Himura weapons shop and spars with Miho Himura on occasion. Following the 6-month probation period, in which Hinata, the council and myself had formally welcomed the 4 clans into the empire, both her and Neji had gotten engaged. Following the 2-on-1 match against Takeshi Chiba, Rock Lee was approached by a retired shinobi who had fought alongside me in the Unification Wars. His name was Jun Fan, and he was a taijutsu expert in the Goken style. Rock Lee was very interested in learning the advanced style taught to him by Maeda Guy. Even though Rock Lee still sprouted his springtime of youth shtick on occasion, he has developed into his own person, and not into a mini Guy clone. He still wears green, but thank the gods that it's no longer spandex. Heishi has taken Neji under his wing, and has trained him in the advanced Jukenpo techniques. Hinata had formally recognized Hanabi as the Hyuga clan heiress, and Hanabi made Neji her second in command of the clan. It will be a couple of years, but Hanabi will be a strong head of the Hyuga clan. By the way, did I forget to mention that Hinata is pregnant? Yeah, Hinata is pregnant. I won't go into details, but it was after the Unification Festival that we ended up naked in bed. 3 days after, the tests came back in, and Hinata told me while in bed one morning. When we broke the news that day during the meeting with the Imperial Council, and guess what happened? A fight broke out between the council members over who would be the godparent of our child. I allowed this to continue for another minute before I called the meeting to order and announced that Spring Demio Kazuhana already had called dibs on her being the godmother for our child in exchange for Hinata and I being godmother for her child. That deflated the council at first. But then, a second fight took place over who would be the godparent over the second child Hinata and I would most likely have. Seriously, most of the time, they are not usually like this. Hinata's diary entry 1. Naruto and I are officially parents. It's been 3 days since our return from the hospital. Outside, I can hear the celebrations continue, the people of the empire celebrating the birth of our child. Our first child was a boy. The Namikaze dynasty has its heir to the throne. Naruto and I named him after his father, Minato. Minato Uzumaki Namikaze. As it turns out, I wasn't the only one pregnant. Tenten was also pregnant at the time, but she was 3 weeks along before me. Neji was the father. She had her child about 5 weeks before mine. Neji and Tenten agreed to name him after his late father, Hizashi. Hizashi had the Bikaugan. Minato didn't. More than likely, he will have the Rinnegan. If we have a second child, they would more than likely have the Bikaugan. Dad, on the other hand, couldn't be any more happier. He has a grandson and a grandnephew to spoil. Koda and Kokura were virtual godsends in helping me with my impending motherhood. Aside from them, the council visited Naruto and I to check out Lil Minato and offer their best wishes. Right now, Koyuki Kazuhana is here, staying in the palace, like she always does whenever she arrives, and she is giddy with delight. She and Naruto are doting over Minato at the moment. When Minato was born, Naruto made a promise to me. He promised that he will always be there for his child. My response was that I will hold him to that promise. Naruto's journal entry 2. Just returned from Konoha, where I retrieved the ashes of my parents. This marks the second time I visited my old home. The first was when I killed both Kaharu and Hanmura and issued my warning to Danzo. The Anbu disguise worked the last time around, so after midnight, I snuck into the cemetery and retrieved their remains. I could have returned to the west then, but my old pranking habits re-emerged with a vengeance. So I raided the armory and pilfered it of every single exploding tag and placed them on the Hokage monument. After spiking the old hag's sake with laxatives. When I discovered I had some left over, I also placed them inside Ichiraku's ramen stand as payback for serving me poison-laced ramen on my birthday up until my banishment. Once the tags were secured, I retreated back to my father's estate and used the Hiraishin to teleport myself out of the village. Once I had a nice view of the village, I activated the tags. The two Senju's heads were the first to go, followed by Sarutobi's image. It was sad to see my father's head blow up, but I felt great satisfaction in seeing the pieces of the old hag's face crash onto the Hokage Tower. I retreated back to the west via the Demon's Gate, my mission complete. I presented the remains of my parents to the council, and told them that I blew up the Hokage monument out of pure spite. With the damage I'd done, the mountain would be pretty much useless to use for a monument in the future. The remains of both my mother and father were buried in the Uzumaki crypt in a private ceremony attended only by myself and Hinata, Takuma Uzumaki and the Uzumaki clan. Takuma took me to the side and thanked me for returning the remains of the Uzumaki princess and her husband. A couple of days later, Fu dropped off several communiques from our information network in the east. Captain Asahina reported that the village of Konoha was under martial law following my visit. As it turned out, I was not the only one inside the village. Itachi Uchiha decided to visit and screw with his brother. The detonation of the explosive tags on the Hokage monument provided the distraction for Itachi to escape. Whoops! As it turns out, the destruction of the Hokage monument was blamed on Itachi and the Akatsuki. No matter, the Uchiha traitor has his own part to play. Entry 3. Led a personal expedition to Whirlpool Country consisting of myself, Takuma Uzumaki and the 4 Devas in order to retrieve several hidden Uzumaki scrolls. Hinata remained behind in the west with Minato, as did Kurama. The reason being is that I wanted to smoke Obito out of his hiding place. No, I don't plan on killing him, yet, just a friendly chat. Obito probably knows that I have the Jinchuriki, but cannot risk coming to the west, as even he knows that he does not stand a chance against the Imperial forces there, despite his own advantages. But if I was in the east and allowed Zetsu to notify him that I was in Whirlpool, then he would come. Obito did not disappoint. He showed up, along with Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki. Sori and Deidara remained behind at one of their many bases. Our little confrontation proved to be very interesting, to say the least. Flashback. Ruins of Uzushiogakure no Sato, Whirlpool Country, 3 days earlier. Cage-style hat covering his face, dressed in his standard shinobi uniform with black flak vest and haori, Naruto was ready for a fight. The 4 Devas, Kentaro, Rasu, Sadako and Kaide, flanked their emperor as the Akatsuki emerged from the shadows opposite of the Imperial group. First was Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha. His partner, Kisame Hoshigaki, stood beside him, sizing up Kentaro and his massive broadsword. But Naruto knew that the walking sushi plate was still smarting from when he had taken Utakata from both him and the Uchiha. Next were the zombie brothers, Hidan and Kakuzu. The last time around, Sadako had fought Hidan, while Rasu fought the miserly Kazuku. The last time around, Kakuzu had 3 of his 5 hearts destroyed, while Hidan was nearly burnt to a crisp. Last was the one whose actions had put his life into motion. His father's former student. Hitaki's former teammate. Obito Uchiha. Sasori and Deidara were absent, as they were back in aim with Konan and Nagato. The Akatsuki mastermind watched the Emperor and the 4 Devas with a wary, calculating eye. Obito was furious that this upstart had intercepted the Jinchuriki, this bringing the Moon Eye plan to a screeching halt. But he also knew that the Emperor was an unknown wielding the same dojutsu he had implanted into Nagato. And these 4 warriors who stood alongside the Emperor were in most cases, even stronger than the Akatsuki. Obito took a seat on another overturned pillar and faced the Emperor. Looking around the ruins for a moment, he turned his attention back to the Emperor. So, you're the Emperor of the West, I assume? Good assumption, Naruto replied. And you are the supposed leader of this motley crew of S-class missing nin? I am, Obito confirmed. You know, you are not what I expected from someone who has united the West. I was expecting someone much older. Sorry to disappoint you, Naruto said. Obito folded his arms across his chest. Where are the Jinchuriki? Safe within the Empire. Safe from those who wish to use them as weapons. But most importantly, safe from you and your plans. I seek only to bring about an everlasting peace, Obito said. You and I are the same. Only difference is your method of peace involves robbing the people of their free will, Naruto said. Oh yes. I know all about Operation Moon Eye. Even though he could not see it, Obito's eye narrowed. How do you know about that? There is not a whole lot I don't know about the plan, the Emperor replied. Or about you for that matter. I know that Tobi is not your real name. I also know that Madara Uchiha is dead as a doornail and that you are certainly not him. One hand reached up and removed the cage-style hat. Had it not been for the hair color being different, he would have been a spitting image of Minato Namikaze. It did give both Obito and Itachi a cause for alarm. Minato. Impossible, Obito said, taken aback. You died. Yondaime. You live, Itachi whispered. Wrong on both counts, Naruto said, looking at Obito. We have met before. I was but a newborn, only several minutes old. You came for the 9 tails that was inside my mother. You just did not expect my father to seal the fox inside of me, didn't you? Obito Uchiha? Itachi blinked. The head of the Akatsuki was a fellow clan member thought to have died? Obito ignored the fallen Uchiha prodigy as he focused on Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, you've grown. That I agree, Naruto replied. Despite Sarutobi's attempts to stunt my growth, despite the fact that they pissed on my father's final wishes, and despite the betrayal of my former cell and my godparents. Yes, I have grown. Without the village to hold me back, I have grown indeed. Strong enough to become the Emperor of the West, Itachi noted. I'll say, Hidan seconded. Who knew the little fucker could reach such potential? So much blood he had spilled in order to get to where he is. Jashin would have been pleased. Amazing what hard work can do. Something that your brother has failed to realize, Naruto said, causing Itachi to wince slightly. But what I want to know is this. You were part of my father's cell. Why did you betray my father? Let's get one thing straight, Obito replied defensively. I had nothing but the utmost respect for Minato, both as a shinobi and as a leader. Even after Madara had shown me the truth in regards to the Uchiha and the Senju, I still respected him, because he gave me a chance. But in the end, he was so damn honorable, even going as far as to seal the fox inside your body, as he would not want no other child to be subject to the life of a Jinchuriki. The masked man paused for a moment. Their deaths were but a minor setback for the greater plans of the Akatsuki. But you, on the other hand, have brought what Madara wanted, what I wanted in danger. You may call Operation Moon's Eye what you want, but all I want is a world free of war, of suffering, an end to the tears. With the Uchiha leading the world in an era of so-called peace, Naruto snorted. Betterest than the Senju, Obito rebuked. You yourself can bear witness to that, Naruto. I know that Tsunade was your great-aunt, as well as your godmother. I know she blames you for your mother's death just as Jiraiya blames you for the death of Minato. You have gotten strong, even stronger than Sasuke. Even without the fox, you have gotten stronger. In effect, you owe me. I made you what you are today. If it wasn't for me, you would be stagnating in Konohagakure no Sato, just like Sasuke is right now. And it would be a shame to have you as my enemy when I can have you as my ally instead. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Your father was my teacher, Obito continued. I can be a teacher to you, a mentor. I can show you how to master the Rinnegan, to master the 6 paths. You have the potential to become even greater than your father, than the other Hokages before and after him. You becoming Emperor of the West is proof of that. Join me, Naruto. Join me and we can lift the web of lies. We can crush the leaf once and for all. You have an interesting point, Naruto said, but I must decline, as your crimes are too great. Crimes? What crimes? Obito asked. Naruto ticked off Obito's offenses on his fingers. You used the Sharingan on Yagura and incited a bloodline purge upon the innocent people of Mist in an attempt to eliminate those who would be a threat to the Uchiha and the Sharingan in the long run. You tried to use the Jinchuriki, the closest I have as brothers and sisters, in a plan for world domination. But your greatest crime is that you robbed me of my parents. He stood up. My parents know that it was you who had done this. They also know about the Sanin's betrayal. So consider this my solemn pledge. I will not only wipe Konoha off the map, with Sasuke as the catalyst for Konoha's destruction, but I will also exterminate your organization. And I will crush the remnant of the Uchiha clan. Itachi will die. As will Sasuke. And you. End flashback. Obito did not take my declaration very well. The Akatsuki attacked. I and the 4 Devas fought back. Hidan had taken on Kaide, Kisame fought Kentaro. Sadako and Kakuzu mixed it up, and Itachi wanted a rematch against Rasu. I fought Obito. His time-space jutsu had started to get annoying, until I got close enough to slap a seal on him which nullified it, thus making the battle a bit more even. Obito wielded a katana and Madara's battle fan. I had only my katana. Bless you, Senshi, for teaching me Iaido. And bless you, Zabuza, for teaching me Kenjutsu. I think Obito was very much surprised that I was at his level, or in my case, exceeded it. He did tag me with a couple of good shots, while I destroyed his mask. Obito, seeing that he could not win, ordered the others to retreat. After seeing that his members had been defeated once again. The message had Bihei Yondaime is back, and he is gunning for you. Entry 4. War is imminent for Suna. I should start from the beginning. Hinata and I were in Suna on an inspection tour of the Suna branch of the Pikara merchant house. And to receive intel regarding Konoha, Orochimaru and the Akatsuki. Honestly, I did not expect 2 of the Akatsuki to try and kidnap Gaara. The mad bomber from Iwa, Deidara and Chiyo's grandson, the mad puppeteer Sasori of the Red Sands. Sometimes, it sucks being the emperor. Deidara and Sasori had planned this well, I have to admit. A sleeper agent named Yura served as one of Gaara's advisors, slaughtered the entire guard assigned to guard Suna's gates. I confronted him along with Baki shortly after Deidara and Sasori infiltrated. He was strong, but he was no match for me. Once he was dealt with, I took on Sasori. God, did that guy love his puppets. He even went as far as to make his own body as one in an attempt at eternal youth. Sasori was very surprised to see that I was the Emperor of the West. That was all I needed. One fiery Rasen Shuriken later and his attack puppets were reduced to carbon, with Sasori himself crippled to the point that he begged for his life. Too bad that I was not in a forgiving mood as I crushed his heart under my heel and incinerated his remains. With Sasori dead and gone, I had to see how Gaara was making out with Deidara. I arrived just in time to see Deidara on the back of a giant clay bird dodging Gaara's sand. Too bad Deidara did not see my wife on a Nibi roof, nor that Gaara was manipulating him into moving closer to Hinata. When Deidara was close enough, Hinata struck. I think I'm rubbing off on her. She leapt into the air and blasted him off of his clay bird with a scorching deadly tempest. As she fell back to the earth, I caught her while Gaara caught Deidara in his sand. One sand burial later, and Deidara was no more. I had a feeling that Zetsu had seen the battle and had hightailed it out of Suna to report it to Obito. Which meant that we will soon have an invasion on our hands. I told Gaara that if I was Obito, I would invade Suna. He agreed with me and began to mobilize his forces. Hinata and I returned to the west. I called an emergency meeting of the Imperial Council and told them of the impending invasion and of my intentions to help Gaara. The council agreed, and with their blessings, I mobilized 4 battalions, 2 shinobi battalions and 2 samurai battalions. Not taking any chances, Hinata had also mobilized the Imperial Logistics and Medical Division, as she expected the number of wounded shinobi to be very high. I also summoned Zabuza and his Demon Brigade. Zabuza was more than happy to get in on the impending action. The 4 Devas, Cell 9 and the younger Ino Shikacho also volunteered. But that would not be enough. I needed more backup. Which is why I summoned the Jinchuriki. Flashback. House of Sovereigns, Council Chambers. The Emperor and Empress consort of the Western Empire sat in their chairs as the Jinchuriki, and one freed Biju Queen, stood before them. Following the deaths of both Sasori and Deidara in Suna, it was made clear that an Akatsuki invasion of Suna was imminent. With only 72 hours to prepare for the impending invasion of Suna, Naruto had to work fast. Naruto had already mobilized 4 battalions of the Imperial Defense Force, and they were primed and ready. The Ino Shikacho trio and Cell 9 were also summoned and ready to enter into the fray. Naruto looked at the Jinchuriki assembled. To him, they were the closest thing he had as siblings, given their connection to being Biju containers. In less than 3 days, Gaara and Suna will be attacked by the Akatsuki. With the exception of Sasori and Deidara, who have been killed by Hinata, Gaara and myself, the entire gang from Itachi Uchiha to Konan and the 6 paths are coming to play. Even worse, they are backed by 100,000 white Zetsu clones. What does this have to do with us? Han grumbled. I plan on going to war against the Akatsuki, Naruto continued. I plan on wiping them out once and for all. The reason why all of you are here is that I am asking you to come with me to Suna. Given your past problems with the Akatsuki in regards to your Biju, I'd figure that you would want some payback. If you refuse, then I will not hold it against you, and you will be free to leave. The Jinchuriki looked at one another, conversing with each other for a moment. Yugito was the first to speak. I've fought alongside you and Hinata for a long time. As long as I can bring my Hellcats to the party, I'm in. Granted, Naruto confirmed. Ah. What the hell, Utakata said, shrugging his shoulders. I'll come as well. Same here, Fu seconded. We'll take these punks to the pain, Killer Bee rapped, causing the others to sweat drop. Show him that the West plays no games. You did save both Han and myself from the Akatsuki, Roshi said. For that, we owe you big. I'm game. Han nodded his consent. Payback sounds good. Real good, count me in. And you, Kurama? Naruto asked. The red-headed woman shrugged her shoulders. No need to ask me that question, kid. Obito and I have some unfinished business. So long as you don't kill him, Naruto said. Just beat him within an inch of his life. I want him alive enough so I can take his head myself. End flashback. Say what you want about Kurama, but she proved to be very helpful in transporting 4 battalions, plus 3 special forces teams and the remaining Jinchuriki to Suna en masse. When I returned, Gaara had been busy. He had evacuated the civilians out of the city and into several fallback positions out of harm's way. Suna was made into a virtual fortress. To anyone from the elemental countries who is watching, you will bear witness and see what happens when you decide to screw with the unified West and her allies. This will give you pause and to rethink your line of thought. Hinata's diary. The battle is over. The Suna Imperial forces have won. The Akatsuki have been annihilated. 100,000 Zetsu clones, along with Obito and Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hoshigaki, the Zombie Brothers and the 6 Paths of Pain, against 6,500 Suna ninja, 50,000 Imperial soldiers, 6 Jinchuriki and 1 freed-tailed beast. Sounds like a suicide battle, right? Well, my husband was once known as the unpredictable, knuckle-headed ninja of Konoha. And as emperor, he still lives up to his title. Gaara had declared most of the city expendable. Suna can always rebuild, he surmised. Kurama vowed to deal with Obito personally, while Naruto decided to deal with Itachi. The consulate had been transformed into a triage center and the Yamada clan were renowned for their healing jutsu. Naruto had ordered me to remain at the Cage Tower. I refused. Where you go, I go, I told him, giving him no room to argue with me. He sighed and allowed me to come with him. The gathered forces of Suna and the Empire were in the streets, ready for the battle. Seeing as how I had fought alongside him, I know how Naruto works. He has that charisma that makes people believe in him, which is why the Imperial forces will follow him even into the depths of hell. This is where we fight. This is where they die. The Akatsuki will be crushed once and for all. Give them nothing, but take from them everything. The Imperial forces and the Suna ninja broke into cheers, raising their weapons into the air. Naruto sure knows how to work the crowd, to pump them up full of confidence. It was midnight when the Akatsuki came. They came in through the gates which had been destroyed earlier by Deidara, led by Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Naruto and Gaara had encountered the first half of the Zetsu clones. Naruto created 200 shadow clones and brought down a quarter of the Zetsu clones using the Hiroshin, followed by Gaara crushing a sizable portion with the sand burial. As the second wave of clones came charging in, led by Obito himself, Naruto pulled out his trump card. He unleashed the Jinchuriki upon the Akatsuki. Obito had expected to capture them one at a time, but he wasn't expecting all of in this battle. While Kurama went after Obito, Naruto fought Itachi. The battle between the fallen Uchiha and my husband was indeed brutal. Naruto would tell me about it shortly afterward. An epic battle of swords, fists and jutsu. One city block was incinerated with Itachi's Amaterasu alone. Another was razed to the ground by Naruto's deadly tempest. But Naruto would gain the upper hand in the battle when he feigned weakness and allowed Itachi to transport him inside Tsukuyomi. Then he activated his Rinnegan and released himself from Tsukiyomi by using a specialized seal he had created. During the battle, he had gotten close enough to slip it on Itachi's back. It also had the desired effect of destroying Itachi's Sharingan eyes. Naruto retrieved his sword and disemboweled Itachi. Kurama, in the meantime, had beaten Obito within an inch of his miserable life and ripped out the Rinnegan. She would not kill him, as Naruto deserved some payback for what he had done to his family. Zabuza also came out on top in his match against Kisame. He was injured after Kisame scratched him with Samahata, but he would survive. Zabuza's demon unit left a path of destruction in their wake. A and B were pretty much indestructible together, as the pile of Zetsu corpses could attest to the fact. Yugito and her Hellcats showed no mercy. The Ino Shikacho trio and Cell 9 had a combined total of 300 kills. Both Rock Lee and Neji were injured in the battle and were taken to the Cage Tower to be treated. Hayate Okajima would be pleased greatly as to how the Ino Shikacho had came out. Junfan and Heishi would be proud of Rock Lee and Neji respectively. The 4 Devas took on the 6 Paths and Konan. Nagato had attempted to destroy Suna with a Shinra Tensai, but was stopped by Kentaro and Rasu. Kinteto had heaved Rasu towards the human path and electrocuted him. Chakra rods also are excellent conductors for electricity, so much so that the feedback ended up killing Nagato. The elite guards had defended the Kazakage Tower along with Tamari and Konkuro. Utakata and Fu also assisted in defending the tower. Han and Roshi were like a force unleashed. Han's steam armor made him invulnerable to Zetsu's attacks. I think those two killed more than the rest of the Jinchuriki combined. Like Naruto, Gaara was on the front lines, enveloping the Zetsu clones in mass sand coffins, and destroying them with the sand burials. Shukaku had boosted Gaara's killing abilities 100-fold. While Naruto was fighting Itachi, I assisted the elite guards. My kill tally was up to 120 Zetsu clones. Not too shabby if I say so myself. After Naruto had eliminated Itachi, he reunited with Gaara and the others, and pushed the remaining Zetsu clones into the town center. Out of a force of 100,000 clones, only 300 remained. Naruto gave the order. Destroy them all. And that we did. Snafu's notes. An early Christmas gift to my fans. Sanagakure no Sato, Wind Country, 3 days after the conclusion of the Akatsuki invasion of Suna. It would be 3 days before Naruto regained consciousness. Oh, my head. His headache was soon gone as he felt the effects of the mystic palm jutsu. He recognized that touch in an instant. Hinata. Yes, love. It's me. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He found himself stretched out on the couch inside the Cage's office. Hinata was by his side, looking just as worn out as he was. The Emperor rose to a seated position. How long was I out? Almost 3 days. It's early evening, Hinata replied. You should take it easy, Naruto. You're still exhausted. I know. My reserves are at least half full, so I should be okay. What's been happening? Hinata sat down next to him. After the battle, I sent back word to the west that we had won. Ryuji and Haruka had ordered all Pikara merchants in the area to deliver food and aid to Suna. The Pikara merchant house has been busy around the clock. Remind me to send a thank you note to the Shinzens, Naruto replied. Anything else? Gaara's placed all of Suna under martial law, Kurama said as she entered the office, followed by Gaara, Shikamaru and the Sand siblings. Glad to see you're awake, Kit. Hinata has been by your side for the past couple of days. I noticed, Naruto replied. The others? The Jinchuriki? All are alive and accounted for, Shikamaru replied. Obito is under heavy guard around the clock. Congratulations, Namikaze. You have won a great victory. Naruto shook his head. No, we all did. I can't take the credit. We all fought long and hard, and against a powerful enemy. He stood up. Hinata had his cage-style hat in his hands. He graciously accepted it and placed the hat over his head. Gaara stepped up and extended his hand. Lord Namikaze, congratulations. Naruto shook it. Same to you, Lord Cage. He looked at his clothes. Is there a place where I can clean myself up? I can't go out looking like this in front of my people. Tamari, show the Emperor our guest quarters, he said. Of course, Gaara. To Naruto, she said, follow me. Inside of the guest bedroom, Naruto, naked from the waist up, sat on the edge of the bed, fresh and clean from the shower while Hinata conducted an impromptu physical on her husband. Hinata knew every part of Naruto's body both figuratively and literally, which is why she had become his unofficial physician. Byakugan activated, Hinata checked Naruto's body for any and all internal injuries. Naruto's body had a myriad of cuts, scrapes and bruises. Even though Kurama was no longer his tenant, he still had the healing factor, a parting gift from the Nine Tails, which came in pretty handy, and still proved to be useful even now. Despite being the Emperor of the West, he was a hands-on type of ruler, which earned him the respect and admiration of his council, his subordinates and subjects. The battle with Itachi and Obito had taken a lot out of him, and he would not be ready to travel for a couple of days, which meant that he would have to wait until his chakra reserves were back to full capacity. Shikamaru, Nara and Temari were going over the reports following the battle. Half of Suna is wrecked from the battle, but it's nothing that we can't overcome, Temari said. Casualties? Naruto asked. Shikamaru looked over the reports. 0 dead, over 1,000 wounded from the Imperial forces. 0 dead from Suna, about 500 wounded. The hospital here was full to capacity, so Matsuri ended up using those buildings which survived the battle as triage centers for the extra wounded. The Suna and Imperial medics are working in 12-hour shifts to make sure that the injured are treated and taken care of. Medical supplies? Naruto asked, wincing slightly as Hinata poked a sore spot on his arm. Not a problem, seeing as we have a nice little surplus on reserve, Hinata replied as Naruto winced slightly. Did that hurt? A little, but I've been through worse, Naruto said. To Shikamaru, he asked, how you and your teammates holding up? Bit troublesome, but we'll live, Chief, the shadow user replied. I've read the reports on the battle, and I am glad to say that all that training under Okajima has paid off, Naruto said. Both your team and Cell 9 have gone beyond the call of duty, and you both will be recognized for your actions in not only saving Suna, but also stopping the Akatsuki and more importantly, thwarting a fourth shinobi war. Thanks, Shikamaru deadpanned. The both of you are dismissed, Hinata said. Once Shikamaru and Temari were gone, Hinata deactivated her Byakugan and continued to inspect her husband, stopping to retrieve a small canister of healing salve and rubbing it all over the various bruises. Your injuries could have been a whole lot worse, she said. Given who my opponents were, I'm not surprised, Naruto replied. I faced down 2 Uchiha. One's dead, and the other will be executed once we return home. He turned his head in order to look at his wife. I thought that medics were to stay away from the battle. I'm not like any medic nin, Hinata replied. I am the Empress consort of TT, most important of all. I am your wife, and I fight by your side. Seeing as how you conceal my chakra with your gentle fist, as well as causing untold levels of pain on my body, I know better not to disagree with you, Naruto deadpanned. Hinata smiled. Smart move, she said, pecking him on the nose. There. Done. She closed the jar of salve and placed it back inside her pouch. Nothing broken, thankfully. Naruto nodded as he finished getting dressed. The knock on the door came as Naruto finished dressing up in his battle uniform, the mesh shirt, black pants and ninja sandals. The black flak vest was partially covered by the black haori with the red flame pattern on the tail ends, the 4-symbol seal on his back in red. Whenever he was leading into battle, his hair was styled in spikes, similar as to how his father would usually wear it, rather than being combed back. He wore no hite-8, but reached for his cage-style hat instead. Hinata turned to the door. Come in. The door opened and in walked a battered Fu. Chief. Lady Hinata. What is it, Fu? Naruto asked, turning around. I received word from the Pikara outpost at the Windfire border. Konoha shinobi are on the way here, Fu reported. Naruto looked at Hinata, whose expression mirrored that of his own. They must have heard about the Akatsuki invading and want to try and get back on Gaara's good side, Naruto surmised. Too bad the battle's over. Turning back to Fu, he asked, how many are coming? At least 200 Junin. We managed to identify some of them who are coming. Both of your former senseis and cells have been identified. The others are Asuma Sarutobi, Maeda Gai, and Yamato. The Godem and Jiraiya are leading the mission personally. We put their time of arrival at least 4 days from now. That caused Naruto to pause. Once again, the Emperor looked at his wife. Looks like playtime is officially over, Naruto said. Hinata nodded. I agree. It's time to reveal ourselves to our former village, she said. No more hiding. To Fu she said, you're dismissed. Fu nodded and returned to the Imperial consulate in the village. 4 days later. The city gates had been blown off, the city walls had cracks, crevasses and holes. Bodies of Zetsu clones littered the area surrounding the city gates as Tsunade and the Konoha envoy approached the gates. The Konoha ninja identified the Suna ninja by their style of flak vests. Squads of Suna Junin and Imperial troops were hard at work rounding up the bodies and burning them in several giant pyres. The Konoha envoy passed several of them as they approached the gates. Hakera merchants led their caravans into and out of the city, dropping off food and aid. What surprised Tsunade and the others was as they approached the city walls, they noticed the number of tents located on one side of the city gates, the Imperial forces having made camp, since Suna was too small for the Imperial forces to contain. They could hear the laughter and the music coming from the camp, as the Imperial soldiers recounted their heroic feats of not only themselves, but of their emperor, the Empress consort, the Kazekage, and of the Suna ninja, of which the Imperial forces have grown to respect. Tsunade frowned. From what Jiraiya had told her, it took them nearly a week to reach the west by boat, and half that time by airship. And yet, here were Imperial shinobi in and around Suna. Jiraiya's expression matched that of his former teammate as he looked at the number of Imperial shinobi and samurai. The spy network reported that with the number of white Zetsu clones combined with the 6 paths of pain and the remaining members of the Akatsuki participating in this battle, Suna's chances of coming out of this alive were nil. The number of Imperial forces here could mean one thing, Jiraiya said as they approached the gates. Either the Emperor or someone on his side is highly skilled in time-space ninjutsu. Tsunade nodded. It seems that way, she said. With the deaths of Kaharu and Hanmura, their power and influence had returned to Tsunade. The 2 elders had always supported the civilian side of the council, and with the both of them gone, the influence civilian side of the council once had was now all but crippled. I don't care about these people, Sasuke snarled, dressed in his Enbu uniform, Shikudo slung behind his back. Itachi is here, and I don't care who stands in my way. I want Itachi's head on a stake. Had Sasuke and the others were paying attention, they would have noticed a burning pyre that was being tended to by the Imperial troops. Had Sasuke been paying attention, they would have seen the bodies of Kazuku, Konan, Nagato, as his body was recovered from a megacure, the 6 paths, Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha being fed to the flames. Asuma Sarutobi approached the gates of the village with apprehension. The reason being was that his former students were working with the Suna guards at the gate, signing in the Pikara caravans as they entered the village. The Ino Shikacho looked just as worn out and battered from the war, but alert and ready for anything. Naruto had summoned both their team and Cell Guy into a private meeting, warning them of Konoha's impending arrival earlier that day, and told them that Konoha would soon be arriving on Suna's doorstep and of his and Hinata's plans to reveal themselves to their former village. He also told them that if they did not wish to see the impending fight, then they can remain inside the Kazekage Tower until the matter is concluded. Cell 9 chose to remain inside, as Neji, Tenten and Rock Lee refused to have any further dealings with Guy. That and both Neji and Rock Lee were still wounded, and since the triage centers were full to capacity, Gaara allowed the both of them to recover inside his home. For Asuma, it had been 2 years since the last time he had seen his former cell. He believed in Konoha, and that in order for Konoha to be recognized as the strongest of the shinobi villages, then sacrifices must be made. That was why he had supported the banishment of Uzumaki and the CRA, but Konoha's actions had the opposite effect, as it barely held on as one of the 5 strongest villages. Ino saw the approaching Konoha shinobi. Hold it, state your business. She trailed off when he saw Asuma. Oh, it's you, Captain Sarutobi. Asuma winced. His former cell had never forgave him, still hasn't from the look of things. What are you doing here? Ino demanded. Last time I checked, Suna and Konoha are on bad terms, regarding that incident, she said, glaring daggers at Sasuke. You're not welcome here in Suna. Go home. Tsunade frowned at the blatant disrespect her former student was showing. We came out of good faith. We came to see Gaara and see if he needs help in repelling the Akatsuki. There's no need for that, Lady Hokage, Tamari replied as she appeared, looking just as haggard as the Ino Shikacho. The battle is over. Has been for the past 2 days. Tsunade blinked. So, Suna. Suna still stands, the Wind Mistress replied. If it wasn't for the Emperor and his Imperial forces, we would have been overrun. Sorry you came this way, Senju. But Konoha is still not welcome here. Take your ninja and go. Wait. Sasuke stepped forward. Where is Itachi? Was he here? He demanded. He was, Temari replied. The Emperor was fighting him. Without another word, Sasuke stormed forward, ignoring the calls from Tsunade and the others. Sighing, Tsunade turned to Temari. Can you take us to the cage so we can get a report on what has happened here? Temari sighed. Fine. Just don't alienate the Imperial troops here. Asuma gave one longing look at his former cell, who was back at work with signing in Pikara merchants, ignoring him completely. His actions in the past regarding Ino and the Restoration Act had all but destroyed the relationship he once had with them as their sensei. Kurenai placed one reassuring hand on his shoulder. Come on, Asuma. They made their choice, she said in a soothing tone. Asuma sighed. I know. Damn it, he cursed as he followed. Imperial forces patrolled the streets with Suna shinobi as Tsunade and the others made their way towards the cage tower. Carts filled with dead Zetsu clones were being hauled off to be incinerated by disposal units. What the hell happened here? Kakashi asked. It started with Sasori and Deidara attempting to kidnap Gaara, Temari began. But the Emperor and his wife were here on an inspection tour of the Imperial consulate, and they helped in killing both Akatsuki members. It was then revealed as Deidara laid dying by the Empress consort's hands that the Akatsuki planned on invading Suna to gain a foothold. 100,000 Zetsu clones, created by the Akatsuki as their main attack force, plus their remaining members against Suna's shinobi forces, with 4 battalions and 3 special forces units of the Imperial Defense Forces, with the Emperor and Empress consort leading them alongside my brother. Our combined numbers were 80,000 to their 100,000. 100,000? That's nuts! Kiba exclaimed. You guys were outnumbered 2 to 1. Temari smiled. True, but the Emperor and his wife has fought against twice that number when they was uniting the West. I heard that he could bring about victory from defeat. Those rumors turned out to be very true. Those 100,000 clones turned out to be a major disadvantage when in close quarters. It's not entirely impossible for a smaller force to defeat a much larger force, Shino noted. Minato Namikaze decimated Iwa's ninja force by himself in the last Shinobi War. And his son just blew his kill record out of the water, Temari thought. She had heard rumors of the Hiroshin in action from Iwa ninja. Seeing it in action, on the other hand, was a completely different story. It was beautiful, but at the same time, very deadly. How did the Emperor manage to marshal such a force in such a small amount of time? Jiraiya asked. The Emperor is a master of time-space jutsu, Temari replied, thus confirming both of the Sannin. To be able to transport 4 battalions of shinobi and samurai from one continent to another has to be hell on one's chakra reserves. Reaching the town square, the area was clear of the Zetsu clones. On the opposite end of the square, Tsunade saw him. The Emperor of the Western Empire. The man radiated authority, and was dressed in all black flak vest, pants and sandals. The sleeveless haori was also black, but had a red flame pattern on the tail ends and a second symbol which Tsunade could not see clearly. His face was concealed by the black cage-style hat he wore on his head. The Godem Hokage nudged Jiraiya. Is that him? Jiraiya nodded. That's him, all right. The Emperor of the Unified West. Looks like he's heading elsewhere. He summoned Yamato. The Mokuten-wielding Anbu commander was at Jiraiya's side in an instant. Sir? Follow the Emperor, Jiraiya ordered. Report anything out of the ordinary to myself or Tsunade. Yamato nodded and departed from the group. Tsunade gave the order to the others to help out in any way they could while she and Jiraiya went inside to talk to Gaara and the Sand siblings. With Yamato. The Imperial consulate was a walled compound 2 blocks away from the cage tower. As with the rest of Suna, the compound was damaged in the fighting, but was still livable. The Imperial representative was Hikaru Shinto, Ro Shinto's uncle and an accomplished shinobi. When the invasion came, he fought alongside his Emperor and Empress consort, and was wounded during the fight between Hidan and Kazuku. Before Hidan could perform his ritual, it was Sadako Asahina who had made the save as she incinerated the bloodthirsty Jashinist priest ninja, reducing him to ash. The Imperial consulate was also the place where the Jinchuriki were resting up following the Battle of the Sand. The Jinchuriki, Yugito ni, Killer B, Utakata, Roshi, Han and Fu, had fought valiantly in the battle which lasted for 4 hours. Even he had gotten in on the action, fighting at his brother's side. Yamato watched from a safe distance as the Emperor entered the Imperial consulate. The gates were guarded by Imperial guards. Yamato saw that the building next door to the complex was not guarded, which was perfect enough for him to sneak in. The building itself was 3 stories tall, but tall enough for him to look over the compound walls. Yamato took notice of a gaping hole in the wall which would give him a perfect view of the inside of the consulate's courtyard. The building itself was unguarded, allowing Yamato easy access. Yamato made his way to the 3rd floor and found the jagged hole overlooking the consulate. What he saw surprised him. Jiraiya and the Godem had suspected that the Empire had taken the Jinchuriki, he thought. Look like they were right. I see Killer B, Yugito, Utakata, Fu and those 2 from Iwa. But no Uzumaki. And who is the red-headed woman with them? He watched as the Emperor emerged from the consulate. Almost immediately, the Jinchuriki and the red-headed woman stood before the Emperor and went down on one knee. Money cannot buy the honor which you all have earned through your actions during this conflict, Yamato had heard the Emperor say to the Jinchuriki and the mystery redhead. Your actions here in the past several days will forever be remembered, as you have brought much credit upon yourselves and on the unified Western Empire. As Emperor of the Imperial nation, I declare you all national treasures of the Empire. Sir, Kurama and the Jinchuriki barked out in unison. Having seen enough, Yamato silently left the scene, unaware that he had tripped a hidden seal alerting the Emperor to his presence. In the consulate, Naruto merely smiled. With Kurenai and Cell 9. When Kiba and Shino had told Kurenai about their visit to Kimen, Kurenai was especially concerned about the description of the Empress consort. So when they passed a triage center, curiosity had gotten the better of the trio and they walked inside. Several rows of cots were lined up throughout the room, each of them containing either an injured shinobi or samurai as Suna medic nins. Imperial medic nins and combat surgeons worked to make sure that they were comfortable. The former cell identified Matsuri instantly, as she was talking with several other Suna medics. And Kurenai saw her. It had been 6 years, but she recognized her former pupil in an instant. Her hair was cut short, but it was in a much different style than she wore as a genin under her command. Kiba saw that she had filled out in all the right places and was trying his hardest not to gawk or drool at his one-time crush. Kurenai saw that she was a medic nin, and her attire had backed that claim. A black shinobi shozoku with a fishnet undershirt, black junin flak vest. A satchel of medical supplies was strapped to the small of her back along with a pair of curved knives. Kurenai deduced that they were not from the east, but despite the exotic look to them, they were very deadly. She was talking with several Imperial medics, an air of authority around her. Kurenai felt happy, but at the same time betrayed when Hinata had ran off with Naruto when the banishment orders had came down from the Godem. In the east, she was a wanted ninja, and a rank missing nin in the bingo book. But she was an Imperial medic ninja, and under the protection of the unified Western Empire. Need help with anything? A passing combat medic asked. Are you injured? Kurenai quickly responded. No actually, I was wondering if I could speak with that woman over there, she said, pointing to Hinata. Sure, the combat medic replied before walking over to Hinata and whispering in her ear. Kurenai watched as Hinata turned and faced her. Hinata did not look the least bit shocked upon seeing her former sensei and teammates again. Thanking the combat medic, Hinata walked over to her former cell. With a flick of her head, she gestured that she wanted to speak with them outside. Hinata led her former sensei and her former cell out into the Suna night, stopping once they were and faced Kurenai and the 2 men, and Akamaru. Isn't this something, Hinata said. Cell 8, together again. Hinata. Kurenai began, not knowing whether to either be disappointed or proud of her former student. You look good. Real good, Kiba seconded. You can drop the act, Kurenai, Hinata said, folding her arms across her chest. Kurenai frowned. This reunion had just went south quick. That's Kurenai's sensei to you, Hinata, she snapped. No, because seeing as how you denounced me when I left Konoha with Naruto, I don't see you as my sensei anymore, Hinata rebuked. What I want to know is this. Why did you denounce me? Kurenai sighed. She turned away, as she could not look Hinata in the face. Hinata. What you did to me that day. What you did to all of us. I saw it as a betrayal. Even after I warned you about Uzumaki, that he was nothing but a fox in human skin, you still ran off, abandoned the village when he was banished. When I found out what you did, I saw it as a betrayal. She turned back to face her former student. So, yes. Yes, I denounced you. Judging by your tone, you still stand by your decision, Hinata noted. She did not sound surprised. Did you support the Godaime's decree that Naruto should be banished? I did, Kurenai replied firmly. We all did. We still believe in that the Godem and the council did the right thing, Hinata. Not everyone, Yuhi, Hinata said. My father and my sister. The Ino Shikacho and their children. My cousin and his teammates. They honored the Yondaime's request, something that you, Asuma and the others should have done. Kurenai's eyes narrowed. Just how much did Hinata know? Realization then crept across her face as she said, it was you, wasn't it? You talked the Emperor into allowing the clan's asylum? The former heiress nodded before turning to both Kiba and Shino. I can tell that the both of you think that my husband is a demon in human flesh, she continued. But he is not. You married him? Kiba exclaimed. You married the demon, Hinata? How could you? Why not? Hinata replied. You of all people know I've always admired him back when we were genin. We've been married for 3 years now. Naruto is not the Nine Tails in human form. He is the Jinchuriki, the prison, warden and cell. The cup, but not the water. I met the fox personally and I can honestly say that she is very polite for a Biju. Kurenai blinked. She? The fox is female. Did you ever wondered why I decided to run when Tsunade banished him? Hinata asked. No, I guess I'll come clean and tell you. The clan elders planned on branding me with that damned seal, so my father sent me away with Naruto for my own safety. It was his own way of saying sorry for being such an asshole to me for the past couple of years, as well as protecting me. Out of all the clans in the Leaf, only my father, and the Ino Shikacho honored the Yondaime's final request, and did not see Naruto as a demon. What does that have to do with anything? Kiba demanded. Everything, Hinata replied. When Naruto was banished, Tsunade also reversed Sarutobi's law, as I was there that day. Naruto had to be out of Konoha by the end of the day, and out of Fire Country by the end of the week. But she didn't say anything about his parents, didn't she? What about that demon? Kiba retorted. Hinata meanly smiled. Naruto is not a no-named orphan like most of the village think. Hinata. You're on dangerous ground, Kurenai warned. Ever notice how Jinchuriki are related to people in positions of power? Hinata continued. Gaara's father was the previous Kazekage. Killer Bee's brother was the former Raikage. Naruto is no different. Tsunade and the council, in their so-called infinite wisdom, banished the son of the Yellow Flash and his wife, the Red Death. Hinata. Kurenai shouted. That is a sulfur monosulfide class secret. They can't know about that. Well, it's a good thing that I'm not under Konoha's authority now, isn't it? Hinata retorted. Yes, Naruto is the legitimate son of Minato Namikaze and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, who was the Jinchuriki to the Nine Tails at the time. Tsunade and Jiraiya tried to destroy all proof of his existence, but my husband is not known as the unpredictable ninja for nothing. The proof was hidden inside the forbidden scroll of sealing, which was easy for him to steal a second time. Kurenai, on the other hand, was fuming. She couldn't touch Hinata, as she was not under Konoha's command. The second was that she was an unknown. People change in 6 years, and judging by the flak vest she wore, Hinata was an experienced Junin and a highly skilled medic nin. And she had spent time in the West. If only Kurenai knew. But the story gets even more interesting, Hinata continued. Not only Naruto was banished on trumped-up charges, but Tsunade and Jiraiya spearheaded the entire thing. Betrayed by his own godparents. But there's more. Naruto's father was Jiraiya's star student in the sealing arts. Kushina was a surrogate daughter to Tsunade. Naruto has connections to the Senju clan through Hashirama's wife, Mito Uzumaki, who was the first Jinchuriki to the Nine Tails. It was Shino who connected the dots, as he studied Konoha's history. Mito Uzumaki married Hashirama Senju in order to bring the families closer into an alliance. Tsunade Senju is her granddaughter. From what Tsunade had confirmed, Kushina Uzumaki is her niece. His eyes widened as what he was about to say died on his lips. Hinata finished it for him. Yes, Shino. Tsunade banished her great-nephew. Enough! Kurenai shouted, now furious over the fact that Hinata had broken several of Konoha's darkest secrets. Enough, Hinata. Or what, Kurenai? Hinata shot back, not backing down from her former sensei. You're still in the bingo book for deserting Konoha, the Genjutsu mistress replied, preparing to strike. And you've broken the laws regarding Uzumaki's lineage. I wanted to try and reconcile with you, but you leave me no choice. Shinra. Tensai. Crunch. Kiba looked around. What the hell was that? Kiba half shouted, looking around. More than likely, the Uchiha pissing off the Emperor, Hinata replied casually. And he is not as forgiving as most people think. Kurenai's eyes went wide like dinner plates. That stupid boy, she shouted, her problems with Hinata forgotten. Kiba, Shino, on me. We got to stop Sasuke. As Cell 8 bolted off to stop Sasuke from igniting a war between the Empire and the Leaf, Hinata merely smiled. So, it begins, she thought. With Kakashi, Asuma and Guy. While Kurenai had a reunion of her own, Kakashi decided to check out the town. Asuma and Guy, having given up on trying to find his former students, decided to tag along. Sasuke had ran on ahead in order to confront the Emperor, and given the fact that the Emperor and his wife were highly skilled warriors who could kill his former student in more ways than he could out, Sasuke could end up bringing a war onto Konoha's doorstep. While looking for Sasuke, they entered a section of Suna in which the presence of Imperial troops was more heavy than what they usually see. It soon became clear why to the trio of Junin. Before long, they were stopped by 3 Imperial shinobi. Kakashi saw that they were high Junin level, which could mean trouble for them. Whoa, whoa. Stop right there, the senior Imperial Junin said as several more shinobi kept their distance, but was more than ready to swarm the trio just in case. This is a restricted area, you can't pass here. We're from Konohagakure, Asuma replied, using diplomacy. We're here to offer any form of assistance if needed. Thanks for the offer, the Imperial Junin replied, but we got everything covered here. You're guarding something, Asuma said, or rather, someone. You're smarter than you look, the Imperial Junin replied. We got a survivor from the Akatsuki, the leader himself, under guard. Given as to what he can do, the chief and his wife aren't taking any chances. Guy's a sulfur monosulfide class threat. That caught the Konoha trio's attention. The empire of the Akatsuki. Just how powerful is the Emperor, as he was able to do what Konoha and the rest of the elemental countries had failed to do, which was destroy the Akatsuki. I take it he didn't surrender willingly, Kakashi said. Nope. One of the chief's senior advisors had the honor of taking him down, the Imperial Junin said. The lady had the honor of killing the mad bomber from Iwa earlier, while the chief took out that one member with the real freaky red eyes. Now that I think about it, the Akatsuki head's eye was the same as the other guy's. Now that caught the trio's attention. The leader of the Akatsuki had the Sharingan? Feeling a sense of dread in his gut, Kakashi asked the question that was on his mind. What is the leader's name? He asked. The Imperial Junin turned to one of his comrades. Hey, Ko. What's that guy's name? The one that Lady Kurama captured, he asked. The one named Ko replied, it's Uchiha. His name is Obito Uchiha. Kakashi's eye went wide as he looked like had been given the 1,000 years of death. Even Asuma and Guy was concerned. Obito, who had thought to had died in the last shinobi war, was the head of the Akatsuki. No, it can't be, Obito's dead, Kakashi's mind screamed. What are his crimes? Asuma asked, pushing down his emotions. Crimes against the Imperial nation and her allies, the Imperial Junin said, and crimes against the Emperor of the Western Empire. Both carry an instant death sentence. What crimes against the Emperor? Asuma asked. The murder of his parents, the Imperial Junin replied. We need to confirm that Obito Uchiha is indeed the head of the Akatsuki so we can file it in our reports to the Hokage and the Konoha Council, Asuma said. Can you take us to him? We can, the Imperial Junin replied, but this is your first and only warning. If you try to aid and abet the Uchiha in any shape, form or fashion, you 3 will be leaving Suna in a box. The Konoha trio nodded and they were led, under heavy guard, to where Obito was being held. And the building in which housed the fallen Uchiha belonged to a Suna merchant who had evacuated the village along with the rest of the Suna civilians. A one-story storage shed, it was now an impromptu jail cell which held one of the most dangerous men in the elemental countries. Outside the house, a squad of Imperial shinobi, members of Zabuza's demon brigade, stood guard, weapons drawn, watching the Konoha shinobi like a hawk. Inside the single room, were 4 more shinobi, also of the demon brigade. And seated in the center of the room, was the former teammate of Kakashi Hatake, the now former leader of the Akatsuki, Obito Uchiha. The broken man was seated in a chair. The Rinnegan which he had stolen from Nagato before invading Konoha was removed from his left eye, albeit forcibly at the hands of Kurama. Chakra suppression cuffs were on his hands and even his legs. A series of seals were on his back, which had sealed off his chakra, drained him of his strength and rendered his Sharingan unusable. Overkill, yes, but the Emperor was not one to take any chances. Obito was alone with his thoughts, his remaining eye closed when he heard someone call out his name. Obito? Obito, is that you? Now there is a voice I haven't heard in years, Obito said as opened his eye. Kakashi, Asuma and Guy stood before him. Kakashi Hatake. Asuma Sarutobi. Maeda Guy. So it's true, Guy said. We all thought you were dead. Reports of my death were exaggerated, to say the least, Obito replied. Of course, that brat of an emperor will soon rectify that little matter soon. Obito. Why? Kakashi asked. Why are you the leader of the Akatsuki? Why didn't you come back home? How did you survive with half of your body being crushed? I survived because of one man who was thought to have died, Obito replied. I survived because of Madara Uchiha. Madara? Asuma repeated. He should have died years ago, he's even older than Onoki. Since I have a death sentence on my head, I might as well tell you the story, Obito said calmly. And he told them of how Madara survived all these years using Hashirama Senju's DNA and had awakened the Rinnegan, of which he had implanted into Nagato without him knowing, and replaced his eyes with a spare Sharingan. He told them that through the demonic outer path statue, which had kept him alive for all this time, that he created a living clone of the first Hokage, of which was now destroyed by the Emperor having sent his forces to level his hideout, and that the Emperor had resealed the demonic statue and banished it from this plane. I acted at his behest, Obito concluded, and I did it willingly, per to his final wishes. Why? Kakashi demanded, while Guy muttered something about unyouthful. I wanted to return to Konoha at first, Obito said. But Madara said that would be impossible, as I owed him my life. The crushed parts of my body were reconstructed with Hashirama's cells. While I was recovering and learning how to use my new limbs, I found out through Zetsu that both you and Rin were being attacked by Mist Shinobi. I came to the site, and watched as you shoved a Chidori into Rin's chest. Kakashi winced. You killed Rin, Obito deadpanned. And I killed the Kiri Shinobi when they tried to take her body. It was then I realized that what Madara was telling me was indeed true. Our reality is indeed worthless and it should be destroyed. In its place would be a new reality, one where there would be no war, no pain and no suffering. Madara told me about the Moon Eye plan. By retrieving the Biju and merging them with the demonic statue, the 10-tailed beast would be revived, with myself as its Jinchuriki. I would use the power of the 10 tails to reflect the Meginkyu onto the moon and place the world under an infinite Tsukiyomi. That fool Nagato truly believed that we were making a weapon powerful enough to force the elemental countries to make peace. You tried to make the world in your own image, Asuma said, by robbing it of its free will. Call it what you want, Sarutobi, Obito snapped. All I wanted was to end this world of lies. Sacrifices had been made. My clan, which I helped Itachi to destroy. Sensei and his wife. I still had the utmost respect for Minato, but he was so honorable to the end, even when I unleashed the 9 tails upon Konoha, as he sealed it inside his son. Asuma's eyes went wide. It was you. You caused the 9 tails to attack Konoha. All those people. The Yondaime and his wife. My mother. Dead because of you. He was itching to kill the traitor himself. But now. It's over, Obito said, shoulders slumping. Madara will forever weep in the afterlife knowing that his plans will not take place. The Emperor of the West has retrieved the remaining Jinchuriki and offered them asylum within his empire. To be beaten by a little brat. We're done here, Asuma said to the Imperial Junin who had escorted the three of them here. I hope you die slowly, Uchiha, he snarled as he and the other two turned on their heels and began to walk to the door. Hitaki. Kakashi stopped in mid-step, he turned around. Come closer, Obito said. There's something else you need to know. Wary, Kakashi walked back to Obito, who motioned for him to come even closer so that he could whisper into Kakashi's ear. Kakashi complied, and Obito told him the final piece of information he had. Something which had rocked even Kakashi to the core. With that, Obito went silent. He would remain silent until the Emperor himself executed him. Upon being escorted out of Obito's impromptu cell, Kakashi had been whispering to himself, "It can't be. Impossible." "What is it?" Asuma demanded. "What did Obito tell you?" He told me the identity of the Emperor," Kakashi confirmed. "The Emperor is Shinra." Tensai. Crunch. Asuma, Guy and Kakashi turned to the direction of the explosion. What the hell? Asuma wondered as they sped towards the source of the explosion. On the way, they ran into Kurenai and Cell 8. Kurenai said one thing which had them on edge. "We have fighting the Emperor now." Asuma nodded and they rushed off to stop the Uchiha from getting himself killed. As they ran to stop Sasuke, Obito's final words rang in Kakashi's mind. "The Emperor is Minato-sensei's son, the student who you had forsaken. The Emperor is Naruto Uzumaki." With Tsunade, Sakura and Jiraiya, flanked by Kankuro and Temari, the Kazekage of Suna looked at his Konoha counterpart with great disdain. Both Sakura Haruno and Jiraiya were flanking the Godem Hokage. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "Last time I checked, we terminated the alliance with Konoha." "We came to offer any assistance in any way," Tsunade explained. "But from the look of things, you already have everything under control." Gaara nodded. "The battle has been over for nearly a week. The Akatsuki has been completely destroyed. Its leader has been captured by the Empire and will be executed for his crimes. The elemental countries can now breathe a sigh of relief knowing that the Akatsuki is no more." "Can we have a report on the battle?" Jiraiya asked. "One has been sent to the Fire Daimyo," Kankuro said. "You should be getting a copy from him in a matter of days." "You just did not show up because you wanted to join in on the battle," Gaara said. "What do you want?" "To speak with the Emperor and try to smooth over some of the lies he has heard," Sakura said. "Some of which were spread by you in your village." Tsunade shot her pupil a nasty glare. "Look. We came here to help out, to try and repair our alliance," she explained. "It's clear that even without the Empire backing you, that Suna is on the fast track to usurping the Leaf as being the strongest of the villages, while Kazuhana's shinobi village will knock us off as one of the 5 main villages. So you want to try and get back on my good side, is that it?" Gaara asked, just as Yamato entered the room. While Yamato spoke with the two Sannin and Sakura, Asuna Junin appeared via Shunshin and whispered into Gaara's own ear. While Gaara looked amused, Sakura and the two Sannin looked very angry. "When were you going to tell us that the Empire had retrieved the Jinchuriki and used them to fight in this war?" Tsunade demanded. "Wasn't my place to say it," Gaara replied. "The Emperor convinced them to fight in this was against the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki were looking for the power of the Jinchuriki, and the Emperor gave it to them. Although they were on the receiving end of it. If the rest of those demons were here," Sakura began, "then Uzumaki was here as well." Gaara's eyes narrowed. In the far corner, the gourd which carried Gaara's reserve sand shook slightly, right before the cork popped out. "Senju, please get your student under control, or else the next words out of my mouth will be, sand coffin." Tsunade threw a glare to Sakura which told her to shut up. Gaara continued. "Yes, Uzumaki is here, but he is in the employ of the Western Empire, and thus, out of your jurisdiction. However, I would be more concerned about the leader of the Akatsuki which the Empire has captured. In fact, the Emperor has been privy to the identity of the Akatsuki chief for quite a while now." He leaned back in his chair. "Tell me, does the name Obito Uchiha ring any bells?" That got a reaction from Tsunade, but from more importantly, Jiraiya. Obito was Minato's student. We all thought that he had died in the last shinobi war. I thought that Nagato was the head of the Akatsuki. Gaara said. Far from it. The Empire's information network is very thorough, even more so than yours. However, I would be more concerned about Konoha's golden boy picking a fight with the Emperor. Realization crept across the Sanin's faces, just as Shinra. Tensai. Crunch. Damn that Uchiha! Tsunade shouted, turning on her heels and bolting out of the room, Jiraiya and Sakura following her. Behind his desk, Gaara merely smiled. This is going to be one hell of a family reunion, he mused. Minutes earlier, at the Imperial consulate, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze looked at Kurama and the assembled Jinchuriki that knelt before him. He could not be any more prouder of not only his forces, but of the Jinchuriki and the role they played in the destruction of the Akatsuki. Money cannot buy the honor which you all have earned here through your actions during this conflict, Naruto began, once again masking his voice. He also knew that Yamato was watching, as he had triggered the seals he had placed inside the neighboring building. Your actions here in the past several days will forever be remembered, as you have brought much credit upon yourselves and on the unified Western Empire. As Emperor of the Imperial nation, I declare you all national treasures of the Empire. Sir, Kurama and the Jinchuriki barked out in unison. Had Yamato remained inside his hidey hole for another 15 seconds, he would have seen Sasuke Uchiha forced his way inside the Imperial consulate. The Imperial soldiers inside drew their weapons, but the Emperor ordered them to stay their hand. Not really caring that the Emperor had the Jinchuriki, Sasuke stormed across the courtyard, Sharingan ablaze. Where is he? Where is he? Sasuke demanded. Naruto looked amused. You again, Uchiha. Where is my brother? Sasuke demanded. I know he was here, they said that he was fighting you. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. People say plenty of things. I could have either been fighting either your brother, or his walking sushi plate of a partner. Maybe I was fighting the insane Jushinist and his miserly partner. You never know. This is your first and only warning, little man. Leave now or else I will not be held responsible for what happens if you refuse. Damn you! Sasuke shouted as he unsheathed his Chokouto. Lighting began to dance along the blade as Sasuke charged. Big mistake, Fu muttered as she and the other Jinchuriki quickly got out of the way. Naruto's eyes shimmered into the Rinnegan as he raised one hand. Shinra. This is going to hurt, muttered to himself. Tensai. Sasuke felt an invisible force lift him off his feet and send him crashing through the compound wall before landing amongst the debris from the battle and from the remains of the compound wall. Naruto did not give him a chance to recover, as he hopped through the gaping hole in the wall and with an uppercut from hell to the jaw, propelled Sasuke into the air. As Sasuke fell back to the ground, Naruto kicked him hard in the chest. Only to find out that he had kicked a log in two. So he's finally learned something, Naruto thought as Sasuke appeared from behind, Shikuto in hand, ready to impale him. Smirking, Naruto executed the flash step. Derived from his father's signature Hireishin, Naruto moved fast enough for him to leave an afterimage, of which Sasuke found out the hard way when his blade slashed through Naruto's afterimage. Flashing through several hand seals, Naruto unleashed his jutsu, Wind Release, Deadly Tempest. Having seen Temari's signature Kamitachi in action, Naruto had created a jutsu using Gaara's fan-wielding sister as his inspiration. The Deadly Tempest was an A-ranked jutsu which blasted the opponent with hurricane force winds. Depending on which type of element he was using at the time, the Deadly Tempest had several interesting effects. If he combined the jutsu with his fire affinity, then the person on the receiving end would suffer third-degree burns. The wind affinity was the opposite. It supercooled the air, making the person not only numb, but it slowly drained their chakra. Sasuke was hit with the latter. The powerful winds crashed into the Uchiha prince's body, once again lifting him up into the air and sending him into the general direction of Suna's village square. Sasuke cursing the emperor as he was sent flying. The last Uchiha crashed into the town square, just as Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yamato and Sakura came charging out of the Cage Tower, while Kakashi, Asuma and Guy emerged from a side street, following their conversation with Obito Uchiha, and Cell 8 came from around the confrontation with Hinata. Naruto calmly walked into the square as Sasuke tried to get back to a vertical base. Meanwhile, the Imperial forces had blocked off the Konoha shinobi's escape route, effectively separating the Sannin, the Junin and the remnants of Konoha 11 from the majority of the Konoha Junin that were still outside of Suna, creating an impromptu arena. Silly little Uchiha who thinks he is a match for me, Naruto mused. Sasuke coughed up a wad of blood and spit it out. Shut up, he snarled. Where is Itachi? Itachi. So your brother has a name, Naruto said, one hand going into his pocket. He pulled out the item he knew that would set Sasuke over the edge and tossed it to his former teammate, where it landed at his feet. Sasuke looked down and his eyes went wide. With a trembling hand, he reached down and picked up the item. An item he recognized instantly, as it had something to do with his brother. The item in question was Itachi's Akatsuki ring. Correction. He had a name, Naruto said. Sasuke began to tremble as the full totality of what the Emperor was saying had struck him with full force. In case you fail to realize, Uchiha, Naruto continued, your brother is dead. His body, along with what remains of the Akatsuki, is being burned outside of the village walls. Sasuke looked at the ring. Then back at the Emperor. The Meginkyu began to spin rapidly as the cursed seal reactivated, thus breaking through the seals Jiraiya had placed on him years earlier that was designed to nullify the cursed seal's influence. Itachi was dead. The Emperor did the one thing that he could not, which was to kill him. His family would be unavenged. He was indeed. Albeit he did not know of Obito's existence, the last Uchiha. Flame-like patterns began to appear on Sasuke as the cursed seal began to make him stronger. Black flame patterns began to appear, spreading from Sasuke's shoulder, to one side of his face and down his arm, ending at his hand, which was currently charging a second Chidori. Oops, Naruto taunted, did I say something wrong? You bastard! Sasuke bellowed as he charged, the now freed cursed seal giving him a boost in speed. Die. Sasuke. No. Jiraiya and Tsunade shouted. Instead of using the flash step, Naruto spun to the side, the cage-style hat falling off his head as Sasuke passed him, missing where his head was at just moments earlier, and prepared his own counterattack. One that anyone who knew the Yondaime recognized almost instantly. Sasuke. Don't! Kakashi shouted, just as Sasuke spun to face the Emperor. The Emperor is Rasengan. Snafu's notes. I was going to be mean and post this after the new year, but decided against it. This will be the last chapter I will post for this year. I hope that VFSNAKE does not mind, as there is a reference from his fanfic Hollow Inari in this chapter, and several others. See if you can find them. Also, I had to rewrite this chapter in order to include a fight between Zabuza and Kakashi. In the years following his duel on Wave, Zabuza has picked up some new tricks in his swordplay. Think Zabuza fighting like Nightmare in Soul Calibur 5. Also, someone from Konoha dies in this chapter. But who? Standin' in the heart of darkness, give me my life, give me my energy. Fightin' in the heart of madness, ease my pain, ease my loneliness. Komodo Band, Heart of Darkness. Rasengan. The melon-sized orb of concentrated chakra had obliterated Sasuke's Anbu armor, leaving him naked from the waist up, and had once again sent him flying. The Uchiha Prince landed on his back. The mind-numbing effects of sustaining the deadly tempest earlier had sapped the tainted chakra from Orochimaru's cursed seal, causing the black flames to dissipate off of Sasuke's body. You could literally hear a pin drop as Naruto rose to his full height, Hinata moving to his side. To those from Konoha who knew Minato Namikaze, it was as if he was standing before them, save that he was now a redhead and he wore a haori instead of a trench coat. But he was anything but. Sasuke. Sakura shouted, seeing her husband to be being sledgehammered back by her former teammate. The pink head turned her attention towards Naruto. Instantly, she saw red. Ungloved hand balled into a fist, she let out a feral scream and charged at Naruto. Sakura, no, Tsunade shouted, holding her student back. Let me go, Tsunade. Sakura shouted. Look what he did to Sasuke. Rinnegan activated. Naruto looked at the gathered Konoha shinobi. His earlier visit to Konoha showed that they were not under Danzo's genjutsu, meaning that their hatred for them was indeed genuine. Which was good in Naruto's case, meaning that the gloves were now off. Naruto deactivated the Rinnegan. Well, isn't this the reunion, he said, looking at his former teammates. Although we are now on opposite sides. Tossing a glance to his wife, he said, and here, I thought they would be happy to see us. Hinata gave him a dry grin. I think not, she said. From his place on the ground, Sasuke managed to get out. Dobi. The Emperor. You? It's true, Kakashi said, raising his Hite-8, exposing the Sharingan. Naruto saw that it was the Megenkyu. Obito confirmed it. Uzumaki is the Emperor of the West. It was then that the Sannin and to the shinobi who had went to the west began to connect the dots, as the full totality of what was now revealed to them. Naruto Uzumaki was the descendant of the Six Paths Sage. Naruto Uzumaki wielded the Rinnegan. Naruto Uzumaki was the Emperor of the Western Empire. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, as did Jiraiya's. Up until Jiraiya's return from the Western Empire, the West was the last place that Naruto would have ended up in. Now, he was back, and seeing as how they screwed him over, was an even bigger threat to Konoha than Orochimaru, Kumo and Iwa combined. How did a dead last like you become the Emperor of the West? Asuma demanded. You can thank your father and those two idiots, Naruto said, referring to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Your father tried to stunt my growth. When that failed, Tsunade and Jiraiya banished me, and tried to kill me by sending Hunter Ninja after Hinata and myself. He pulled out a Hiraishin kunai and begun to spin it from the ring on one finger. Unlike his father's tri-bladed Hiraishin kunai, these were of Naruto's design. Black carbon steel, with the Hiraishin seals carved onto the blade itself. Think Lee Christmas throwing kunai. I should have had you executed, Tsunade seethed. Damn it, I should have killed you the moment that you arrived with Jiraiya. Now that's no way to treat your godson. Or rather, your great-nephew, Naruto replied. How would my parents think about the both of you breaking your promise to look after me after they died? If you want the true culprit of the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, it's Obito himself. Besides, you kill me, the Nine Tails will kill you in retaliation. You are no son of Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya shot back. You killed them. You are just a demon in human skin. Naruto chuckled, sending chills down the Sannin's and everyone else's spines. You really should rein in your temper, pervy sage, he replied. I could had you and the others killed back in Kimen and your heads sent back to Konoha. But you should be glad that I decided to cut some time for this little reunion. He began to leak potent killer intent as he continued to speak, addressing the Sannin. I'm sensing plenty of bad blood between the three of us. The memories are overwhelming, to tell you the truth. How many crimes have you committed against me and my family? Naruto began to count off their crimes on his fingers. First off, you went along with Sarutobi's scheme to make me into a weapon, instead of following my father's final wishes of having me seen as a hero. And what else? What else? Oh, that's right. The both of you and nearly all of Konohagakure no Sato favored a potential traitor and banished me for doing my job. His gaze fell upon Tsunade and Jiraiya, but the biggest crimes of all came from you two. You betrayed me, and by extension, betray? Jiraiya repeated. Betray? You're wrong, Naruto. We didn't betray Minato and Kushina. We honored them. Every single day you suffered growing up in the Leaf, that was to honor their sacrifice they made in allowing you to live. You were nothing more than a mistake. An accident? Sensei lost his wife, I lost Minato and Tsunade lost her niece. You were a living reminder of what we had lost, for that, you had to pay. Funny, because I met them a couple of years back. You see, as a fail-safe, they left a portion of their souls inside the seal as a last resort should I reach 8 tails or decide to break the seal, Naruto retorted. He grinned evilly. They know about your crimes against me. They wanted to tell you that the both of you are in deep shit. You lie. Tsunade shouted. I never lie, hag, not when it comes to family or about my skills, Naruto replied. Whether you believe it or not is no consequence to me. The both of you betrayed my parents by choosing the Leaf over my parents. You are not the son of the Yondaime, demon. An Anbu wearing a hawk mask, who had not been separated from the others, shouted. Thunk. A kunai pierced the porcelain skull. Blood spurted out from the wound as the man fell over, dead before he had hit the ground. Kurenai looked at her former student in horror, as it was Hinata who had tossed the kunai. The Empress consort reached behind her back and retrieved her dual kukri knives, readying herself for the battle that was to come. Nice shot, Naruto complimented his wife. He cracked his knuckles as the Imperial forces backed off, taking to the roofs, as they knew that this battle was going to be very wild. Don't worry about my soldiers who are surrounding you. They will not interfere in our little reunion. You have got to be out of your mind to think that the both of you can win against us, Jiraiya said. A banished genin and a missing nin against two of the Sannin and the best shinobi that Konoha has to offer? You forget who I am, Jiraiya, Naruto replied as he activated the Rinnegan. I am the unpredictable shinobi of Konoha. Oh, wait. I am not a shinobi of Konoha. Tsunade saw to that. He snapped his fingers and a shadow clone appeared. It was of Naruto, but it was anything but. As the direct descendant of the Six Paths Sage, Naruto wielded the Rinnegan, having unlocked it at the Valley of the End during his fight with Sasuke Uchiha. In his years in the West, Naruto had honed his skills under Kurama's tutelage. One signature jutsu of anyone using the Rinnegan was called the Six Paths Jutsu. In truth, there were 7 paths, the 7th being the outer path. Naruto, however, preferred using the other 6 paths, as the outer path pertained to life and death itself. Nagato had derived his own jutsu, the 6 paths of pain, from the original jutsu. Naruto was no different. Unlike Nagato, who used bodies and chakra receivers for his jutsu, Naruto preferred reinforced shadow clones. Unlike his standard Kage Bushin, these were reinforced, and would not dissipate when struck hard enough. They would only disperse upon Naruto's command. Naruto called his own variant of the 6 paths jutsu the Wrath of the 6 Paths. Naruto himself used the Diva path, incorporating it into his fighting style. The clone looked scary, even for the shinobi from Konoha. The reddish-blonde hair was spiked upwards. Dark markings were on his face, eyes, chest and arms. He was naked from the waist up, showing off a muscular body. He wore a tattered black hakama with a red flame pattern. A pair of greaves were on his shins, although one was covered by the hakama, while the other leg had tucked into the greave itself. Last, his arms had a metallic look to them, as if they were made of an indestructible metal. This was the strongest of Naruto's paths, the Asura path. Sasuke got back to his feet, and fell back to his knees. Whatever Naruto had hit him with had drained him of his chakra. Dobi. You killed Itachi. You took my rightful vengeance from me. Naruto responded by making a blah blah gesture with his hand. I will make you beg for mercy. Then I will take your throne. And your wife, the Uchiha finished, looking at Hinata. He had not forgotten that she nearly chopped off his balls back in Kimen. But from the look of things, she appeared to be even stronger than Sakura. The Dobi will pay, Sasuke thought darkly. Then I will take his wife as my prize. She will pay for what she tried to do to me. Yawn. You couldn't beat me at the Valley of the End. You couldn't beat me in Tea Country. Right now, I'm 2 and -0 against you, Naruto replied. To the summoned path, he gave its marching orders. Keep Hitaki, Sarutobi, Guy and Yamato occupied. The Sannin are mine. The Anbu are expendable. Sir, Asura. Naruto barked out and prepared to fight. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. I am going to enjoy humiliating you in front of your men, she said. You can try, Naruto retorted. I'm not the same Naruto Uzumaki you banished. Before anyone could make a move, however, a massive broadsword landed in between the group from Konoha and the Emperor and his wife, blade first. Kakashi's eyes went even wider in horror as he recognized the blade, as did Sasuke and Sakura. The Kabikirabocho, the head-chopping cleaver, and its owner stepped into view, standing behind Naruto and Hinata. One thought to have died while in Wave Country. Well, Zabuza drawled. If it isn't copycat Hitaki. I must have done something good in the past. Today is my lucky day. You should be dead. Sakura screeched. And yet, here I am, Zabuza said. He then addressed Naruto and Hinata. Far be it from me to interfere with both you and the Mrs.'s problems regarding Konoha, but Hitaki and I have unfinished business. And I've come to play, chief. Naruto knew what he wanted. Zabuza wanted Kakashi's head. Naruto had no problem with that, since he already beaten the crap out of his former sensei back in Tea Country. Naruto had promised that Zabuza could kill his former sensei and he was a man of his word. He's all yours, Zabuza, Naruto said. The demon of Kimen grinned underneath his bandages as he strode forward and retrieved his sword. Stay out of this, Kakashi said as he pulled out a pair of chakra sabers, modeled after the white light chakra saber that both his father and himself once carried. This is my fight. Get them. Tsunade ordered. With that, what would become the Konoha Imperial conflict has begun. With Naruto, Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju were two of the three legendary Sannin, the former students of Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was the Mountain Toad Sage, Konoha's resident spymaster, self-proclaimed super pervert and the trainer of Minato Namikaze, Konoha's Yellow Flash. She was the Slug Princess, granddaughter and great niece of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, a legendary medic nin and healer, and one of the best kunoichi in the elemental countries, the third Senju to assume the post of Hokage. Their opponent was their godson, Tsunade's great-nephew, as Kushina Uzumaki was her niece. They had the chance to choose family over the village, the chance to honor Minato and Kushina's final request. In the end, they decided to follow the whims of their former sensei, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in his plans to make Naruto Konoha's weapon. In the end, they decided to forsake their godson. And he was not happy. To say that their former godson was not very happy was saying that water country is a little wet. He was the son of the village hero and his wife, Konoha's Yellow Flash and Uzushiogakir's princess, also known as the Red Death. He was the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, the dead last who they had banished when it became clear that not only did Sarutobi's plans to condition him had failed, but the fact that he could not be controlled. Fate sure had a way to bite someone on the ass. Sasuke Uchiha had attempted to flee from Konoha, believing that the village was not helping him in his quest to kill Itachi. Naruto had been banished and later marked for death because he was viewed as a threat to the Leaf, Tsunade, and the conant excuse of using excessive force. While Sasuke trained under Danzo, Naruto, and Hinata, had participated in a war which united the West under his rule 7 years earlier. While Sasuke gained the Megenkyu, Naruto had the most powerful of bloodlines, the Rinnegan. While Sasuke had everything given to him, Naruto had worked and fought long and hard for everything he had. The Emperor of the West faced off against the two remaining Sannin. Jiraiya and Tsunade assumed that if the Hunter Nin did not kill Naruto, then he would die without Konoha's protection. There was no love lost between Naruto and the two Sannin, and he made that point known by making the first move, forcing both Tsunade and Jiraiya on the offensive. In a burst of speed, the Genin-turned-Emperor was upon the two elder shinobi, punching and kicking. Naruto could have went for an easy win, but chose not to. He wanted to do this up close and personal. Tsunade and Jiraiya found out the hard way that this was not the same brat they had banished 7 years earlier. Far from it, Naruto was not holding back, as he tagged both Jiraiya and Tsunade with several brutal shots. Senshi had tutored Naruto not only in the art of combat, but in the art of tactics as well, which is why he was holding his own against the two Sannin. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster, Senshi had told him during his days as a warlord in the Unification Wars. Naruto knew how Tsunade and Jiraiya had fought. Tsunade had her super strength and the slug contract, while Jiraiya had the backing of the Toads and Sage Mode. While the seals he had drawn up had done its job of nullifying the summoning jutsus, as well as his own, Naruto still had to contend with their other abilities. Sidestepping a Rasengan from Jiraiya, Naruto grabbed a handful of Jiraiya's hair and slammed him to the ground. Raising one foot to stomp the Toad Sage's head into a fine paste, he failed to notice Tsunade coming in from behind, preparing to cave in Naruto's head with a chakra-powered punch to the skull. Imagine her surprise that it was not Naruto's head she destroyed, but rather a wooden log. Naruto had avoided the blow, and had reappeared behind the Godem. Banshu Tenin. Tsunade felt herself being lifted off her feet and flung backwards towards Naruto, who caught her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Using the momentum from the Banshu Tenin, he arched his body backwards, planting Tsunade head first into the ground via a vicious belly-to-back waist-lock suplex, i.e., a German suplex, getting back to a vertical base. Naruto began to punch Tsunade in the face repeatedly. After the first 2 blows, Tsunade managed to get her hands up in order to block her face from Naruto's onslaught of overhead punches. A battle cry from overhead had drawn Naruto's attention from his attempts to punch in the Godaim's face. Looking up, he saw that Sasuke has now recovered. Shikudo in hand, he was looking to impale his former teammate. Naruto got out of the way, while Tsunade rolled out of the way, lest she would find herself impaled on Sasuke's weapon. Naruto faced off against the Uchiha Prince. Megenkyu spinning, Sasuke went on the offensive. Naruto pulled out a black Hiraishin kunai and parried and deflected the attacks from the Uchiha. A backhand followed by a double open palm strike to the breadbasket forced Sasuke back to the ground, just as Naruto's senses went haywire. Spinning around, he saw Tsunade lifted an overturned pillar, twice as big as he was in her hands, showing off her super strength. With a yell, she heaved it towards Naruto. The Emperor of the West responded by jumping up, running across the pillar before leaping off and kicking the Godem in the side of her head, knocking her down. Turning back towards Sasuke, he saw Jiraiya charging in instead, headbutting Naruto, forcing him back. At the same time, Sasuke, now on his feet, tried to outflank him from behind. Naruto saw him, grabbed the last Uchiha and used him as a shield as Jiraiya tried to punch him. Instead, the super pervert nailed Sasuke right in the skull. Naruto knocked Jiraiya away and flung Sasuke into Tsunade. Pulling out a scroll, Naruto opened it, stained some of his blood on it, thus activating the scroll. As Sasuke saw from his place on the ground, it was a storage scroll which contained Naruto's signature weapon, the Okatana. Think Virgil's Yamato from Devil May Cry. The Okatana he wielded was forged from the metal found inside a meteorite, the blade considered to be indestructible and incredibly sharp, as well as highly adaptable to chakra. Naruto had found it while returning from a campaign in the north. The sword was hidden inside a cave inside the Lodja Mountains. That and over 400 cases full of gold bars, which he used to fund his campaign of unification, and later used it to build the empire. Sasuke looked at the sword and retrieved his own Chokouto. "Nice sword," he said. "I'll take that off your hands as well. You are not worthy of having such a weapon in your possession. It would be better suited for me, Dobi." Naruto unsheathed his weapon. "You are not worthy of this blade, Uchiha. The sword recognizes me as its master. It will reject you." Jiraiya, now recovered, saw that Naruto was distracted with Sasuke and activated Sage Mode. Drawing upon his Senjutsu, he created an Odama Rasengan. With Sage Mode activated, it gave him a boost in speed, of which he used to charge at Naruto from behind. Naruto smirked as he sensed Jiraiya's attempt to kill him with his father's signature move. Not breaking eye contact with Sasuke, he uttered the words, "Imperial style. Flash step." Even with the Sharingan active, Sasuke could not follow Naruto's movements, or copy the technique, as he moved incredibly fast, as Jiraiya found out the hard way. Instead of impaling Naruto, Jiraiya found that his Rasengan had went through an after-image of his former godson. Naruto emerged out of the technique, on Jiraiya's side, sword raised over his head, his intentions made clear. Slash. Thump. Jiraiya's outstretched arm fell to the ground, the Odama Rasengan dispelling, its chakra depleted. Jiraiya's shock was short-lived, as Naruto kicked him in the breadbasket, knocking him back, blood erupting out of his stump like a geyser. Sasuke stood there, shock evident on his face as his brain processed what Naruto had done. "Jiraiya!" Tsunade shouted, having witnessed the amputation of the super pervert's arm by Naruto. Her face twisted into rage, she jumped to her feet, ready to attack yet again before Naruto stopped her. Senju. I would be more worried about your teammate rather than me," Naruto said, looking at Jiraiya. "He's starting to go into shock from the blood loss. I give him 10-20 minutes tops before he bleeds out without any treatment," he said in a casual tone as if he was discussing the weather. "So what's it going to be? Fight me and let Jiraiya bleed to death? Or don't fight me and save his life?" Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, then back at Naruto. Gritting her teeth, she knew that this battle between herself and Jiraiya against Naruto was over, as he was right. She turned from the Emperor and began to save Jiraiya's life, lest he bled to death. She was out of this fight, as from the look of things, she had injured and dead shinobi on her hands. Turning back to Sasuke, who had quickly gotten over his shock of seeing one of the most powerful of the Sannin being crushed so easily, he brought his sword into a ready stance. "Now. Where were we?" Sasuke smirked as he raised his Chikuto. "I was going to show everyone here why I am an elite. I think Emperor of the West would suit me better than a dobi like you." "You always loved the sound of your own voice, didn't you, Sasuke?" Naruto said as they circled. "You wouldn't last 5 minutes in the Empire. Face it, you are second best." That made Sasuke mad. "You think that you're the only one who knows swordplay? I was taught by the best in Konoha." Naruto raised his sword in a formal salute, Dooku style. Then show me, see if the so-called Uchiha elite is a match for the Emperor of the Six Paths. With that, the duel was on. With Hinata. Aside from Kurenai and Cell 8, Sakura Haruno faced off against Hinata Hyuga. The shy, meek, insecure shinobi that had her ass handed to her by Neji was gone. In her place was a medic nin, forged in the fires of the Unification Wars. Sakura had kicked herself for not realizing it sooner, that the former heiress to the Hyuga was not only the Empress consort, but the head of the medic nin program. But now, as Sakura found out as she and Kurenai's team surrounded Hinata, Hinata was an unknown. She was not the insecure genin who got her ass handed to her by her elder cousin. She was Naruto's wife, which made her the Empress consort of the West. Whatever, Sakura snorted as she prepared for the inevitable fight. I've trained under Tsunade. I'm her true successor to becoming Sannin. Not that pig Ino. Hinata will soon see that fact firsthand. Sakura would find out just how wrong she was, as Hinata had brought her down in 10 hits. Think Jun's 10-hit combo, knocking her out cold, her Tenketsu points sealed. Kurenai gave the order to attack. Hinata calmly countered the attacks from her former teammates. Kurenai had went for an easy win. Or so she had hoped, with her signature tree-binding death jutsu, only to find out that Hinata's enhanced Baikougan had neutralized her genjutsu. Shino attempted to use his Kikachu to drain her chakra and force Naruto to surrender, only to see Hinata incinerate the tornado of Kikachu with what she called the Deadly Tempest. Hinata then dropped Shino with several senbon needles laced with a slow-acting poison. The poison wasn't lethal, but was designed to attack the nervous system, meaning that Shino would be out of it for a while, and he will need plenty of time to recover. The battle was now 3-on-1, as the Inuzuka and his dog, now mimicking Kiba, and Kurenai fought Hinata. The Empress consort, as they had found out, had some new tricks, as what remained on Cell 8 learned the hard way. As Hinata was distracted with Kiba and Akamaru, Kurenai attacked from behind. Kunai in hand, she was ready to stab Hinata in the back. 8 trigrams. Kaden. Smack. Kurenai knew of the Hyuga's Kaden, or rotation. She knew that it was a defensive move, designed to deflect any type of projectiles, as she had seen Neji Hyuga use it against Naruto Uzumaki during the Chunin exams. Hinata, however, had made it into an offensive weapon. Her body covered from head to toe in chakra, Hinata spun on her heels, the waves of chakra emerging from her body. To Kurenai, it was as she had taken one of Tsunade's super punches to the face, as she found herself being propelled into the air. A volley of poison-laced senbon needles soon followed and met its target, leaving Kurenai in the same state as Shino. She fell back to the ground, having been taken out of the fight, leaving Kiba and Akamaru to face Hinata. With Hinata preoccupied with Kurenai, Kiba and Akamaru struck. Gatsuga. Hinata knew that Kiba wasn't above cheap shots when her back was turned. She also did the same while back in the West. They were ninja, after all. Knowing firsthand as to how the Gatsuga worked, Hinata performed a second rotation, knocking Kiba and Akamaru out of the move, knocking them both to the floor. Kiba and Akamaru got back to their feet, but noticed the ever-familiar 8 trigrams pattern that they were standing on, which meant one thing. "You're in my range, Kiba," Hinata confirmed. "Ah, crap," Kiba muttered. Moving faster than the normal eye can track, Hinata struck both Kiba and Akamaru. As she had used the 64 palms, she split it in half, striking Kiba 32 times, and Akamaru 32 times. As Kiba found out, judging from the sealed chakra points, the broken leg, fractured wrist and broken ribs, Hinata had upgraded the 64 palms so that she can tear muscle and break bones. Kiba knew that he was out of the fight. Akamaru would be spending some time with Hana at the kennels. But despite everything, he considered himself lucky that Hinata did not hate him that much. Worst-case scenario was that she could have killed him and Akamaru. "You could have went easy on us," Kiba lamented. "I did. I didn't kill you," Hinata replied. "Despite you asking me out when we were kids, you were the nicest to me. This is your one-time deal, Inuzuka." With her former cell effectively neutralized, Hinata bowed out of the fight. With Kakashi and Zabuza. 7 years earlier, Zabuza Momochi was thought to have died in Wave Country. Of course, Kakashi had embellished the reports on what had happened during the mission. He said that Sasuke and Sakura had defended Tazuna, while he himself took out Zabuza. Naruto, being the dead last, did nothing. But he did not suspect that both Zabuza and his partner used a powered-up blood clone and fled to the west as the Mist Hunter ninjas closed in. In the 7 years since their last encounter, Zabuza had hooked up with a group of Mist refugees living in the southern region and later, hooked up with Naruto in his quest to unify the West. The price Zabuza asked for? Kakashi Hitaki's head. Aside from Kakashi, Zabuza had to deal with the 10 Anbu who had came to assist the Sharingan-wielding shinobi in killing the demon of Kimen. Or rather, the 5 Anbu, as Zabuza had cut them down without batting an eye, showing to Kakashi that Zabuza's skills has drastically improved in the years following his death, wielding his oversized sword as if it was like a normal katana. The remaining Anbu kept their distance as they watched Kakashi and Zabuza locked in a life-or-death duel. Kakashi had thought that without water for Zabuza to perform his jutsu, that this would be an easy match for him to win, and that Zabuza would die for real. But for someone who once preached, "Look underneath the underneath," he had underestimated the former Mist swordsman, as he found himself on the defensive against Zabuza's barrage of attacks. The fight between the two shinobi, plus 5 Anbu, had moved inside a building. Had Kakashi and the others were paying any attention, they would have noticed that the building in question was a damaged restaurant, a popular eatery for the shinobi and civilians in Suna. Perfect for Zabuza, as he could finally use his silent kill to get rid of the annoying Anbu that were keeping their distance. Once Kakashi and the Anbu were inside, Zabuza pulled out several smoke bombs and threw them at Kakashi and the Anbu. Once they were properly distracted, Zabuza retreated into the kitchen. Out in the dining area, in the midst of several coughing fits, Kakashi managed to get out. "Be on your guard. Zabuza could be anywhere." Zabuza's laughter echoed through the restaurant. "Got that right, Hitaki. I am everywhere, and nowhere," his disembodied voice said. "The heart. The lungs. The spine. The brain. The liver. The kidneys. And the jugular. The body's 7 most vital spots. So many ways to kill, so little time. Be careful," Kakashi warned the Anbu with him. "He is the master of the silent kill." Too late, Zabuza's voice said, the smoke finally clearing. "Your friends are already dead." Kakashi looked around, and sure enough, the bodies of the 5 Anbu were sprawled all over the floor. Then Zabuza appeared from behind, hoping to take Kakashi's head on in one swing. Instead, the demon of Kimen ended up cleaving a log in 2. Zabuza spun around and deflected several kunai flung at him from Kakashi. Soon, the 2 men had locked blades. "Come on, Hitaki," Zabuza said. "I just want to take a little off the top." The sword fight then resumed, with Zabuza beating down Kakashi's defenses. Kakashi managed to break the stalemate and fired off a great fireball jutsu, of which Zabuza managed to block, giving him enough time to unleash. Kamui. With Asura Naruto, Yamato, Asuma, Maeda Guy and 30 Anbu who were inside the impromptu arena charged towards Naruto. But Asura Naruto stood in their path. "I am going to enjoy this," Asura Naruto said as he prepared to attack. While 10 OHI against Zabuza, the remaining 10 stood with their Anbu commander. "Spread out," Yamato shouted. "Give him multiple targets, he can't take us all on." "I got him," Asuma shouted as he went through hand seals which Asura Naruto recognized. Snake. Rat. Snake. Tiger. Fire release. Ash pile burning, he said before blowing a cloud of chakra-enhanced gunpowder at Asura Naruto, enveloping him. Asuma was the son of Hiruzen and Bawako Sarutobi, a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, one of Konoha's top shinobi. So he thought he would cinch an easy victory over what was the village dead last. Asuma had read the files on Naruto, as he was privy to his father's plans regarding the Uzumaki. He was one of many who had assaulted him as a child. The Shinobi Academy had sabotaged his training. Even Konohamaru's friendship to him was false, as it was an attempt for the Sandaime to have Naruto grow an attachment to the village. The only thing he had for him was that fact that he was the Jinchuriki and that he knew the shadow clones. As Asuma began to make the hand seals for a fire jutsu, the cloud of gunpowder suddenly blew back towards the Anbu and the Junin. Guy's eyes went wide as he saw a single sheet of paper fluttering in the black cloud. A sheet of paper with an intricate series of writing centering around a single word. Explosive. Move. The spandex-wearing Junin shouted, exploding tag. Asuma, Yamato, Guy and Yamato managed to get out of the way, along with 5 of the Anbu, just as the tag detonated, ending the lives of the other 5 Anbu in a violent explosion. Asura Naruto grinned. Apparently, Asuma had forgotten, or did not listen to Kakashi, that his primary element was wind, so blowing back the gunpowder was easy enough with a wind jutsu, followed by an explosive tag, causing Asuma's initial plan to literally blow up in their face. Tantos drawn, the remaining 5 Anbu charged at Asura Naruto, who charged at the 5. As Asuma and the others watched in horror, Asura Naruto knocked the attacking Anbu as if they were not worth the effort, knocking them aside. Judging from the unnatural angles and the blood pooling from their bodies, it was a safe bet to say that they died instantly. Asuma produced his trench knives and focused his chakra into the blades. Guy removed the weights from his legs. Yamato attacked first with his Tanto, only to find that it did not affect Asura Naruto in the slightest. Asuma rushed in, hoping that the flying swallow would be enough to cause some damage onto Naruto. Asuma slashed at Asura Naruto, who blocked the attack with his forearm. Sparks kicked off from the metallic arms, but what shocked Asuma was that there was no damage. That's impossible, Asuma thought. The flying swallow can cut through steel. Asura Naruto looked amused as he cocked his head to the side. Is that your best, Sarutobi? He taunted. Asuma's response was to launch a punch to the face, of which Asura Naruto calmly caught with one hand. Guy took this moment to blindside Asura Naruto from the side and tried to bum rush in. Without breaking eye contact, Asura Naruto's hand lashed out and caught Guy's neck in an iron grip. Asura Naruto turned his head to Guy, now having lifted a foot off the ground. Wait for your turn, he said, flinging him into Yamato, who tried to attack while he was distracted. The green beast of Konoha and the Mokuton-wielding Anbu captain crashed together in a heap, leaving Asura Naruto to deal with Asuma, having caught his other wrist when the Sandame's son tried to punch him yet again. Asura Naruto looked at the trench knife, then back at a defiant Asuma. I remember those knives, he mused. I remembered that you tried to kill me with them when I was 6. You killed my mother, you demon bastard. I should have killed you when you were a baby, Asuma spat out. Typical, Asura Naruto said, right before, crunch. The sound of bones breaking was heard throughout Suna. Inside the cage tower, the Ino Shikacho trio and Cell 9 winced at the sound. Asuma screamed as Naruto crushed both his hand and the trench knife with it, rendering both his hand and the knife useless. Asura Naruto dropped Asuma to the ground, the latter's hand and trench knife mangled and bloodied. When he brought his other hand to bear, Naruto responded by snapping his arm at the elbow. As Asuma sank to his knees, Naruto's knee smashed into Asuma's face, breaking his nose and knocking him unconscious. Damn you, you unyouthful demon! Guy shouted as he unlocked 4 of the 8 gates. Asura Naruto kicked Asuma out of the way and beckoned Guy. Come, so I can end you, he said. Like Asuma, Guy was also guilty of assaulting him in his youth. Asura Naruto charged at Guy, only to find himself encased in a tree, courtesy of Yamato and his tree-binding flourishing burial. Did that do it? Yamato whispered to himself, as he stood, knowing full well of the Mokuton's ability to reign in the power of a Biju. Did that stop him? From inside the tree, Asura Naruto gave his reply. No, it did not. Fire release, deadly tempest. With eyes filled with horror, Yamato and Guy watched as the massive tree was reduced to carbon from the inside out, followed by Asura Naruto charging out of the destroyed tree, which collapsed onto itself, his intended target now clear. Yamato was on the receiving end of a metallic fist crashing against his jaw, breaking it in 3 places, which was followed by a kick to the sternum which sent him crashing through a wall, putting him out of commission. Guy, now having unlocked 7 of the 8 gates, moved in to combat Asura Naruto. With Asuma and Yamato out of commission, it was now up to him to take down the demon. You will pay for your unyouthfulness, demon! Guy shouted as he knocked Asura Naruto into the air, high above Suna. As Guy launched himself after him, he followed through with the reverse lotus, unleashing a vicious barrage of punches and kicks. To anyone who had seen Guy and his former student perform the reverse lotus, the technique would be finished off with either Guy or Lee hitting their opponent with 1 fist and 1 foot, resulting in terminal velocity for the unfortunate person on the receiving end. That, however, was not going to happen, as Guy attempted to deal the final blow, Asura Naruto disappeared. And reappeared behind Guy. Hands interlocked and raised over his head, Asura Naruto dealt the green beast of Konoha a vicious hammer punch that sent him back to Suna, where he made an impact crater upon landing. But Asura Naruto was not finished just yet. Upon returning to the streets via Shunshin, Asura Naruto strode over to Guy, who was trying to get back to his feet, and failing, as unlocking the 7 gates had depleted most of his chakra. Standing over the fallen Guy, Asura Naruto looked down in triumph. Not so fun when the demon brat fights back, isn't it? He taunted as Guy tried to crawl away. You sent me to the hospital many times following you using me as a punching bag for your Guken techniques. He raised one sandal-ed foot. You thought I had forgotten that, haven't you? Naruto. Please. Show mercy, Guy pleaded. The gods show mercy. To those who tried to kill me as a child, I show none, Asura Naruto said, right before slamming it down onto Guy's spine. Guy screamed as he felt his spinal cord snap in several places. Your shinobi career is over, Maida Guy. See if you can get Tsunade to fix your back. Maida Guy whimpered as he tried to use his legs, but could not. The pain became too great, causing him to pass out. Looking at the carnage surrounding him, Asura Naruto felt a small measure of revenge. His battle was over. With a poof, he dispersed himself. With Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha was furious. He was an Uchiha. An elite. One of the strongest shinobi in Konoha. He wielded the Megenkyu Sharingan. He was trained by both Kakashi Hitaki and Danzo Shimura. All of Konoha had recognized his strength. Then there was his former teammate. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the demon of Konoha. The fox in human skin, the dead last. When Na was pardoned. Despite his loss, and that he used the cursed seal, Sasuke had claimed his greatness, saying that Naruto would have lost were it not for the 9 tails in his body. But as Sasuke was given anything and everything he wanted, Naruto had to work hard for what he had. While Sasuke lived a relatively peaceful life as Konoha's prince, Naruto had fought in the West, making alliances and forging an empire under his rule, bringing about a peace that has not been seen since the time of his ancestor, the Six Paths Sage. Simply put, Naruto had surpassed the self-proclaimed elite Uchiha. Naruto would admit that he had gotten lucky at the Valley of the End, but following their fight in T-Country, it had become clear that Naruto was the strongest of the two. And once Sasuke knew that the Emperor and the Dobi was one and the same, it had pretty much enraged him. Naruto had no problem mixing it up with his own blade, which was why he and the Uchiha were currently in the middle of a vicious sword duel. Naruto effectively neutralized both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sharingan versus Rinnegan, the Emperor versus the elite. How are you so damn strong? Sasuke snarled as he and Naruto locked blades. You can't be this strong, Dobi. I am an Uchiha. That strength should be mine. How is it you are so damn strong? Why can't my hatred defeat you? I earned my strength through hard work. Even now, I don't use my Rinnegan as a crutch, Naruto replied, right before headbutting the Uchiha, followed by a roundhouse to the jaw, knocking him to the ground. That is the difference between us. There is no hatred, only passion. Through passion, I find strength. Naruto continued to deflect and parry Sasuke's attacks as he continued to speak, reciting what Senshi had told him when he learned the ways of the samurai. Through strength, I gain knowledge. Through knowledge, comes serenity. He backhanded the Uchiha, busting his lip. There is no chaos within me, only harmony. Through harmony, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. You talk too damn much, Sasuke shouted, and you have learned nothing, Naruto replied as the battle intensified. The two former teammates turned enemies' flurry of swordplay. Sasuke's shinobi swordplay and Naruto's samurai and mist swordsmanship. Intensified, until the two men ended up in a second blade lock. Your power. Give it to me, shouted the Uchiha prince, activating the Sharingan. Naruto broke off the blade lock with a headbutt to Sasuke, which was followed by him planting both feet into Sasuke's chest, knocking him backwards. Naruto sheathed his katana. You can't win, Sasuke, he said as his opponent stood up. You're better off just giving up. I have long since surpassed you. I proved that at the Valley of the End. I proved it again in T-Country. And I proved it here. I have nothing else to prove to you. Sasuke's eyes were closed. No, you're wrong, Dobi. Naruto had a pretty good idea as to what was going to happen next, as he watched bloody tears emerge from his eyes. He steeled himself for Sasuke's final trump card. Sasuke's eyes opened, revealing the Megenkyu Sharingan. "Prove to me that you can die, Amaterasu." The strongest of the fire release jutsu and the strongest jutsu that an Uchiha can master. The flames of Amaterasu are said to be the fires of hell, hot as the sun, and said to be unavoidable, the flames capable of burning everything in its path, reducing whatever is caught in the flames to nothing but ash. Naruto's response to Sasuke's attack was to activate his Rinnegan, falling back into the Diva path. Shinra. Tensai. Sasuke's eyes showed complete shock as the black flames were extinguished. In a futile gesture, he raised his hands to block the incoming pressure wave, only to find himself once again on the receiving end of the Shinra Tensai, Naruto's jutsu flinging him back into a wall. Naruto was upon him in an instant. One punch to the sternum had caused Sasuke to cough up blood. This was followed by Naruto unloading a vicious barrage of punches into Sasuke's chest and torso, Sasuke's body jerking like a rag doll with each blow. The coup de grace came with Naruto punching Sasuke through the wall. "Looks like I win again," Naruto said smugly. Turning from the mangled Uchiha, Naruto walked back into the street. Then he stopped and turned around. Sasuke, despite being badly injured, stumbled out of the hole Naruto had made with his body. "Dobi. We are not done yet. I'll give you this much. You're persistent," Naruto admitted, "but the battle is over. You lost. The Sannin lost. It's over. Damn you. Damn you." Sasuke snarled as the cursed seal went into overdrive as he went into stage 2 of the cursed seal. His skin turned into a shade of dark gray, the lips a shade of blue. A black 4-point star-like mark appeared in between his eyes, above the bridge of his nose. His hair had gotten longer, ending at his waist. The eyes no longer had the Sharingan. The sclerae turned black, the irides now yellow. Last were the large webbed hand-shaped wings on his back. "Die Naruto!" Sasuke screamed as he rose into the air, right before diving at Naruto, claws outstretched, ready to rip Naruto apart. Had Sasuke been paying any attention, he would have noticed the smirk on Naruto's face. Or the ball of chakra-infused lightning in his hand. Imperial style. Chidori. Sasuke's eyes bulged out of its sockets as Naruto nailed him with Kakashi's signature assassination jutsu, payback for Sasuke doing the same to him. The Uchiha prince screamed as the electricity coursed through his body, playing haywire with his chakra and nervous systems, and leaving a fist-sized hole in his shoulder, the same spot where Sasuke had done to Naruto years earlier, not to mention giving the people watching this fight a good view of his skeleton. The force of the Chidori sent Sasuke sailing back to the mangled remains of Konoha's shinobi. Tsunade and Sakura had their hands full. Sakura wanted to go after Naruto, but Tsunade had ordered her to remain behind to help with the wounded. Asuma's hand was mangled, the other arm broken. Kurenai and Shino had been poisoned by Hinata, while Kiba and Akamaru had several broken bones. Guy's shinobi career was pretty much over, as his back was shattered. Yamato also had several broken bones, and Jiraiya's arm was severed. This battle was over. "You used the Chidori on me back at the Valley of the End," Naruto said as Sasuke returned to normal. "Consider us even." He turned from Tsunade and the others. Hinata, having watched the fight from the sidelines, walked over to greet her husband properly. However, in her rush, she did not see Kakashi emerge from the restaurant from where he was fighting Zabuza moments earlier, having won his battle. Seeing as how Naruto had won, Kakashi did the only thing he could do. He targeted Naruto's wife, Rikiri. Naruto saw that Kakashi had Hinata in his sights. If Konoha came out as the loser in this conflict, then the Emperor would be without his wife. Kakashi was fast, but Naruto was faster. He performed a flash step, closing the distance and shoving Hinata out of the way, just as Kakashi's Rikiri struck Naruto square in the chest. Sharingan spinning, Kakashi saw that he did not kill Hinata, but he did catch Naruto. Tsunade and Jiraiya, despite being badly injured, looked upon the scene with grim satisfaction. Perhaps now Minato and Kushina could finally rest in peace with their killer dead. With this act, the Empire would be robbed of their emperor. "I got you, demon," Kakashi grated. "I finally got you." However, The look on Naruto's face was not disbelief that Kakashi had tried to kill him, but rather amusement. As Naruto rushed to intercept Kakashi's Raikiri, he had activated the Preta path, which allowed him to take the full brunt of Kakashi's Raikiri without the effect of death. Kakashi's look of triumph turned to one of total shock as Naruto absorbed the jutsu. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya saw that Naruto was still alive, and not dead on his feet. It was because of this development that Kakashi did not knock Aoming from behind. Thwack! Kakashi's eyes bulged as he felt pain. Looking down, he saw the familiar shape of a massive sword sticking a foot out of his chest. Kakashi's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the blade, stained with his blood. The Kabikirabocho. No. Zabuza whispered from behind as he yanked his blade out of Kakashi, having got the jump on Naruto's former sensei. I got you, Hitaki. Zabuza? How? Kakashi gasped. Water clone, was all that Zabuza had said. You really thought that you suckered me, didn't you? You forgot about my water clones. During the fight inside the restaurant, Zabuza had retreated into the kitchen, broken the kitchen's sink and used its water to create a reinforced water clone, of which he sent after Zabuza. Naruto had warned him of the Sharingan's abilities, and now the demon of Kimen was thankful that he had listened to the Emperor's advice. All he had to do was wait for the perfect time to strike. And it came when Kakashi tried to kill Naruto with the Raikiri. Naruto and Hinata backed off several steps as Kakashi turned around and looked into the face of the man thought to have been sent to the other dimension by the Kamui. Kakashi was looking into the face of his executioner. He was dead either way, as the wound Zabuza had delivered to him was mortal. For the crimes of betraying both the Uzumaki clan and my father, your sentence is death, Hitaki, Naruto coldly decreed. Turning to Kakashi, he gave his former sensei his parting words as Zabuza raised Kabikirabocho, savoring the look of horror mixed with fear as he knew what was coming. Death comes for us all, Hitaki. But when you die, something far worse awaits you. The blade of the head-chopping cleaver slashed its way through flesh, muscle and bone. Kakashi's head fell forward, while the body keeled over, the stump spilling blood in the street, the body twitching before finally going still. Kakashi Hitaki was dead. Which is that you die with no honor, Naruto finished. Turning to Zabuza, he asked, happy now? Zabuza nodded. Very. Naruto turned to the injured Konoha shinobi. Sasuke had reverted back to human form following the Chidori to the chest and was being tended to by Sakura. Hinata made a signal, and the Imperial forces converged onto the scene, weapons drawn. Our battle is finished here, Naruto intoned. Take your wounded and leave my sight. Tsunade, now having stabilized Jiraiya, glared at her former godson. This isn't over. Naruto! Shouted the Godem. This is nothing but petty hatred and vengeance on your end. For the moment, it is over, Naruto replied. You call this hatred. I call it retribution. You say this is vengeance. This is justice. But this is only the beginning, you hag. This is the beginning of the end for the Leaf. Go back to Konoha and tell them that the dead last has returned. Tell them that as the yellow flash brought Konoha's rise to power, the Emperor of the Six Paths will bring about its reckoning. Either leave under your own power, or I can send you back in a box. Make your choice now. Tsunade wanted to fight to the bitter end, to go out fighting. But Jiraiya needed immediate medical attention and her Junin were grievously injured. The Imperial forces parted, making a path for the beaten and wounded Konoha shinobi to pass through with the help of the surviving Junin who were kept from the battle at Blade Point. Tsunade giving one final hate-filled glare at Naruto, now placing the cage-style hat back on his head and walking away from the battle, Hinata at his side. As Tsunade and the Konoha shinobi departed from Suna, a fourth party, unknown to either Konoha, Suna or the Imperial West, made his own escape. A white-haired shinobi with glasses. Otogakure, Rice Country, several days later. Inside his laboratory, Orochimaru was going over some notes in regards to his new test subjects when Kabuto came running in, out of breath. Without looking up from his notes, he said, "You're a week late, Kabuto. I hope you have a very good reason as to why you are behind schedule." The Snake Sage had ordered Kabuto to investigate the Akatsuki's movements, which had led Kabuto to Suna. There, disguised as a Suna Junin, Kabuto had witnessed the deaths of both Deidara and Sasori at the hands of the Emperor and Empress consort. But before Kabuto could leave, Suna was placed under martial law, the civilians evacuated to several fallback spots. Then the Akatsuki invaded, and Kabuto ended up fighting alongside Suna and the Imperial forces against the Six Paths and their 100,000 white Zetsu army. Kabuto had a first-hand look as to how the Imperial forces, shinobi and samurai, fight. He also got a good glimpse of how the Imperial Medic Corps went about their work. But most important, he knew the identities of the Emperor and his wife, and of their connection to Konoha. To Orochimaru, the Western Empire was an unknown to him. Upon hearing about the Pikara outpost in Wind Country 6 months earlier, he had sent Kabuto to investigate. What Kabuto had managed to find out was that a high-ranking official and his wife had conducted inspections on the Pikara branches in the elemental countries. Grudgingly, he had to admit that the Imperials were strong, especially the man in black's commander of his elite unit of bodyguards. "I know I am behind on my time," Kabuto panted. "There is a development. The Akatsuki has been destroyed." That caught Orochimaru's interest. "Explain." And Kabuto told him what had happened. He told his master about the Akatsuki invasion of Suna, of how Konan and the Six Paths led the surviving members of the Akatsuki and 100,000 white Zetsu clones against a joint force of Suna shinobi and 4 battalions of Imperial shinobi and samurai, and of how despite being outnumbered 2-1, the joint Suna Imperial forces were victorious. "There's more," Kabuto continued. "I know the identity of the Akatsuki mastermind. It was not Nagato as we originally expected. You knew him as Tobi, but in truth, his real name is Obito Uchiha." Orochimaru was surprised. So there were 2 Uchihas in the Akatsuki. "Interesting, continue." "The Akatsuki were killed to the last man," Kabuto said. "Hidan, Kazuku, Konan, Nagato, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Obito had been captured alive and will face execution upon being sent to the Western Empire." One less headache for me," the Snake Sanin said. "Anything else?" Kabuto grinned. "Yes. The Emperor and his wife. I know who they are." Not wanting to keep his master in suspense, he told him. "The Emperor is the one who was banished for doing his job. The Emperor is Sasuke Uchiha's former teammate, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki." If Orochimaru was surprised before, this took the cake. "Are you telling me that the Emperor himself is Naruto Uzumaki? The dead last?" Kabuto nodded. His parents were Sarutobi's successor and the Red Death herself. That gave Orochimaru pause. As a former Konoha shinobi and 1/3 of the legendary Sannin, he knew of Tsunade's family history involving the Uzumaki and the Senju. Mito Uzumaki was wife to Hashirama Senju, and Tsunade was her granddaughter. Kushina Uzumaki was Tsunade's niece. Kabuto immediately caught on, and Naruto Uzumaki is Tsunade's great-nephew. Orochimaru cackled. Tsunade, in her infinite wisdom, banished her great-nephew. They screwed over the direct descendant of the Six Paths sage. So who is his wife? The former Hyuga heiress. Hinata Hyuga. From what I found out, she is the founder of the Western Empire's Imperial Medic program there. I hate to say it, but the Imperial program is a lot more advanced. And speaking of Tsunade. Orochimaru stopped laughing. What? She came to Suna hoping to get back on Gaara's good side in fighting with Suna, and to try and negotiate an alliance with the Emperor. Backing her was Jiraiya, several of their senior Junin and several of Naruto's former teammates, including Sasuke Uchiha. Uzumaki has gotten strong. Even stronger than the Uchiha. His wife as well. They both had come a long way since Konoha. I bet that the reunion did. Notaru mused. That is an understatement, Kabuto replied. Tsunade had sicked Kakashi and the other Junin on the both of them. Out of everyone, Maeda Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Sasuke had it the worst. Sarutobi suffered a broken hand and a broken arm. Maeda Guy. Well, his shinobi career is effectively over. Jiraiya lost his arm. And Sasuke, despite using the cursed seal, ended up with a Chidori in his chest. Uzumaki did all of that? Orochimaru asked. When Kabuto nodded, Orochimaru added as an afterthought, well, it's a good thing that he hates Konoha as much as I do. I actually feel a little better with him not agreeing to our alliance, not to mention losing to his captain of the guard. Kakashi Hitaki is dead, Kabuto reported. Naruto killed him? No, Zabuza Momichi, the demon of the mist, took his head. Orochimaru took a moment to take all of the news in. This might work to our advantage. If there is one thing I can count on, is that dear Sasuke cannot stand the fact that someone like Naruto is stronger than him. I may be able to get my body just yet. Should I organize a retrieval team and intercept him from Tsunade and the others? No, I can wait a while longer. What about Naruto and the Western Empire? Orochimaru thought about it for a moment. It's clear that we are not on Naruto and Hinata's radar, and that they hate Konoha as much as we do. So we will leave them and their merchants along for the time being. Send word to the Raikage. Uzumaki and the Western Empire is off limits. His smile grew sinister. But if Sasuke refuses to come to my side, I can always be an emperor. Konohagakure no Sato. At the same time, it had been midnight when Tsunade and the remains of her forces had returned to Konoha. Since that time, she, along with Shizune and Sakura, had been hard at work stabilizing the badly injured shinobi, even going as far as taking a soldier pill in order to keep working. As she had been busy with Jiraiya, Shizune and Sakura had been tasked along with the doctors in treating the injured shinobi, as well as compiling a casualty list of the Anbu who were killed. Konoha Hospital, dawn. Shizune and Sakura gave their reports to Tsunade, who had just finished treating Jiraiya. 16 Anbu dead, Sakura reported as she handed Tsunade a scroll. Here are their names. Kakashi Hitaki Kia. Tsunade nodded grimly. She had brought 200 Junin-level shinobi with her to Suna, and yet when Naruto and Hinata had used their forces to block them from interfering at Blade and Jutsu Point. Seeing as how the Junin were outnumbered and outmatched, the remaining Junin had no choice but to comply. Tsunade found them outside Suna, and ordered them to help with the wounded and the dead, after demoting them to Chunin. They were not allowed to take Kakashi's body, as that was incinerated in one of the many pyres outside of Suna. And the others? Tsunade asked. Shizune went over her notes. Out of the group that was attacked by Uzumaki and his wife, Kurenai Sarutobi and Shino Aburame were affected by an unknown type of poison which makes the chakra and nervous systems go haywire. It's not lethal, but it is extremely effective. Were you able to get samples? Tsunade asked. Sakura shook her head. The poison works pretty fast. Despite taking blood samples from both Sarutobi and Aburame, there was no poison in their system. Either way, both of them will be out of action for about a week until they recover. Considering what has happened to the others, they got off lucky. And the others? First up is Maeda Guy, Shizune reported. There was too much damage from where Uzumaki had crushed his spine. He won't be able to walk again. His shinobi career is finished. Tsunade nodded grimly. Continue. Asuma Sarutobi's right hand was crushed, along with his trench knife, which proved to be quite a challenge for the doctors to remove without having to remove the hand altogether, Shizune said. We were able to save his hand, but every bone in his finger has been broken. He also has a broken left arm at the elbow. He's looking at several months of recovery. Sakura continued after that. Kiba Inuzuka has suffered several broken bones, including those in his left leg, a broken radius and a broken wrist. Akamaru had been placed in the care of the Inuzuka vets. Yamato's jaw is broken in 3 places, and a fractured chest bone. Sasuke Uchiha was the worst off. A Chidori-sized hole in his chest, half of the ribs are either broken or fractured, and the electricity from the jutsu has overloaded his nervous system and chakra reserves. How long will he be out? Tsunade asked. A month. Month and a half at the most, Sakura replied. What about you? Are you okay? That brat gave me a concussion when he suplexed me, Tsunade grated. Jiraiya. We couldn't save his arm. He died on me twice, but I managed to revive him. She sighed in frustration. How in the hell could he have gotten so powerful? Sensei made sure that we conditioned him, not to mention that we stunted his growth. He was always the unpredictable one, Sakura admitted. He beat Kiba and Neji in the exams. He should not have that kind of power, Sakura, Shizune said. Such power could be turned against us in the long run. If there is anything I know about the Uzumaki, is that they never forget who wrongs them. You forget that I am also of the Uzumaki, as Mito was my grandmother, Tsunade pointed out. But first and foremost, I am a Senju. Naruto has made it clear that he is a major threat to the Leaf. The bodies of Hitaki and the Anbu Slan has made that point very clear. Monitor Jiraiya and the others. I must tell the council that Uzumaki and the West is now a certified threat. Shizune and Sakura nodded as Tsunade vanished down the corridor. Underneath Konohagakure, hours later. Inside his inner sanctum, Danzo Shimura was furious. The Sharingan in his eye was spinning, his body leaking killer intent. The man known as the Darkness of Shinobi had just returned from an emergency council meeting, in which Tsunade had delivered some devastating news. Naruto Uzumaki was the Emperor of the West. The dead last, the Kyuubi brat, was the most powerful man on the Western continent. The same Naruto Uzumaki who had killed Hanmura and Koharu over a year ago. The same Naruto Uzumaki who had rendered him helpless inside his own underground chambers. The same Naruto Uzumaki who can lead an army into Konoha and crush it under his heel. People change in the 7 years following their banishment, as Danzo's co-conspirators found out the hard way. The council had been in an uproar when the revelation was revealed. The civilian side of the council wanted Tsunade to declare war on the Empire, or by extension, their allies in spring, water and wind. That idea was shot down by the clans, as they would be outnumbered 5-1. But Danzo still could not do anything, as Naruto still had the evidence pertaining to the stolen bloodlines he had on his person, lest he earned the wrath of the Godem and the last Uchiha. All he could do now is plan. Omake, Hokuto no Naruto. Snafu's notes. Kudos to Azure Dragon of the East for inspiring this idea via PM. Naruto's response to Sasuke's attack was to activate his Rinnegan, falling back into the Diva path. Shinra. Tensai. Sasuke's eyes showed complete shock as the black flames were extinguished. In a futile gesture, he raised his hands to block the incoming pressure wave, only to find himself once again on the receiving end of the Shinra Tensai, Naruto's jutsu flinging him back into a wall. Naruto was upon him in an instant. One punch to the sternum had caused Sasuke to cough up blood. This was followed by Naruto unloading a vicious barrage of punches into Sasuke's chest and torso. Sasuke's body jerking like a rag doll with each blow. The coup de grace came with Naruto punching Sasuke through the wall. "Looks like I win again," Naruto said smugly. Turning from the mangled Uchiha, Naruto walked back into the street. Then he stopped and turned around. Sasuke, despite being badly injured, stumbled out of the whole Nar body. "Dobi. We are not done yet. I'll give you this much. You're persistent," Naruto admitted, "but the battle is over. You lost. The Sannin lost. It's over. Damn you. Damn you." Sasuke snarled as the cursed seal went into overdrive as he went into stage 2 of the cursed seal. His skin turned into a shade of dark gray, the lips a shade of blue. A black 4-point star-like mark appeared in between his eyes, above the bridge of his nose. His hair had gotten longer, ending at his waist. The eyes no longer had the Sharingan. The sclerae turned black, the irides now yellow. Last, were the large webbed hand-shaped wings on his back. "Die Naruto!" Sasuke screamed as he rose into the air, right before diving at Naruto, claws outstretched, ready to rip Naruto apart. Had Sasuke been paying any attention, he would have noticed the smirk on Naruto's face. Or the fact that his killer intent was radiating from his body like a flame, literally burning off his haori, flak vest and mesh shirt, revealing his own scarred torso. Think the scars which Kazuya Mishima has sans the large scar on his chest. The Emperor met him in midair, his foot smashing against the demonic-looking Uchiha's face, knocking him back. As Sasuke got back to his feet, Naruto struck. As Tsunade and Jiraiya watched in complete shock and awe, Naruto unleashed a massive barrage of punches with both hands, striking at the Uchiha's 708 acupressure points. To anyone watching this, it was as if Naruto had moved at an inhuman speed, even faster than Rock Lee and Guy combined as he pummeled Sasuke with his fists, the Uchiha's body jerking around violently like a rag doll from the impact of the blows. Then Naruto switched from his hands to one foot, kicking Sasuke just as fast. Right before resuming punching him again, only this time with one hand, not slowing down. And Naruto returned to using his other hand like he had done earlier at the start of the technique. Wata! Ka-pow! The final blow had knocked Sasuke ass over head, crashing in front of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Imperial style. 100 crack fist, Naruto said as he retrieved his cage-style hat. With a flourish, he placed it on his head, turned around and began to walk away. It's over for you, Sasuke. Dobi. Once again, Naruto stopped in mid-step, but did not turn around. Sasuke, still in stage 2, got back to his feet, shrugging off Tsunade's attempts to help him. We're not done yet, Dobi, he shouted as he coughed up blood. Don't you turn your back on me. Slowly, Naruto turned his head. I got 4 words for you, Teme. Ome wa mo shindiru. You are already dead. Is that so? Sasuke snarled back, taking a step forward, then paused as his body began to jerk and twitch violently. Sasuke screamed as he felt his body's internal organs begin to break down, his head swelling to inhuman proportions, the hair falling out of his deformed skull. His torso also began to swell as he fell to his knees. Uzu. Uzumaki. Boom. That was Sasuke's final word as his head literally exploded, with his body following soon afterward. All that remained of Sasuke was everything from the waist down, splattering Tsunade and Jiraiya with bits and pieces of gore. Sasuke's legs twitched before finally going still. Damn it, Naruto cursed. That was the 3rd vest and Haori I destroyed this week. Now I need a new one. Snafu's notes. Close to 200 reviews and I have written only 6 chapters. Yay me. I survived the Mayan apocalypse and all I got to show for it is bad pizza and even worse liquor. Bah. I originally said that I would not be posting a new chapter until the beginning of the new year, but I couldn't help myself. So I flipped a coin. Heads, I would post this chapter now. Tails, I would wait. As you can see, heads won. 3 weeks had passed since the conclusion of the Akatsuki invasion of Suna, in which the organization of S-class missing nin led by Obito Uchiha was destroyed, and the Konoha Imperial conflict, in which a group of high-ranking shinobi led by 2 of the Sannin, picked a fight with the Emperor and his wife, the Empress consort, resulting in the deaths of 16 Enbu Black Ops, the maiming of several high-ranking Junin and the death of Kakashi Hitaki. Upon their return to the west, Naruto had taken Obito Uchiha to the sword, which was followed by Kurama incinerating his body. As a final indignity, Naruto had pissed on the ashes. In the month following that incident, Konoha's standing as the strongest of the shinobi villages in the east has plummeted. Suna had taken Konoha's spot as the strongest of the shinobi villages, with both Konoha and Iwa tied for number 2. With Konoha knocked down a peg, Naruto and Hinata initiated Imperial Protocol 110,482. Originally called Operation Kill the Bakas as a joke between Naruto and Hinata, Imperial Protocol 110,482, also known as Operation Scorched Leaf, was a series of plans developed by Naruto and Hinata which would in the end lead to Konoha's destruction. Sending in his army would be too tedious for Naruto, which is why he came up with this plan. Once Naruto and Hinata became the rulers of the empire, the plans were revised and revamped. Following their return to Kimen, Naruto and Hinata had put their plan into action. A week after returning to Kimen, Naruto had sent out a series of scrolls detailing not only the failed Akatsuki invasion of Suna and the confrontation between the Empire and the Konoha shinobi, but also details in regards to the Akatsuki, Obito Uchiha and Operation Moon Eye. The results were as Naruto and Hinata had expected, which had damaged Konoha even further, sowing mistrust in the Leaf. Of course, Tsunade and the Fire Lord denied the accusations, saying that what Naruto was doing was out of spite. But seeing as how they had favored a hero over a potential traitor, their denials fell on deaf ears. In response to the Imperial nation's actions, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the Fire Daimyo responded by revealing that the Western Empire had the Jinchuriki in their possession, and that they had fought in the Suna-Akatsuki War, hoping to use the political pressure from the Daimyos and the other Kages to force Naruto into surrendering the Jinchuriki back to their respective villages. However, Tsunade was a day late and a Ryo short. The Daimyos, which had the major villages, had already knew that Naruto and Hinata had long since retrieved the Jinchuriki, and allowed him to do so in exchange for a promise of non-aggression on his end. Should the Kages raise a stink over the loss of the Jinchuriki, then the Daimyos will pull them back in line. This did not sit well with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Konohagakure no Sato, Fire Country. Jiraiya walked into the office. The one-armed Sanin's expression was grim, and has been grim since the fateful mission into Suna. The stump on where his arm used to be served as a reminder of what Naruto had become. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork. "Well, did you hear anything?" she demanded. "Bad news all around," replied Jiraiya. "From what my informants have told me, it appears that the brat is 2 steps ahead of us. The daimyos have long known that Naruto had taken the Jinchuriki. In fact, they allowed him to do so in exchange of a promise of non-aggression on his end. Which means that their respective cages can't do anything." Tsunade seethed. "What about Naruto and Hinata's bingo book entries?" Jiraiya shook his head. "They were voided out. The Gaki and the Hyuga have been recognized as rulers of a sovereign nation, which, as you know, carries automatic diplomatic immunity. Honestly, I never expected Naruto be this cunning. Whatever he thinks of, he knows how to counterattack." He looked at his stump of an arm before turning back to his former teammate. "But we still have one final card left to play, Jiraiya," Tsunade said. "The Cage Summit. Think it will work?" Jiraiya asked. "Konoha is no longer the strongest of the Shine said. Hitaki is dead, Guy is a cripple, and both Sarutobi and Yamato are in rehab. Aside from the fact that we lost 4 clans and Orochimaru is launching hit-and-run attacks over the border, thinning out our numbers even further, now that he has not to worry about the Akatsuki. You know what they are calling Naruto now, seeing as how he was responsible for the destruction of the Akatsuki? They are calling him the Akatsuki Killer." "I don't care what they call him," Tsunade snapped. "He is a threat to not only Konoha, but to all of Fire Country." "I agree," Jiraiya said. "Right now, my informants are looking into the Pikara Merchant House branches in Wind, Wave, Tea and Spring. So far, all we got are trade routes. Nothing concrete. Where is the Cage Summit being held?" "Iron Country," Tsunade replied. "General Mifune has agreed to play as host and mediator to the other cages. The meeting is to take place 3 weeks from now. You will remain here as acting cage in my stead while I take 2 bodyguards, as per the conditions set by Mifune." "Who are you taking with you?" asked Jiraiya. "Danzo has offered 2 of his private security corps to accompany me, but I seriously don't trust him. Kiba Inuzuka is still out on the inactive list, so I will take the Inuzuka matriarch and Sakura Haruno, as she was the least wounded shinobi out of the bunch. That brat has been lucky for a while now. But this time, his luck will run out once I turn the other cages against him." "And the Jinchuriki under his control?" Tsunade huffed. "The tailed beasts were given to the other shinobi villages by my grandfather in order to keep the peace once they were tamed. By extension, the Jinchuriki are the property of the Senju clan, which means that they belong to me. That brat will have no other option but to surrender the Jinchuriki over to me, or else he will suffer the consequences." Jiraiya sighed. "If this was the same brat that was a genin, then yeah, Naruto would not be a match for us. Now, he is an unknown, Tsunade. He is no longer the same brat that Sensei wanted to be Konoha's weapon. Because he is an unknown, that makes him even more dangerous." He gestured to his stump. "Look what he did to me. Look what he did to Asuma, Guy and Yamato. Hitaki is dead, and he was one of our strongest shinobi. He could have killed us back in Suna, but chose not to, and it was not because that this was his former home." "Are you saying that he spared all of us for a specific reason?" Tsunade asked. "It looks that way," the one-armed sage replied. "Maybe he wants us to suffer, or maybe he wants to destroy us himself. The kid was known to be unpredictable. He made the impossible possible. He beaten the Inuzuka heir and the Hyuga prodigy in the Chunin exams. Hell, from what Sasuke had told me, he unlocked the power of the Rinnegan during their first battle at the valley. The fact that he can fight without relying on it as a crutch makes him even more dangerous than Itachi, Obito and Sasuke combined." Jiraiya remembered Naruto's words that day in Suna after he and Hinata, and Zabuza, had came out on top following their confrontation. "You call this hatred. I call it retribution. You say this is vengeance? This is justice. But this is only the beginning, you hag. This is the beginning of the end for the Leaf. Go back to Konoha and tell them that the dead last has returned. Tell them that as the yellow flash brought Konoha's rise to power, the Emperor of the 6 Paths will bring about its reckoning. You think he could reach out to Orochimaru?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shook his head. I don't think so. I think it's safe to say that he is no more of a fan of that snake than the both of us. In the meantime, I'm heading for the fire capital to update the fire daimyo on the situation. Afterward, I'm going to check on some of my contacts in Tanzuka. Tsunade nodded and dismissed Jiraiya. Imperial Complex, Palace Gardens. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze watched with a smile as Hinata and Tenten exchanged gossip whilst sitting in the shade of the sakura trees. Hizashi and Minato were in their respective laps, while Heishi and Neji fussed over the two children. He looks just like you, Mifune said, standing at the Emperor's side. Fatherhood suits you. I'm glad you think so, General, the Emperor replied. His expression had gotten serious as he turned to the old samurai. In spite of everything, this was not a social call. There is a reason why you decided to come to Kimen rather than contact my informants and spies in the east. Several days earlier, General Mifune and a group of bodyguards had visited Kimen. Senshi had received his longtime rival warmly, even going as far as to holding a feast in his rival's honor at his estate. On Friday, the day of the local tournaments, Senshi and Mifune had fought in the arena. Naruto, Hinata and the Imperial Council were among those in attendance. The battle had ended in a draw, but had left the old men in good spirits. This was Naruto's second encounter with the Iron Country chief. The first time he had met Mifune was through Eiji Kibagami, when Mifune visited Kimen the first time to sign a trade agreement, which allowed the Empire to establish a Pikara outpost in Iron Country in exchange for reduced prices for their goods. The second time Mifune had came to the Imperial complex, he had some information for the Emperor and Empress consort. Information regarding Konoha. Once again, your intuition proves to be correct, Mifune confirmed. Your actions in Suna towards your former village has caught the eye of the other villages. The Godem Hokage has called for a summit of the cages. I have been asked to host it, not to mention playing the role of mediator. And you agreed to do so? Yes. And it just so happens that the summit falls exactly on the same day as you and your wife are due for your annual inspection of the Pikara merchant branch in Iron Country, which is 1 month from now. Naruto nodded in understanding. Are you suggesting that I crash the summit, General? The old man smirked. And officially, yes. Officially, you know the rules. Interesting, Naruto said. You said that only 2 bodyguards can come with me? Mifune nodded. Looks like you can expect my wife and I to the summit, General, Naruto said. Thanks for the information. Inside the Imperial Palace, later. So what did Mifune wanted to talk with you about? Hinata asked as she put Minato to bed for the night. Their 1-year-old son had so much energy. And now, he was tucked out. Minato let out a cute little yawn before settling in for the night. Naruto watched as Hinata tended to their son. Mifune dropped some interesting news in regards to the east, he replied. The old hag has called for a cage summit. Senju plans on trying to get the cages on her side, Hinata said. Maybe even try and put pressure on us since they know we have the Jinchuriki here. I was thinking the same thing, Naruto said. I knew there was a reason why I married you. Hinata turned to her husband and smiled. Without me, you would get into trouble and be very miserable. So what do you plan on doing? She asked. The look on Naruto's face said it all. You're going to crash the summit, aren't you? Yup. Hinata pouted. I see that you are not going to change your mind. Well, since you're going, I might as well come along. There is this cheongsam that I want to wear for the occasion. What were the conditions that Mifune had set? 2 bodyguards can come along, so I will bring Mochizuki and Sana. Hinata nodded. Naruto. Back in Suna when we confronted Tsunade and the others. Why didn't you kill Sasuke? Why did you spare his life instead? I know he shoved a Chidori into your chest during the retrieval mission, but why not just kill him and be done with it? I think Yugito's training has rubbed off on you, Naruto mused as he walked over to the nightstand drawer. You should have been a Hellcat instead of a medic nin. Unlocking the seals which kept the drawer locked, he opened it and pulled out 2 black books. One containing the insignia of the leaf, the insignia of Danzo's root Anbu. Naruto began to explain. The first time I returned to the leaf, I assassinated Hanmura and Kaharu. I got the first book from Danzo detailing his crimes he had done in the name of the leaf. The second book, I stole from the Hokage's office when I snuck back in to retrieve my parents' ashes. After spiking her sake with laxatives. Blowing up the Hokage monument was a bonus. Hinata began to leaf through the pages of the Hokage Black Book. "And when were you going to tell me about this?" she asked. "I did tell you, remember? Sarutobi and those two idiot students of his have plenty of secrets." "Oh." Hinata continued to flip through the pages, then she stopped. "Son of a bitch." Naruto knew that tone in her voice in an instant. If Hinata spoke in a tone that showed she was pissed, violence and in the most extreme cases, death would most likely ensue. Hinata looked angry, and she had a very good reason why. Sarutobi, Jiraiya and those two relics had a hand in my attempted kidnapping. "The incident with Kumo?" Hinata nodded. "Sarutobi tried to sell me out." What Hinata was speaking of was the incident known as the Hyuga affair. Hinata had nearly been kidnapped by the Kumo ambassador, had it not been for her father, who had killed the kidnapper. Kumo had threatened war in retaliation, unless Konoha surrendered the Hyuga clan head. Hizashi had went in Hiashi's place, as the caged bird seal would rob Kumo of learning of the Baikougan, and because he was Hiashi's twin brother so Kumo did not know the difference. "Well, it's a good thing that he died while fighting Orochimaru, didn't he?" Naruto said as he looked through Danzo's black book. "You still haven't answered my question about Sasuke," Hinata said. "Turn to page 49. Hinata did as she was asked. Operation Downfall. "The Uchiha was planning a coup d'état," Naruto said as Hinata had read the blackout orders. "Sarutobi, Danzo, those two old bastards and Jiraiya had ordered Itachi to butcher the entire clan, save for Sasuke. What they don't know is that Obito had helped in the slaughter. The reason why Sasuke is still alive is simple, Haim. Konoha's destruction will not come from us. It's going to come from Sasuke," Hinata finished. "By having Konoha and Fire Country focus their attention on me, they will not suspect the Uchiha of stabbing them in the back. Konoha knows that the Imperial nation is a threat to them. Danzo tried to assassinate us, and failed. Tsunade lost face when she attacked us in Suna. Orochimaru will do his part in keeping pressure on Konoha. More than likely, he knows about the both of us, but since we hate Konoha as much as he does, he won't do anything that would cause us to turn our attention to him." Naruto sat down beside Hinata. "Even back when we were under Hitaki, Sasuke sees himself as an elite because of his clan name and because of his Sharingan. What he values is power and influence. If Konoha does not give him what he wants, or if it appears to be weak, he will go elsewhere for the power that he thinks he so rightfully deserves. And seeing as how I, the former dead last of the cell, is clearly stronger than he is, that is something that will eat at him. Which is why he tried to go to Orochimaru the first time," Hinata said. When Naruto nodded, Hinata continued. "And if he tries to defect to Orochimaru a second time?" Naruto grinned. "This time, he would most likely succeed. All Sasuke needs is a push in the right direction. Which is where these two black books come in, but I don't plan on driving him to the snake just yet. That won't happen until after the Imperial coup might in 2 months' time. I will pit Sasuke against one of the 4 Devas, preferably against Rasu. Once Sasuke finds out that he is not as powerful as he fancies himself to be." Naruto gestured to the 2 books. "He will find out the truth once I plant these inside his home. That Konoha has been using him as they once tried with me. He will run to Orochimaru. Only this time, there will be no retrieval team to stop him, as Orochimaru won't make the same mistake twice," Hinata said. "Sasuke will flee to Orochimaru, and seeing as how Konoha was responsible for the destruction of his clan, he will bring down hell upon the leaf." She chuckled dryly. "And we will watch the festivities from a safe distance," Naruto said. "All we need is the popcorn. And regardless of how the battle will play out, be it Konoha ekes out a victory or the snake destroys Konoha, we move in and finish the leaf off once and for all. What about the Sannin? Had they honored my parents' final wishes instead of betraying me, then this would not have gone as far as it had did," her husband replied. "Their time is over and they don't realize it." Elsewhere in the east, the aforementioned Sannin and Sasuke Uchiha sneezed. At the same time, the ominous feeling of dread had crept up their spines, as if the death god himself had sealed their fates. Iron Country. Iron Country was the only country in the elemental countries which had highly trained samurai instead of shinobi. The samurai there were descended from samurai who had emigrated from the war-torn west in search of a more peaceful life. The other shinobi villages had left it alone, as the samurai were not only tough, but Iron Country had a long-standing policy in not to interfere in the other country's affairs. Given its neutrality, the country was a perfect choice to host the Cage Summit. The location of the summit was held inside the Iron Capital, with General Mifune playing as host and mediator. As expected, the major players in the elemental countries were present for the meeting. From Mist, Godem Mizukage Mei Terumi and her bodyguards, Ao and Chojuro. From Iwa, Sandame Tsuchikage Onoki of both Scales and his bodyguards, his granddaughter Kuretsuchi and Akatsuki. From Konoha, Godem Hokage Tsunade Senju and her bodyguards, Zoom Inazuka and Sakura Haruno. From Kumo, Godem Reikage, i.e., puppet ruler, Ohatsu Katsuragi and her bodyguards, which happened to be Oto Shinobi disguised as Kumo Junin. From Suna, Godem Keizukage Gara of the Sands and his bodyguards, and siblings, Tamari and Konkuro. Also present was the Emperor and Empress consort of the Imperial nation. Pakara Merchant House, Iron Country Branch. The Pakara Merchant House's Iron Branch was a walled compound located several blocks away from where the Cage Summit meeting was being held. Eiji Kibagami was instrumental in getting a trading alliance with Iron Country, as he had relatives living there. Inside one of the offices within the compound, Naruto and Hinata Namikaze were finishing up their preparations. As this was a formal affair, Naruto and Hinata were dressed for the occasion. As Naruto had long since stopped wearing orange, his attire was mostly black, having embraced the Western style of clothing: vest, pants and boots. The tight-collared shirt was white. His long coat hung on a rack, as did the black cage-style hat. Hinata was also finishing her own preparations. She was dressed in a red cheongsam dress with a black lotus pattern, which showed off her curvaceous figure. A red rose was tucked inside her hair. She wore no makeup, which enhanced her beauty. The couple, along with their elite guard, had arrived in Iron Country via the Demon's Gate hours before the cages were due to arrive, as there was no place for the Imperial nation's airship to land. Following the inspection of the Pakara compound, Naruto and Hinata made their preparations to crash the Cage Summit. Hinata turned to her husband, who had just slipped on his long coat. "Ready." Naruto nodded as he placed the cage-style hat on his head. "Ready." The Cage Summit. A massive council chamber, consisting of a round table in the center of the room. Iron Samurai guarded the room, making sure that everything remained civil between the 5 cages and their respective bodyguards. From Mifune's left, going clockwise, sat Godem Mizukage Terumi, Godem Hokage Senju, Sandame Tsuchikage Onoki, Godem Kazakage Gara of the Sand, and last, Godem Reikage Katsur, their respective bodyguards. There was a space that was directly opposite of Tsunade, which was empty. "For those of you who do not know who I am," Mifune began, "I am Mifune, leader of Iron Country, and general of the samurai forces here. On behalf of the people of Iron Country, I welcome you to my home. I will be acting as mediator for this meeting of the cages." He turned to Tsunade. "Godem Hokage, you have the floor." "Thank you, General," Tsunade said. Clearing her throat, she began to speak. "Fellow cages. The threat of the Akatsuki has passed with its destruction. But there is a new threat on the rise. A threat that can not only destabilize the fragile balance of the elemental countries, but can destroy them." Gaara's eyes narrowed, as did Mei's. They knew exactly what the Godem was speaking of. "I am talking about the unified Western Empire and its so-called leaders, Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga," Tsunade finished. "From what Jiraiya has told me following his visit to the West, the Imperial nation's military might is far more stronger than those of our villages combined. What the East has seen with the destruction of the Akatsuki was nothing but a sample of what Uzumaki can muster." "I disagree with your claims, Lady Hokage," Gaara said, coming to the defense of his friend. "Emperor Namikaze is not a threat to any one of us here. Your opinion of him has been biased ever since the day he was born. Your actions in banishing him following the retrieval mission of the Uchiha has shown that." "Indeed," Onoki said, knowing full well that the Emperor was the son of the infamous Yellow Flash, as well as of the circumstances surrounding Uzumaki's banishment. Despite the stone's issues with the Yellow Flash, it makes no sense in banishing a genin when he was successful in completing his mission, while giving a pardon to the genin who attempted to defect to a potential traitor. Had this taken place in Iwa, the Uchiha runt would have been executed, Sharingan be damned. Second, Had Uzumaki had any ill will towards any of us, Mei continued, then he would have invaded the East a long time ago. I agree with my Suna counterpart. Your opinion of him is flawed. His exploits in the East are of public knowledge. It was through him that the Leaf gained its many alliances. Ironic is it by the Uchiha that they were taken away. Tsunade gritted her teeth as she balled her hands into fists. That part was true. In any event, Katsuragi, from what I have observed, Uzumaki is not a threat to any of us. We all have heard of the reports coming from Suna. Yourself, Jiraiya, and several high-ranking shinobi confronted and fought the Emperor and Empress in the village streets. Onoki cackled. Oh, I would give anything to have been there. The look on your faces when the gaki that you, Jiraiya and all of Konoha had written off as worthless must have been priceless. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the dead last, now discovered to be the Emperor of the West. Add the fact that both he and his wife had humbled you and your shinobi are a bonus. Humbled? Tsunade repeated, rising from her seat. Humbled? 16 of my Anbu are dead. Kakashi Hitaki, the last of the Yondaime's students, is dead. Jiraiya, my teammate, lost his arm at his hands. One of my shinobi had his back broken in such a way that not even I could fix it, and there are the wounded. You want to pick a fight with me, Senju? Onoki taunted, hopping to his feet. You really shouldn't. Konoha is not looking very good now. You're no longer the strongest of the villages. Not after your actions in Suna, which had left a black eye upon the Leaf. Mifune cleared his throat, getting the attention of the two cages. His silent glare told them to stand down, of which the Sandame and the Godem did. Behind Onoki, Kuretsuchi and Akatsuki grinned. Personally, I would rather fight that brat who calls himself Emperor instead of you, Tsunade said. He is nothing without that title, or the Rinnegan. I underestimated him the last time. It will not happen again. You really should be careful what you wish for, Godem Hokage, a voice said from the door, causing everyone to turn to the now open doors. It may just backfire on you in the most extreme way. Stepping into the room, longcoat fluttering behind him, was the Emperor and Empress of the Imperial nation. Behind them were two of their bodyguards. A woman who was dressed similar to Tsunade with tattoos and a Siseibushi-level Onabugeisha identified by her khaki flak vest as a member of the Hellcats. Mifune rose from his chair. Emperor Namikaze. Empress Namikaze. You honor my home with your presence. May I ask what you and your wife are doing here? He asked, already knowing the answer to the question. Hinata and I are here on the tail end of my inspection tour of the Pikara merchant houses in the east, Naruto explained smoothly. As per to Imperial tradition, we have come to pay our respects to the current ruler of the country. He looked around the room, studying the 5 cages and their bodyguards. It appears that my wife and I have come at an unexpected time. Quite the contrary, Mifune said. The topic was about the both of you and the Western Empire. Yes, Emperor, Tsunade said, pronouncing Naruto's title with sarcasm. We have some questions we would like answered. Naruto looked at his wife, who nodded. Of course, he said. There's nothing wrong with a small chat. Very good for the soul. 2 more chairs were brought in and placed beside the Godem raikage. Naruto and Hinata walked over and took their seats, Benizato and Sana standing behind the Emperor and Empress. Naruto removed his hat and placed it on the table, as with the other cages. Tsunade was doing her very best not to try and knock his head off, but she managed to keep her composure. For those of you who don't know who I am, or to those who are meeting me for the first time, Naruto began. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, former genin of Konohagakure no Sato, now the first sovereign emperor of the unified Western Empire. And I am his wife, Hinata continued. Empress consort Hinata Hyuga Namikaze. So, it's true what the Godem Hokage says about you, isn't it? Onoki asked. You are the son of Minato Namikaze? I am, Naruto replied. I am the legitimate heir of Minato Namikaze and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. He gestured to the 2 women behind him. The women accompanying us are part of our lead guard. Major Benizato Mochizuki and Sana Senshi. What you may have heard about the Western Empire is more than likely true. Yes, I was banished by the Godem Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato on trumped-up charges solely because I am the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox. Hinata came with me at her father's behest, in order to avoid being branded with the caged bird seal. Naruto could not reveal his trump card just yet, saying that he was the former Jinchuriki of Kurama. Not yet. For 5 minutes, Naruto and Hinata had told the meeting of the cages of his trials and tribulations in the West. First, he had killed Rokubungi Oda, said to be the strongest of the warlords. He told them of the 2 years he had spent as a warlord, unifying the continent, and Hinata laying the foundation of what would be the Imperial medic program, which trained shinobi and samurai. He told them that following the unification wars, he and Hinata were the undisputed rulers of the West. That's it, Naruto finished. Hinata and I came from nothing. We clawed our way to the top of the mountain. The people recognize the both of us as the Emperor and Empress of the West. Clap. 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 Everyone turned to Tsunade. She was clapping sarcastically, while Sume and Sakura had amused looks on their faces. Bravo. You can spin a wonderful story, brat. I think Jiraiya could use that in his next book. Naruto leaned back in his seat and chuckled. You of all people know that I never lie about my skills, hag. It just burns at you, doesn't it? To see Sarutobi's plans into conditioning me into being Konoha's perfect weapon backfire. That when you could not cod me and sent the Anbu after me. How does it feel, knowing that Sarutobi is turning over in his grave at seeing his plans unfulfilled? Be careful, Uzumaki, Tsunade warned, rising from her seat. I can just as easily crush you like a bug. You tried, remember? Naruto replied, and what was the end result? Oh, that's right. He ticked off on his fingers. 16 Anbu dead. 3 maimed Junin. 1 Sannin missing an arm. And Kakashi Hitaki dead. And that was me and Hinata without trying. I am not the same Gaki you once knew, Tsunade. You and all of Konoha should do well to remember that. The Akatsuki found out the hard way. You should be thanking me, Senju, for eliminating the Akatsuki. Wiping them out was probably the most important event in the history of the elemental countries. And what is for you? Onoki asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Tuesday. Onoki chuckled. I like this kid. Granted that his father was the Yellow Flash, the kid got spirit. And Iwa respects strength and honor. That, and the Western herbal tea your merchants sell has done wonders for my bad back. We are getting off subject here, Tsunade said. There is still the matter of the Jinchuriki. She leveled her gaze upon Naruto. Do you not deny that you have all of the Jinchuriki in your possession? No, I will not deny it, Naruto said. With the exception of General Ni and the Godem Cage, I admit that I retrieved the Jinchuriki from here, and offered them asylum within the Empire. Before Tsunade could say anything, Naruto continued. I did this with the blessings and consent of the daimyos of earth, lightning and water, in exchange for a pledge of non-aggression on my end, and with me promising never to unleash the power of the Jinchuriki upon their countries and villages. By taking the Jinchuriki out of the picture, the playing field of the elemental countries has been reset. And yet, you used them in the war against the Akatsuki, Sakura pointed out. You are a liar and a hypocrite. Naruto snapped his gaze upon his former teammate. I'm sorry, was I talking to you? Until I address you, Haruno, shut that hole between your nose and chin and reattach your lips to Senju's ass. Turning back to the assembled cages, he addressed them, ignoring that Sume was holding Sakura back. Yes, I had the Jinchuriki fight in the war with the Akatsuki, but I honored my promise not to unleash them upon the villages or the elemental countries. I asked them if they wanted some payback towards the Akatsuki and they agreed to come along. The daimyos may have agreed to your requests about the Jinchuriki, but the fire daimyo didn't. And neither did I, Tsunade said. The tailed beasts, and by extension the Jinchuriki, are the property of the Senju clan. My grandfather gave the Biju to the other shinobi villages. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, you will hand over the Biju to me, and since you hold the strongest of the Biju, I demand that you abdicate your throne and hand yourself over to face the justice of the leaf. Let me think about that. No, Naruto replied. You dare refuse me? Tsunade snarled. A Senju, and descendant of the Six Paths? I do. You seem to forget your history. The Uzumaki are the direct descendants of the Six Paths sage, the original Jinchuriki to the 10 tails. He split the power of the Biju into 9 beasts. You claim that just because of your family name, that the Jinchuriki and by extension, Gaara and myself, are the property of the leaf. In any case, the Biju are not your property. The Jinchuriki are under my protection. The Senju and the Uchiha are not blood relatives to the Six Paths. He adopted them and trained them, but they are not of his blood. Onoki, Mei, Mifune and Katsuragi watched this soap opera play out between the Emperor and the Godem Hokage. I don't care what you think. The Jinchuriki are the property of the Senju clan. This is not open for discussion. You will hand them over to me now. Naruto's next question caught Tsunade off guard. Did you see my mother the same way? What? Tsunade stuttered. It's a simple question. You of all people know that my mother was the Jinchuriki to the fox, as was your grandmother was before her, Naruto continued. You blamed me for her death, when it was clear that it was Obito Uchiha who was responsible. Did you see my mother, your niece, as property to the Senju, despite her status? Answer the question, Senju. I don't have to answer that, Tsunade shot back. Of course you do, Naruto replied, his voice ice cold, since as you claim that the Jinchuriki are the property of the Senju, of which I, too am a member of, since Mito Uzumaki is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Did you see my mother as property of the Leaf, despite her being the daimyo of Whirlpool, as well as your niece? Answer me, Senju. The tension in the room was thick. The other four cages watched as the standoff between the Godem Hokage and the Emperor of the West stared the other down. I see the answer in your eyes, Senju. Despite the fact that my mother was the ruler of Whirlpool. Despite the fact you saw her as the daughter you never had. You did see her as property, Naruto said. So what if I did? Tsunade snarled. Kushina was like a daughter to me, yes, I admit. But she held the power of the Kyuubi. A power that belonged to the Leaf, to my clan, not yours. Temper, Senju, Naruto chided. You really shouldn't get your blood pressure up at your age. But if you continue down this road, thinking that Konoha is still the strongest of the shinobi villages when it is not, seeing as how 4 of its clans and over 200 Junin are under my protection, you are sadly mistaken. The only reason why I haven't decided to wipe the Leaf from the map is because seeing you and the village suffer because of your actions amuse me. But make no mistake, Senju. You, nor Konoha, nor the Fire Daimyo are in no position to make demands of myself or of the Imperial nation. He slowly rose from his chair, directing his killer intent at Tsunade and her bodyguards, his eyes shimmering into the Rinnegan, his voice becoming ice cold. If you wish to go to war, I'll be more than happy to oblige you. You are already on thin ice with me for betraying not only my parents, but also the Uzumaki clan. If you declare war on the Empire out of some misguided attempt at revenge, Gaara's desert burial will look merciful compared to what the Imperial nation can do. You go to war with me, I guarantee that Konohagakure will be nothing more than a memory. The Leaf will be nothing more but a rumor. It will have never existed. Yow. Scary, Gaara thought. Even Shukaku agreed with his tenant. This one agrees. Note to self. Do not piss the Emperor off, Onoki and Kuretsuchi both thought at the same time. Onoki was glad that he had let the old hatred of the Yondaime die. It was known that his son was the leader of the West, and that he hated Konoha with a passion. So long as the West honored the non-aggression pact, then Iwa had no problem with the Empire. Lord Orochimaru will have to be notified of this, Katsuragi thought. Impressive, Namikaze, Mei thought. His threat made clear, Naruto's eyes went back to normal. Retrieving his hat, he placed it on his head as Hinata stood up. Turning to Mifune, he said, General Mifune, on behalf of the unified West, we thank you for your hospitality. Mifune nodded. Giving one more glare to Tsunade and her bodyguards, the Imperial group strode to the door, but stopped. Oh, I almost forgot, Naruto said, turning around. He turned to Sana, and nodded. Sana produced 6 scrolls and tossed them to each of the cages, who caught them. What's this? Onoki asked, not daring to open the scroll. In 2 months, the Unification Festival will take place, Naruto explained. The highlight of the festival is the Imperial Kumite, which is held in South Ichiyama. What you hold in your hands is an invitation to the tournament. No cage can participate. Bring 4 of your strongest shinobi and samurai to compete. The winner of the 2 million ryo for their respective village and the title of champion. That invite you hold in your hands also promises safe conduct through the Imperial nation. I'll be there, Tsunade said. Just to see the look on your face when we show that the will of fire is strong enough to crush any and all challengers. including your own fighters. The will of fire. Naruto repeated. Konoha's will of fire no longer burns. It has been extinguished by your hypocrisy, your fear, your bigotry, and your hatred. Tell me something, Senju. Did the Leaf ever gain back any of those alliances that I earned for them during my time as a genin? Tsunade's response was to glare at Naruto. Didn't think so, Naruto said, looking smug. Half of the people in the East don't trust you, or Konoha, and for good reason. It would be bad for business to hire a village known for rewarding potential traitors and punishing heroes. Hopefully, I will see you all in South Ichiyama. The other Kages nodded and the Imperial group walked out of the meeting chambers. Naruto's smug grin never leaving his face. Konoha's downfall has begun. Snafu's notes. To Soul Embrace 2010. Even though it is a bit late, yes, the Will Elizabeth wedding scene was referenced in this story in the form of Naruto and Hinata's wedding in South Ichiyama. Would have been more funnier if I had Hidan conducting it, as he is a priest, but Yugito will do. Last, I have modeled Ichiyama Coliseum after the Conqueror's Coliseum from Soul Calibur 5. South Ichiyama, Unified Western Empire, 2 months later. Following Naruto's appearance at the Kage Summit and him delivering the invites to the Kages in Mifune, Tsunade had returned to Konoha and summoned the council to tell them of this recent development. Sasuke Uchiha was the first to volunteer with Danzo's backing. Yugo Uzuki and Asuma Sarutobi also signed on, as his rehab would be finished by then and he would be placed back on active duty. Last, was Sakura Haruno. Accompanying Tsunade and her team to South Ichiyama was Jiraiya and a representative from the Fire Daimyo. South Ichiyama was one of the southern region's largest cities, home to a thriving tourist industry. The largest city in the southern region was home to several casinos, geisha houses, and even a brothel. The city itself was built around a small mountain, the mountain itself now the largest stadium on the continent. It was also the site of the final battle of the Unification Wars, and the site of where Naruto and Hinata's forces had signed the treaty which ended the Unification Wars and had brought a new age to the West. Tears Point, the memorial shrine built to honor the casualties of the Unification Wars, was located 3 miles away from where the treaty was signed. It was also the eve of the Imperial Kumite, the annual tournament that the unified Western Empire held once a year. The best of the best were invited to compete for honor, wealth and prestige in the Imperial nation. It made the preliminary Chunin tournament that Konoha had held during Naruto and Hinata's time as genin look like a schoolyard fight. The Imperial Kumite was no holds barred, anything goes. Jutsu and weapons were allowed. Bloodline-based abilities were allowed, and the Ichiyama Coliseum was specifically designed for that purpose. Neji Hyuga and Rock Lee had fought in the Imperial Kumite the first time in the previous year. Suffice to say, they both learned quick that the fighters played for keeps. Despite making it to the semifinals, Neji was defeated by the year's previous champion, and Rock Lee was beaten by Takeshi Chiba. This time around, the former Raikage decided not to join in the fray, but rather watch from the sidelines. This year, however, the Kumite was different, as this time the 5 major shinobi villages were invited to the tournament. However, the tournament had a secondary purpose, as it had something to do with Operation Scorched Leaf. That secondary purpose was the humiliation of Konohagakure no Sato, the Godem Hokage, Fire Country and last, Sasuke Uchiha. With this final humiliation, Sasuke would do his part and leave for Otogakure no Sato. South Ichiyama was also the summer home of the Emperor, the Imperial Villa being the summer palace of the Emperor and Empress consort. A good portion of the summer was spent in the southern region, beginning at the tail end of the Unification Festival, as Naruto and Hinata inspected the Pikara merchant houses in the region and visited the villages. It was half the size of the Imperial complex, but it was still spacious enough for the Namikaze clan and their guests. Naruto and Hinata Namikaze had arrived in South Ichiyama a week earlier with their child, Minato. Heishi Hyuga, Hanabi Hyuga, Neji and Tenten Hyuga also accompanied them, along with little Hisashi. In the year following their arrival in the West, Heishi had become a respected member of the Imperial Council. Hanabi had taken over as head of the Hyuga clan, and was a powerful kunoichi in her own right. It was even rumored that she was romantically involved with Takeshi Chiba. Neji had become the commander of the military police assigned to protect Kimen and the surrounding areas. His wife, Tenten, was a valued member of Yugito's Hellcats. Heishi and the council knew of Operation scorched leaf, and had given Naruto and Hinata their full blessings on the matter. Aside from the occasional threat from Konoha and from the fire daimyo, they could do nothing. When Tsunade threatened to invade both Wave and Spring, Naruto had retaliated by threatening to unleash the Hireishin upon Konohagakure's shinobi. If his father had killed 300 Iwa shinobi in the last war, then what would happen if he used the Hireishin with a couple of shadow clones? Imperial Villa, South Ichiyama, nighttime. Although smaller than the Imperial Palace in Kimen, the Imperial Villa was more than spacious enough to accommodate the extra guests. Aside from the Namikaze family, there were Naruto's in-laws and the Ino Shikacho trio came to visit, Haku tagging along with Ino. Ino was competing in the Imperial Kumite, as her opponent, through Naruto's machinations, was Sakura Haruno. Shikamaru and Choji were not competing this year. Gaara's due to arrive tomorrow, from what Tamari has told me, Shikamaru said as they sat inside the courtyard. Ino and Tenten were playing with Minato and Hizashi. The Godem will also be accompanied by representatives from the Wind Daimyo's council. Just in time for the start of the Kumite, Naruto said. Just so you know, Tsunade and the Konoha fire group has arrived earlier today, Ino continued. Sasuke was among the group. That, and Asuma almost got into a fight with Okajima-sensei when Asuma saw him with us. I know, Naruto replied. The Tengu came to me to personally request that he would be the one to fight Asuma in the Kumite, and I've granted it. Isn't this troublesome? I mean stacking the deck against Konoha on purpose? Shikamaru asked. If I wanted to be unfair, I would have the 4 Devas compete in the tournament, Naruto explained. But there's the other 4 shinobi villages. I really don't have to turn the odds in the West's favor. Inviting the other nations here is nothing more than an act of goodwill, to show the naysayers that my intentions are genuine. Well, that and the prize money is far too tempting to ignore. Jiraiya has been seen sneaking around Ichiyama, Heishi said. My guess is to check out the competition, to see which of the fighters from here and from the other villages is a major threat to Konoha winning. 1-year-old Minato gurgled while in Ino's arms. Wouldn't put it past the perv to try and sneak in here, Naruto said. Following the confrontation in Iron Country, Jiraiya had found out through a contact of his in Spring Country that Koyuki was the godson to Naruto and Hinata's child, who was named after Konoha's greatest hero. Jiraiya was furious, as was Tsunade. But they could no do anything, as Tsunade remembered Naruto's threat from the Cage Summit. If you wish to go to war, I'll be more than Hapare already on thin ice with me for betraying not only my parents, but also the Uzumaki clan. If you declare war on the Empire out of some misguided attempt at revenge, Gaara's desert burial will look merciful compared to what the Imperial nation can do. You go to war with me, I guarantee that Konohagakure will be nothing more than a memory. The leaf will be nothing more but a rumor. It will have never existed. Heishi decided to change the subject. So this is the city where you and Naruto had gotten married during the final battle. When his daughter and son-in-law nodded, he went on. You know, Minato proposed to Kushina in the midst of a skirmish with a group of Nukenin just as the last shinobi war had started. I was there, as I was your father's former teammate. Seeing as how the others were looking on in interest, Naruto and Hinata nodded. The Emperor took Minato from Ino as Hinata began to tell the story, the baby gurgling as it took handfuls of his father's hair. South Ichiyama was the final stronghold of the remaining 3 warlords, Hinata began. We had been fighting long and hard for 2 long years, uniting the West. South Ichiyama was the last. Winner takes all. If we won, the West would finally be at peace. If we lost, then the West would revert back to where we had found it when we arrived. The 3 warlords, Oboa, Rama and Joe, were minor warlords, but they combined their forces and fortified the city. Always, before a battle, Naruto would offer terms to his opponents. The terms of surrender were generous, as they had always been, which was the main reason why we were successful to begin with. Come to his side willingly and fight for a greater cause, to bring peace to the lands. Joe was the smart one. He came to our side. Oboa and Rama wanted a fight, and we obliged. The battle raged for 3 hours, Naruto continued, smiling both at his son, who was now asleep, and at the memory. Oboa and Rama were holed up inside the stadium, and we had the place surrounded. It was Kurama, Hinata, Haku, Zabuza and myself leading the charge. Flashback. South Ichiyama, the conclusion of the Unification Wars. Naruto Namikaze and Hinata Hyuga were fighting back to back. Naruto with his O-Katana and Hiraishin kunais, while Hinata had her Byakugan activated, and kukri knives in her hands. Nearby, Zabuza Momichi and Haku were fighting with members of Zabuza's Demon Brigade, and Yugito Ni teamed up with Kurama in taking down the enemy troops. Suddenly, Naruto had a moment of inspiration. Fortune favors the bold, as Senshi once told him. He spun Hinata around, slashing at a samurai with his O-Katana. Hinata, marry me. Had this been at any other time, Hinata would have squealed like a schoolgirl. Had she been a genin, she would have fainted. But they were in the middle of a heated battle, one that would forever decide the fate of the West. Now? This isn't the best time, she shouted back. Are you kidding? Naruto shot back, blocking an incoming blade with his sword and stabbing the offending samurai with his kunai, leaving it embedded in his throat. Now may be the only time. I love you, Hinata, and I've made my choice. What's yours? Hinata's Byakugan deactivated. She had admired Naruto for a long time, and that admiration had turned to love following their banishment. He believed in her, and he loved her. In return, she loved him back. Kurama. Hinata shouted to the red-headed woman, marry us. Her 9 fox tails waving around her body as if they had a life of their own, Kurama had slashed her way through a group of shinobi, even going as far as to impale them and fling their bodies away by using her tails. I'm indisposed at the moment. Naruto saw that Yugito was close by, fighting on a raised platform alongside Zabuza. Yugito, he shouted, taking Hinata's hand. Marry us, now. Now, was Yugito's reply. Yes, now, Hinata shouted, impaling a shinobi with her kukri. Make it quick. Fine then, Yugito shouted. Taking a minor break from the fighting, with Zabuza backing her, she conducted the impromptu ceremony as Naruto and Hinata continued to fight. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to nail your asses to the wall. Zabuza interrupted, impaling his opponent with the head-chopping cleaver before kicking him off the blade. After hacking several shinobi into Western kibble, Naruto grasped Hinata's free hand again. Do you, Hinata Hyuga, take me to be your husband? Hinata nodded eagerly. Yes. Awesome. Naruto rejoiced. Right before planting a Rasengan into a shinobi attempting to attack Hinata from behind. At the same time, Hinata flung her remaining kukri into another samurai trying to cheap-shot Naruto. Naruto retrieved Hinata's kukri and tossed it back to her. Do you, Naruto Namikaze? Hinata began, pausing to juken strike a shinobi in the heart. Take me to be your wife? For better or worse, and in sickness and in health. You mean with the last part about health being less likely? Naruto replied, I do. Great. Hinata rejoiced as more fighting ensued, forcing the couple to fight back to back. As Hellcat General, Yugito concluded, I pronounce you husband and... She stopped as she caught a kunai from the air and tossed it back to the offending party, killing her instantly. You may kiss. She attempted again, but had to flip off the platform to avoid being attacked from the sides. After dispatching the both of them with Zabuza's help, she tried to speak again. You may kiss. Once again, she was interrupted. However, Haku and his ice senbon had made the save. On the ground below, the fighting intensified as the body count around Naruto and Hinata grew, Naruto having to create some space using the Shinra Tensei, blowing the attackers back. This time, Yugito and Zabuza turned to the young couple. Just kiss. The former mist swordsman and the female Jinchuriki shouted. Naruto grabbed Hinata with his free hand and pulled her close. I owe you a real wedding after this is all over, he said. I'll hold you to that, was Hinata's reply before they kissed. End flashback. After the impromptu ceremony, Naruto concluded, we managed to rout the remaining forces. Oboa and Rama saw that the fighting was futile and gave the order to stand down. A week later, they both formally surrendered, promising not to raise arms against us. With the declaration of surrender, the Unification Wars were at an end. A couple of days later, Hinata and I had a formal, private ceremony back in Kimen. 2 weeks after that, we were named Emperor and Empress Consort of the West. Tenten, cradling Hizashi, was amazed. That was just, wow, was all she said. Neji nodded. I'll say, he seconded. A wedding in the midst of battle? That must have been something troublesome, if you ask me, Shikamaru said. If Tamari finds out, she'll probably demand why I did not propose to her the same way you did to Hinata during the Akatsuki invasion. Murasaki Shibiku immortalized our wedding in her last novel, Hinata said. You probably saw that scene in Koyuki's last film. I thought that looked familiar, Heishi said, a fan of the Spring de Mio's films. Naruto handed Minato to his grandfather. If you excuse us, Heishi, he said as he and Hinata stood up. Heishi nodded as his son-in-law led his daughter out of the room. Out in the Imperial Villa's gardens, Naruto enjoyed the South Ichiyama night, his wife by his side. It was times like these that he could forget that he was the emperor, or that he was a warrior. He was just Naruto. This is nice. Remember the last time we were here for the first anniversary and Zabuza got drunk and tried to hit on Sana? Naruto asked. The one where Senshi chased after him with his family swords screaming bloody murder. I remember that. The demon of Kimen being chased by a man twice his age, Hinata replied. Have I ever told you that I'm pregnant? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Once, he replied. Hinata grinned and held up 2 fingers. Better make that twice, love. It then dawned on what Naruto was saying. Hinata was pregnant. Again. As he picked her up and spun her around in the air before setting her down. Minato will have either a brother or sister. Meanwhile, sneaking into the Imperial Villa was easy enough for Jiraiya. He was, after all, Konoha's resident spymaster. On Tsunade's orders, he was to check around South Ichiyama, and size up the competition from the other villages and the local fighters as well. Aside from the Western fighters, the main threat was one of the 4 Devas who has decided to enter the contest. The Shogun of the Violent Lightning himself, Rasu. Hayate Okajima, of which Asuma had a confrontation with earlier that day, was number 2. His recon mission complete, Jiraiya snuck into the Imperial Villa. As Jiraiya had found out, there were no guards, no type of security whatsoever. Even the Imperial complex was crawling with shinobi and samurai guards when Jiraiya and the others had came to Kimen a year earlier. The Imperial Villa had none. Probably because the Gaki doesn't think that anyone would not dare to break into his home, Jiraiya thought as he watched Naruto and Hinata from his hiding place within the gardens. Seriously, what kind of ruler is he not to have any kind of protection? Then again, Jiraiya had forgotten as to who he was dealing with. What Jiraiya did not know was that the Imperial Villa had not only a squad of Imperial guards on site, but also a series of seals which served as a first response alarm to any intruders. Which is where Kurama steps in. Hey, old man. Jiraiya flinched as he felt a woman tap his shoulder. Cursing to himself at being caught, he slowly turned around. And found himself face to face with Kurama, the Biju Queen cracking her knuckles, giving the one-armed pervert a fanged grin. Ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? Kurama asked, just as she chambered her arm back in. POW. Chakra-powered fist met chin, and Jiraiya was launched on an impromptu aerial tour of South Ichiyama. From their spot in the gardens, Naruto and Hinata watched as Kurama emerged from the woods. Naruto had knew that Jiraiya was there, which was why he had sent Kurama out to intercept him. So, Naruto began, where did you knock the old pervert to? Kurama's grin grew as she gave them her answer. The Blue Dragon Resort was a hot springs resort located in the outskirts of the city. The Blue Dragon was originally a brothel before it had become a hot springs resort, its owner a former madam who saw that tourism was more profitable than flesh. Of course that meant that the other brothels had more business coming their way, but that was how business usually went. The Blue Dragon was full to capacity, with visiting dignitaries from throughout the region, as with most of the inns and hotels, the White Destiny being reserved for the visiting Kages and their shinobi from the east. Mei Terumi, Kuretsuchi, Benazato Mochizuki, Sana Senshi, Yugito Ni, and Kasumi Ehara were gathered around Murasaki Shikibu, the West's most beloved writer of poems and romantic stories. Born Fujiwara Takako, she had been born poor in the era before the arrival of Naruto and Hinata. At 15, she had gained the attention of a local warlord for her short stories and had gotten her a job in his court. When she turned 19, she had married his son, a samurai. That was 16 years ago. Now, her husband was a respected official responsible for maintaining order in the Shinoko region, and she was a celebrated writer. The Empress consort was a huge fan of her work, While she had got to meet Spring de Mio Kazuhana, who adopted some of her works into a couple of her films, thanks to the Emperor, Murasaki was well loved and respected by the people in the Empire. As Murasaki entertained her company with a story from her childhood, the moment was ruined when a white-haired, one-armed toad sage came screaming from the skies, landing in the waters with a splash, having been forcibly ejected from the Imperial villa via Kurama's fist. When Jiraiya managed to crawl out of the water, he felt the killer intent wash over him like a tsunami. Sure, he had been caught peeping before, and was belted with numerous wooden buckets. Instead, he found himself facing one furious Mizukage, an irate blonde Jinchuriki, her battle aura taking on the form of the Two Tails, two royally pissed granddaughters of the Tsuchikage and the legendary samurai respectively, the latter already having drawn her sword, one less than amused Snake Queen, her snakes coiled around her body, ready to strike, and one angry rider. As the angry women closed in, Jiraiya could only whimper in response for the inevitable beatdown that was to come. Inside the Imperial villa, Shikamaru stopped in mid-drink and turned his attention elsewhere. "Troublesome," he said. What is it?" Hanabi asked. "I felt a disturbance," the lazy Nara replied, as if a man was screaming for mercy and was silenced. "I'd bet my mission salary that the bothersome bastard pissed off a woman, or several." Neji shrugged. "Better him than us." Shikamaru chuckled as he raised his cup. "I'll drink to that." In another inn somewhere in Ichiyama, the sake cup in which Tsunade was drinking out of broke. "Why'd I have the strange feeling that Jiraiya had done something stupid again?" she thought. Back at the Blue Dragon, the mangled, broken body of Jiraiya was embedded in the rocks. All he could manage to get out was, "Owie. I hurt." He would be taken to the hospital, and Tsunade would be notified of the incident, as well as being billed for the damages. Ichiyama Coliseum. Ichiyama Coliseum was the largest of the Imperial nation's arenas. 3 times as big than the stadium Konoha uses for its Chunin exams and as tall as a 3-story building. It was said that as the first Jinchuriki, the 6 paths had built the arena out of a small mountain using the power of the 10 tails and reinforced it with seals. To anyone who had seen the stadium for the first time, it was a mesmerizing sight. The interior of the Coliseum was an impressive sight, surrounded by crystal blue water, the arena itself a massive square platform, held in place by 4 giant statues of the 6 paths sage via stone chains. The arena was accessible only by bridge, then were retracted. Within the Coliseum's walls, a series of triage centers were located. Hinata's medic corps were on standby to tend to the injuries of the wounded fighters. The Imperial Kumite had 50 fighters, with 20 of them from the east. Before heading out into the stands, they had met with Anko Mitarashi inside a meeting room underneath the stadium, who was explaining the rules of the Imperial Kumite, having herself competed in a couple of them. As Anko explained the rules, she ignored the Konohagakure shinobi, knowing full well of the fate that was in store for them. "You all have signed the non-disclosure agreements in which you could not blame the Imperial nation for what happens in the tournament. This tournament is single-round elimination. The rules for the Kumite are simple. Full contact, anything goes. Weapons and jutsu are allowed. Any bloodline-related abilities are allowed. The matches are one-on-one, and you can win by knockout, submission, knocking your opponent out of the arena, and my personal favorite, make your opponent say, 'Mat.'" "Mat," an Iwa shinobi parroted. Saying, "Mat," is the same as saying, "Uncle," Anko explained. Forcing your opponent to say, "Mat," is to the loser, the most humiliating way to lose a match. From his place, Sasuke glared at Rasu, who ignored him as if he was a bug. "Good luck, cause you're going to need it," Anko finished. "And one more thing." Her face split into a maniacal grin. "Try not to die." At the northern end of the stadium was the booth reserved for the Emperor and Empress consort, the Imperial Council, and their guests, taking up the top 2 rows of the Coliseum. The upper and lower sections of the massive booth had stairs for easier access. The cages of the East were present, each of them dressed in their robes of state and their respective hats. General Mifune Wad decided not to let several of his men compete. Tsunade Senju was also present, along with Jiraiya, his remaining arm in a sling, broken leg in a cast, a neck brace around his neck and his jaw wired shut, and a representative of the Fire Lord's court and several of his guardian ninja. Guarding the 2 Sannin were Kurenai Yuhi and Yamato. Unknown to Tsunade and Jiraiya, but known to Naruto and Hinata. Kabuto Yakushi was also present, disguised as a member of the Raikage's personal guard. Kabuto was there to keep an eye out on Sasuke, and not to antagonize the Western Empire in any shape, form or fashion. Naruto was standing on the platform along with Hinata, taking in the sights of the crowd, absorbing the cheers of the crowd. From the stands, the Konoha group, Sasuke Uchiha, Asuma Sarutobi, Sakura Haruno and Yugo Uzuki, tried to radiate as much as killed intent, but the couple in the arena did not seem to notice. Naruto raised one hand, and the crowd instantly went silent. Using his chakra to amplify his voice, Naruto began to speak. It has been 3 long years since the beginning of a new era for all of us. A new era of peace, order and prosperity. 5 years ago, I was but a warlord with a dream. That dream was to unite this land, to bring about a peace which has not been seen since the time of my great ancestor, the Rakudo Sennin. Through our blood, sweat and tears, we have made that dream into a reality. Through our hard work. Through our perseverance. The unified Western Empire has thrived. The audience erupted into cheers. Again, Naruto brought them into silence. Hinata spoke next. We are honored to have with us the Kages of the East, as well as the representatives of their respective daimyos. We hope that your experience here in the Western Empire is a pleasant one. To the brave men and women who are competing in the Imperial Kumite, my husband, I wish you the best of luck. You 4 are going to need it, Naruto thought darkly as he glared at the Konoha shinobi, his own cage-style hat hiding his face from view. From this moment on, this Colosseum is now your battleground, Hinata concluded. Let the Imperial Kumite begin. The crowd once again erupted into cheers as Naruto and Hinata returned to their booth via Shunshin. Inside the booth sat the Imperial Council, the 5 Kages and the representatives from the daimyos. Also present was Koyuki Kazuhana, who was there alongside her husband, the Cage of Spring, Koichi Fujimura. Koichi had originally been Koyuki's bodyguard following Cell 7's mission into what was Snow Country, and had stepped down in order to become Cage of the village hidden in the snow. Of course, they both agreed on that their children would have her last name. Naruto and Hinata appeared inside the booth and took their seats. Minato, having been placed in Kurama's care, was handed off to his mother from Kurama. I must say, my boy, Onoki began, you know how to work the crowd here. It comes with practice, Naruto replied. Tsunade ignored the 2 men, having rather decting to take a pull from a sake bottle. Down on the arena, Kentaro Kagami and Zabuza Momochi were having an exhibition match in the form of a sword fight. The demon of Kimen and the strongman of the scorched earth had a competitive, yet fierce rivalry stemming back from the Unification Wars. The Imperial Council and the 5 Kages watched as the 2 swordsmen dueled to the delight of the crowd. From the sidelines, the Konoha group watched the battle, leaking killer intent. To the 4, who were present in Suna during the Konoha Imperial conflict, the former mist swordsman was the one who had killed Hitaki. Inside the booth, the 5 Kages and the Imperial Council watched as the fight intensified. Zabuza has improved, Mei noted. Back in Mist, he was so hot-headed and rash. I think spending time in the West has done him some good. Don't worry, Naruto replied. He's still the sociopath you come to know and respect. In fact, the only one who can match him is Anko. Come to think of it, I think that Zabuza is quite the masochist. On the other side, sat the Godem Kage of Suna, Gaara. I believe congratulations are in order, he said. Matsuri has told me the news. Hinata is pregnant again. I should be congratulating you as well, as it appears that your wife is also expecting, Naruto replied. Out on the arena, the battle ended in a standoff, Zabuza and Kentaro's respective blades resting against the others' throats. The crowd erupted in cheers as both men took several steps back and bowed to one another before vanishing via Shunshin. So how long is the Imperial Kumite? Mei asked. It continues until a champion is crowned, Naruto said. It was the previous year's champion. Zabuza was the previous year's champion. And you or Hinata don't compete? Katsuragi asked. No, we do want to keep it fair, Hinata replied. My husband and I don't compete in the tournament. Neither do the visiting leaders of the villages. The Imperial Kumite is designed to promote healthy competition and goodwill within the empire. Whoever wins the Imperial Kumite is named champion, but cannot compete in the next year's Kumite. They have to wait until the year is up before competing again. As Hinata and Naruto explained how the kumite worked, Jiraiya and Tsunade settled back in their seats, thinking that the Leaf had the tournament in the bag. Given that they had the last Uchiha, a former guardian ninja, the vice commander of the Anbu Black Ops unit, and the feral Inuzuka, they were complacent in their superiority. Just you wait, Gaki, Tsunade thought darkly. Konoha will come out on top in the Imperial kumite. And watching you admit that Konoha is the strongest village in the east will be so sweet. As the tournament progressed, Konoha had advanced through the first round, but it had not been easy. Asuma Sarutobi had eliminated a fighter from Iwa. Sasuke Uchiha had defeated a low-ranking Imperial samurai. Sakura Haruno used her chakra-enhanced super strength to knock an Imperial ninja out of the ring. Yugo Uzuki managed to eke out a win by using the dance of the crescent moon on a mist shinobi. As Tsunade and the others watched, Kuretsuchi of Iwa, two of Mei's mist shinobi and Tamari of Suna had also advanced through the tournament. On the Empire's side were Ino Yamanaka, Hellcat members and Miko Himura and Tenten Hyuga. Rasu of the Violent Lightning also made it through the tournament, as did Hayate Okajima. His only intention for fighting was to pound Asuma Sarutobi into the ground. Rock Lee was defeated by Neji, who in turn was beaten by Rasu. Sasuke had succeeded in knocking Mist out of the competition, much to Mei's dismay. So ended day 1 of the Imperial kumite. At one of South Ichiyama's training grounds, Sasuke Uchiha was going through Akata with his Chikudo. He was alone, as the others from Konoha were back at their hotel. Tsunade and Jiraiya had went to a bar to drink and plan for the next day. There was no plan, Sasuke had deduced. He was in the Dobi's backyard, and by winning the Imperial kumite, he would give his former teammate a serious black eye. That would be the first. He would prove to the Empire that the Uchiha was superior. Then he would pay the Dobi back for killing Itachi. And Hinata. Sasuke thought darkly. She knows how to carry herself in battle. She's even stronger than that weakling Haruno. I will break her in front of the Dobi. He is not worthy of being the ruler of these people. I will take his throne. And the Empire will bear the rebirth of the Uchiha. Trouble sleeping, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke spun around, Chikuto ready to impale the offending person dumb enough to intrude on his training. Kabuto, still dressed as one of Katsuragi's bodyguards, emerged from the shadows, unmasked, allowing Sasuke to see his face. Then again, if I found out that my former teammate was the ruler of an empire, I would have trouble sleeping as well, he said. So you know about that? Sasuke sniped as he went back to his training. I did not know until after the Akatsuki Inn explained. I was there on Lord Orochimaru's orders when the Akatsuki came. But he has known about the Empire for quite some time. I was also there when the Akatsuki invaded, and fought under the guise of Asuna Junin. If the dead last and insecure heiress could not only do that much damage to the Leaf, then the Leaf is severely lacking in training. Sasuke remained silent. It goes to show that sometimes, the dead last can surprise you, Kabuto continued, noticing how Sasuke's grip on the Chikudo was getting even tighter. Look at Jiraiya. He was the dead last on his team. Now, he is 1/3 of the legendary Sannin. Although now he is missing an arm, but still. Sasuke turned around. What do you want, Kabuto? He asked icily. Nothing. Just stopped by for a friendly chat, and to check up on your progress, Kabuto continued. Ironic, don't you think? The dead last stopped you the last time you tried to come to our side, and what did that get him? A one-way ticket out of Konoha. Now look at him. Emperor of the Western Empire. While you, on the other hand, despite being trained by the late, copycat, Hitaki and the Warhawk. Well, to put it politely, you are stagnating in Konoha, despite wielding the Megenkyu. As much as you don't want to hear this, Uchiha, Naruto is stronger than you. In response, Sasuke tried to cleave Kabuto in two, but found himself splitting a log in two instead. Did I touch a nerve, Sasuke? Kabuto's voice rang out from the trees. You can do much more. You can learn more under the best of the legendary Sannin. You can learn how to better control your seal. Lord Orochimaru's offer is still open to you, Sasuke Uchiha. With that, he was gone, leaving Sasuke alone with his thoughts. Kabuto did have a point. In the 7 years following Uzumaki's banishment, he was pardoned for his attempted defection, but it came with a price. Sasuke, and all of Konoha, had underestimated the influence that the dead last-turned emperor had on the people he had met. In the 7 years following the Dobi's banishment, he had been out of Fire Country only twice. Both times, he and Cell 7 had been attacked by rival shinobi. He had been placed under what he saw was virtual house arrest as a result. Kabuto was right about another thing. Konoha had gotten weak in the years following Uzumaki's banishment. Add the fact that 4 of its clans had defected to the west and Suna had now taken Konoha's spot as the strongest of the village. Sasuke's opinion of the leaf had plummeted even further. An Uchiha values strength above all things, his father had told him. The strong leads, while the weak follows. That is the Uchiha way. Sasuke's patience in regards to Konoha was running thin. Orochimaru's offer was looking more attractive than ever. Day 2 of the Imperial Kumite. The tournament continued with the semifinals. Asuma Sarutobi had knocked off another Iwa shinobi, leaving Kuretsuchi. Sasuke Uchiha had trouble with his latest opponent, but had powered on through with a Chidori to the chest. Thankfully, his opponent had survived the assassination jutsu. Then came Ino. Her opponent was Sakura Haruno, in a rematch from their Chunin exams back when Naruto and Hinata were both genin. Both women were medic nins, and both were trained under Sanin. While Sakura remained in Konoha, unable to travel, as the impromptu death sentence extended to her as well, given that she was also a member of Cell 7, Ino had far exceeded Hinata's expectations as a medic nin. Combine that with Okajima's training, and Ino had made a name for herself as a highly skilled kunoichi. Ino didn't even need to use her mind transfer jutsu. She simply manipulated Sakura around the arena, and sidestepped her former friend. Sakura fell face first into the water, and Ino had won the match by ring out. Then came Asuma Sarutobi, who had the bad luck of being pitted against the Ino Shikacho's new sensei, Hayate Okajima. Asuma Satoru Bi of Konohagakure no Sato versus Hayate Okajima of Shinzoku, fighters, to the arena. Hayate Okajima and Asuma Sarutobi entered the arena. Okajima was clad in his shinobi uniform. Think Hanzo Hattori's costume from Samurai Shodown Sen. But without the red scarf and face mask, and was in the process of securing his Tengu mask on his face. From the booth, Tsunade had a grin on her face as she watched Asuma enter the arena. "Looks like my luck is turning, brat," she addressed Naruto. "Asuma is fighting. So is Okajima," Naruto noted. "Hayate Okajima is not only a member of my council and minister of shinobi affairs, but he is also a cunning and ruthless strategist. His intellect is rivaled by the Nara. He is also a master of the silent kill. Only the Chiba and the Hyuga could match him in taijutsu. There is a difference between playing bodyguard to a daimyo and fighting in a war, Senju. The son of the Sandame is in for one tough fight." "Why the Tengu mask?" Mei asked. "I asked Okajima the same thing," Naruto said. "He just told me that he just liked wearing it. I just left it at that." On the arena floor, Okajima cracked his neck muscles and stood there, sizing up the former sensei of the Ino Shikacho trio. Asuma pulled out his trench knives and channeled chakra into them. He saw that Okajima did not have a ninjutsu on him, and soon discovered why. On his forearms and hands were clawed gauntlets, the fingers ending in sharpened claws. He could have taken the easy way out and asked the Ino Shikacho as to how Asuma fought, but decided against that idea. Asuma gripped his knives even tighter. Even without being able to properly pull off jutsu, Asuma was still a battle-hardened warrior under the Godaime's command. "Fighters, ready. And go." Asuma did not waste any time, lunging forward with a front snap kick, of which Hayate swatted to the side. The spinning back kick was also knocked aside. The former guardian ninja and the Tengu moved in, Asuma punching and slashing with his trench knives, kicking up sparks as he attempted to use the flying swallow to break through Okajima's defenses, kicking up sparks as his trench knives made contact against Okajima's chakra-covered gauntlets. Asuma took a step back in order to avoid the punch to the face, but Okajima did not let up. The Tengu scored the first blow, an open-palmed strike to the face, which left an angry red mark on Asuma. From the booth, the Ino Shikacho watched the fight. They knew that Asuma was good, but their de facto sensei was even better. It was Shikamaru who explained Okajima's motives. "Okajima sensei is feeling Asuma out," he explained to Ino and Choji, who was eating a bag of chips. "Once he's done that, then he will go in for the kill." Kurenai had heard Shikamaru's comment and grew worried. Asuma could not pull off any jutsu which involved hand seals, as he was still going through rehab over that. After all, Shikamaru continued, he did the same to us when he took us under his wing. Don't remind me, Ino said, shuddering. We learned more under Okajima-sensei than Asuma. Down in the arena, Asuma had succeeded in tagging Okajima with several powerful blows, but Okajima had been hit with a whole lot worse. He ignored the pain and the fight began to turn in his favor. What made the fight even more exciting was that Okajima, a master of ninjutsu, was not using any jutsu for the match. He simply relied on taijutsu to beat Asuma within an inch of his life. 2 kicks to the sternum forced Asuma up against the stone chains. There, Hayate proceeded to pummel him with a barrage of punches, elbows and kicks. Asuma tried to defend against the onslaught, but it was no use. After 20 seconds of non-stop pummeling, Okajima stopped, and Asuma, bloodied and bruised, slumped to a seated position, blood seeping from his mouth and from a cut to the head. This match was over. Hayate turned to the proctor. Call the match, he said. The winner, Hayate Okajima. The crowd cheered as Okajima made his exit via Shunshin and reappeared in the booth. Ignoring the angry looks of Kurenai and the others, Okajima took his seat and removed his gauntlet's frontlets stained with Asuma's blood. Your man is still alive, Okajima said, not looking in Tsunade's direction as he addressed her and Kurenai. The infirmary is at the south end of the stadium, first underground level. You're more than happy to check on him there. Kurenai looked at Tsunade, who gave her consent with a nod. With a glare to both Okajima and Naruto, Kurenai disappeared in a Shunshin. From his seat, Naruto chuckled. Yamato leveled his own, spooky glare, which had scared Naruto in his youth, but Naruto responded with his own 1,000-yard stare, causing Yamato to flinch, and back down as a result. The next match was Yugo Uzuki against Hellcat member Miko Himura. Having seen Yugo use the dance of the crescent moon, Miko knew what to expect. She countered the move by dispelling the clones used for the jutsu and disarmed Yugito. The vice-commander of the Anbu had no other choice but to concede defeat. With Yugo out of the tournament, Sasuke Uchiha remained. The Uchiha prince managed to knock Kuretsuchi out of the ring. Tamari won against Ino, but lost to Rasu, thus putting both Suna and Iwa out of the tournament. That left the Uchiha and 2 Imperial warriors ready to tear him limb from limb. Even Tsunade knew that Sasuke's chances of getting out of this tournament in one piece were nil. The Emperor held all the cards and it pissed Tsunade off to no end. Miko Himura, seeing that Rasu wanted to fight Sasuke, had forfeited her place in the tournament, citing chakra exhaustion. Naruto had made sure that she would be reimbursed for time served in the tournament. Which led to this moment. Final round. Sasuke Uchiha of Konohagakure no Sato versus Rasu of the Violent Lightning, fighters, to the arena. Sasuke used a Shunshin to teleport to the ring, while Rasu strode in. The red and gold armor glistened in the afternoon sun as the Shogun of the Violent Lightning faced down his last opponent. Rasu remembered his emperor's orders for him when the time came for him to face the arrogant Uchiha. Crush him. If he made Sasuke say, "Mat," then it would be a bonus. The Uchiha smirked as he watched his opponent. Your road ends here, Rasu. Here is where I will prove to the Dobi and his whore that I am better than him by beating you. Then he will be next, and the West will see that I am the elite of the elites. Rasu simply responded by cracking his knuckles, before switching hands and repeating the motion. Then you have no problem in showing me that you are an elite Uchiha. Please be a suitable challenge for me, unlike your late brother, whom the Emperor had killed. Sasuke unsheathed his Chikuto, just as the proctor shouted, "Fighters, ready, and go." Lightning danced around Rasu as he assumed his stance. Let the thunder roll, he mused. Sasuke started the match by flinging several kunai at Rasu, who merely batted them out of the way. But Sasuke hoped that it would distract him long enough for him to move in and use his sword. But Rasu was faster and unsealed his own weapon. A metal staff. Aside from his lightning release, Rasu was a prodigy in Bojutsu, of which Sasuke would soon find out. The crowd roared its approval as Chikuto and Bo clashed. Rasu calmly parried Sasuke's thrusts and swings. From his place inside the booth, Kabuto nodded in approval. Sasuke has improved. But Rasu is playing with him. He looked at the Emperor from the corner of his eye. Naruto does not look like he is worried. Could this be a setup to humiliate the Uchiha? I wonder. In the arena, Rasu moved to the side in order to avoid Sasuke's sword thrust. His fist bounced off the back of the Uchiha's skull, knocking him to the ground. I got to say that this is the most fun I had in a while. It's good to compete in such tournaments, as it keeps you sharp, said the Lightning Master. Sasuke got back to his feet and retrieved his Chikudo. Glaring at the smug Rasu, who was balancing his staff on one shoulder, he charged and the fight resumed. Sasuke then felt the air rush out of his lungs as Rasu slammed his fist into his torso, forcing him down to one knee. You know what your greatest sin is, Uchiha? Rasu asked. Your pride? For all your talk and proclaiming your greatness, you are merely hiding behind your Sharingan and your name, living in the shadow of your older brother. Shut up! Sasuke shouted back, you know nothing. Oh, but I do, Rasu replied as he and Sasuke locked weapons. I know about you and the chief being on the same cell when the both of you were younger. That Hitaki had given you every single jutsu that you could ask for. The chief and the lady were very honest about their past. The chief has his flaws, as does his wife, but he got to where he is at because of hard work. Unlike you, the chief does not proclaim his superiority just because he is a descendant of the Six Paths. He did not use his ancestry to get to where he is. He did not use his Rinnegan as a crutch. For that reason, does he earn my respect? You compare me to that Dobi? Sasuke seethed. I am an Uchiha. I am also a descendant of the Six Paths. I do, Rasu replied. And sorry to bust your bubble, but neither the Uchiha nor the Senju are not the direct descendants of the Six Paths sage, the very first Jinchuriki of whose power was this stadium was built. Your clan ancestor and those of the Senju merely were trained by him, and rode on his coattails to make their family line even more illustrious. You think you had it bad given that your nutjob of a brother exterminated your clan? Try growing up without parents. The chief came out just fine. You are seriously fucked in the head. Shut up! Sasuke shouted, breaking the hold, but before he could counterattack, Rasu thrust his staff forward, catching Sasuke in his shoulder. Sasuke's screams echoed through the Colosseum as a shock of electricity coursed through his veins, giving the audience a nice view of what his skeleton looked like. Oh, suck it up, Uchiha! Rasu sniped as Sasuke dropped his Chikudo. I barely touched you. He turned to the proctor. Call the match. This runt has no more fight left in him. Sasuke's eyes shifted into the Meginkyu as she spun upon Rasu. No, this fight is not over yet, he screamed as he went through several hand seals. Chidori. Rasu smirked as Sasuke used the power of the cursed seal to give him an extra boost in speed. How in the world can an assassination jutsu can create such a racket, he thought as Sasuke bared down on him. Rasu's hand balled into a fist as he produced the counter for such an inferior technique. Rasengan. The lightning fist was Rasu's signature technique. It was delivered in one of two ways. A straight punch to the face, or a rising uppercut, a la Kazuya Mishima's electric wind god fist. As Sasuke found out, he was struck with the latter. The blow had knocked him 7 feet into the air, with Rasu soon following after him, adding insult to injury by using the lion combo, of which Sasuke had stolen from Rock Lee during the Chunin exams, his foot slamming the Uchiha into the stone arena. The Rasengan had made Sasuke's chakra control and his nervous go haywire, which was more than enough time for Rasu to put the final nail in the coffin. A kick to the torso, followed by Rasu rolling Sasuke over on his stomach, pinning him to the arena with one knee and Sasuke's arm painfully wrenched behind his back. I want to hear it, Rasu shouted. Say it. Sasuke knew what Rasu wanted him to say. But Sasuke was not going to say it. To say that 5-letter word would be the ultimate humiliation even for him. When Sasuke hesitated in his answer, Rasu responded by applying even more pressure onto his arm, threatening to break it should Sasuke not give in. Say it, Uchiha, Rasu demanded. Say it so that everyone can hear. Faced with leaving the empire with a broken arm, Sasuke conceded defeat. Mat. Satisfied, Rasu released Sasuke's arm and moved away from him as the crowd cheered. The winner, and champion of the Imperial Kumite, Rasu, the announcer declared. Inside the booth, Naruto grinned, while Tsunade was slamming her fist of her chair, swearing up a storm while Jiraiya and Yamato looked pissed. The Ino Shikacho cheered for the newest champion. Katsuragi, Gaara, Onoki, and Mei had looks of satisfaction on their faces as to how the tournament had played out. In the arena, Sasuke's eyes morphed into the Meigengyu as he scrambled over to his Chikuto, his intention clear. He was going to rob the empire of its champion. Sasuke activated the Chidorigatana and charged, intending on impaling Rasu from behind. Rasu simply responded by performing a lightning shunshin, and Sasuke passed where Rasu once stood moments earlier. Sasuke had to skid to a stop, as he found himself close to the arena's edge. Upon reappearing, Rasu took the opportunity to give his dishonorable opponent a final indignity. He booted Sasuke off the arena and into the water. It had gotten a real good laugh from the crowd, and that laughter increased as Sasuke dragged himself out of the water and stomped out of the arena, humiliated beyond belief. In the booth, Tsunade was torn between knocking Sasuke's head off for his attempted cheap shot from behind, while at the same time wanting to die following the humiliation that Sasuke, and by extension, Konoha, had suffered through his actions. Konohagakure no Sato. 3 weeks later, Sasuke Uchiha was not very happy. His grand debut in the Empire's Imperial Kumite had been a big failure. The team that Tsunade had assembled was a big failure. He had not only lost, but had been thoroughly humiliated by Rasu, and by extension, Naruto. Even worse, Konoha and Fire Country had to pay a huge indemnity due to Sasuke's attempted murder of Rasu or face invasion from the Western Empire. Word had spread fast about how Sasuke not only lost, but as to how he had tried to spear the champion of this year's Imperial Kumite in the back with his Chidorigatana. One thing that Sasuke absolutely hated aside from Naruto was the fact that he was looked down upon as a joke, as an afterthought. Upon returning to Konoha, he had kept to himself, unless summoned by Danzo. His opinion on Tsunade and her super pervert of a teammate had sank even lower. The idea of leaving Konoha for greener pastures, namely, Otogakure, was more frequent in his mind. He had closed himself off from the others, save for Danzo, as he answered to him. He was to be seen as a hero, as one who had beaten the best that the Empire had to offer. But that backfired in the most extreme way. Still thinking evil thoughts as he entered the Uchiha district, he entered his home. The 2 black books were placed on his nightstand inside his bedroom. They were out of place, as Sasuke did not own books with black binders on them. Further inspection showed that the books in question were Black Ops books detailing every single Black Ops mission that had taken place in Konohagakure under the Hokages and Danzo Shimura. Curiosity getting the better of him, Sasuke sat down on the edge of the bed and began to read. And Sasuke's anger grew as he discovered the truth behind the Uchiha incident, of how it was ordered by the Sandaime himself, with the backing of Danzo Shimura and the 2 deceased council elders in order to thwart his father's attempts at a coup. Of how the Konoha Civilian Council had planned on turning the Sharingan into a weapon in order to make Konoha the strongest of the villages. Last, he read about Danzo and his hidden arm containing the Shodem's Mokuton and the harvested Sharingans, not to Shisui's Sharingan hidden behind those bandages, as well as his now failed plans in regards to Naruto and his new plans in making Sasuke the perfect weapon, while at the same time, subjugating him to serve Konoha's will. Even worse, was that Tsunade herself signed off on the order in the Black Ops book for the Hokage. If Sasuke was made before, he was outright furious. His life was not his own. His bloodline had been stolen by those who did not deserve it. He had been played by the Hokage and the Civilian Council. The path to him was now clear. Sasuke Uchiha had left the village shortly before dawn, but not before sending Konoha a message. First, he had spent most of the night sneaking into the homes of the Civilian Council and executed the council members. Sakura's mother, the head of the Konoha Merchants Guild, was among the casualties. As Sakura was working at the hospital at the time, she was spared his wrath. Sasuke thought about killing Danzo and Tsunade, but decided against it. But he did, however, kill Asuma Sarutobi as he was on his way home from his rehab, ambushing him and leaving his body inside one of Konoha's alleys, thus making Kurenai a widow. By the time the alarm was raised, Sasuke Uchiha was halfway to Otogakure. Furious, Tsunade and Danzo had ordered a joint retrieval mission to bring the Uchiha back. However, Orochimaru had anticipated this and had reacted. He unleashed the revived Sound 4 and 200 Auto Junin upon the 20-man retrieval team. Only 3 members of the retrieval team sent by Tsunade, Kiba Inuzuka, and root operatives Torun Aburame and Fuyamanaka, survived to return with the bad news. The Uchiha retrieval mission 2 was a complete failure. Sasuke Uchiha had successfully defected to Orochimaru. The Fire Daimyo's response was instant. Sasuke Uchiha was declared a S-class missing nin and traitor to both the Leaf and Fire Country, wanted for the murders of Asuma Sarutobi and the civilian members of the Konoha Civilian Council. Otogakure, Rice Country. Welcome to my humble home, Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru greeted from his throne as Sasuke entered the room, having been led inside by Kabuto. I am pleased to see that you have taken up my offer. He turned to Kabuto. What of the retrieval team sent by the Leaf? With the exception of 3, all are dead, Kabuto replied. Good. Very good, the Snake Sanin said. You have made the right choice in coming here to Otogakure, Sasuke. I have heard about your performance in the Imperial Kumite, as well as the incident in Suna regarding your former teammate. Although I am rather surprised to find out that the dead last is now the Emperor. I can care less about the Dobi, Sasuke snapped. I want only one thing, aside from the power that you promised me. Oh. And that is? Burn Konoha to the ground, Sasuke replied. Destroy everything. Tsunade, Danzo. Everything. Konoha has betrayed my clan and tried to make me into their personal weapon. Naruto and the Empire can wait. I know the Leaf's strengths and weaknesses. With the loss of 4 of their clans and most of their experienced Junin, Konoha is weak. I cannot serve a village that is weak. Yes. Orochimaru leaned back in his seat. I believe we will get along just fine, Sasuke. Just fine. Imperial Complex, Kimen. Several days later. The scroll from the Empire's intelligence division was delivered to Naruto and Hinata's office inside the House of Sovereigns by a member of said division. The scroll was a week old, but it contained something that Naruto wanted to hear ever since returning to Konoha to plant the incriminating evidence of the 2 Black Ops books he had stolen months earlier inside of Sasuke's home. Naruto read the scroll, with Hinata reading over his shoulder. Sasuke Uchiha defected from the Leaf. Fire Daimyo has placed Uchiha in the bingo book as a S-class missing ninja, and for the murders of the Konoha Civilian Council and Asuma Sarutobi. I have to say that I am very impressed, Hinata acknowledged. One thing about the Uchiha, her husband replied. He is so predictable. Although killing off the Civilian Council and Asuma was something that I was not expecting, it's still a nice bonus. So what do we do now? Hinata asked. We wait. Konoha's days are numbered, Naruto replied. The Leaf has sown the wind. Now, it will reap the whirlwind. And when the time comes for the Leaf to fall, I will be there to put the nail in their coffin. 9 months had passed since the conclusion of the Imperial Kumite in South Ichiyama. Since then, the Imperial nation had signed a non-aggress Igakure and Earth Country, as well as establishing a Pikara outpost in the Earth capital. Onoki also agreed to have Iwa medic nins come to Kimen to learn under Hinata in order to keep Iwa casualties down. Second, Naruto had reclaimed the ruins of Whirlpool Country and annexed it. He did not revive Uzushiogakure no Sato, as there was no need. He did, however, made Whirlpool into a major Pikara outpost. In the months following the conclusion of the Imperial Kumite, Sasuke Uchiha had defected from Konoha and had murdered Asuma Sarutobi and the Konoha Civilian Council on his way out. The incident would become known as the Uchiha Slaughter. Given the fact that he had ran years earlier and that he wielded the Megenkyu Sharingan, he was labeled as an S-class threat in the bingo book. Orders. Kill on sight. Naruto knew that he had fled to Otogakure, as he was the one who manipulated the Uchiha to head there in the first place. Now, it was only a matter of time before Orochimaru and Sasuke would invade Konoha. Orochimaru had not only been training Sasuke in learning how to control his cursed seal, but also had recruited bandits and missing nin to the sound, swelling his ranks, the majority of which having been subjected to the cursed seal. As expected, Orochimaru had ordered his nin not to antagonize the Pikara merchants and their caravans, as he did not want the empire on his back. Sasuke balked at the order, but honored it, as Orochimaru did have a point. Kabuto had seen firsthand the Imperial forces in action, as the Akatsuki found out the hard way. We will make our move against the Empire and their interests soon enough, Orochimaru had told Sasuke. But right now, our main focus is the Leaf. It did not occur to Orochimaru that Naruto was manipulating him into attacking Konoha. Kabuto had his suspicions, but dismissed them, as he assumed that Naruto could not plan such a grandiose scheme. It did not occur to Sasuke that Naruto had manipulated him into defecting from Konoha by making him look worthless in the eyes of the shinobi world, nor that the blackout books from Danzo and the Hokage were planted by him. He had failed to take his late sensei's words to heart. Look underneath the hidden meanings. It did not occur to Tsunade and Jiraiya that they had severely underestimated their ex-godson. They thought he had the devil's luck in avoiding their hunter nins and establishing the empire, that he was like Jiraiya when the Sannin were under Sarutobi's tutelage. A dead last. They did not expect to be manipulated by Naruto, or that he would use Orochimaru and Sasuke to bring about Konoha's destruction with Naruto himself delivering the coup de grace. 9 months later, Hinata had given birth to their second child. The couple named her Mocha Kushina Namikaze. As the Imperial nation celebrated the birth of their new princess, Orochimaru had decided that the time was right for them to attack Konohagakure. Captain Asahina had sent a communique to the Imperial capital, notifying Naruto and Hinata of the invasion of Konoha. Even though he did not want to leave his newborn daughter, Naruto had to make sure that Konoha and by extension, Oto, could not threaten his family or the empire. Hinata had understood and told him to do what he must, and that he had better come back alive. Taking Kurama with him, Naruto used the Demon's Gate and the pair found themselves in Fire Country. Naruto had summoned the 6 paths and placed them under henges and had them join up with Orochimaru's army, while both he and Kurama set up in Konoha from their place on top of the ruined Hokage monument. After retrieving the ashes of Hashirama and Tobirama Senju from the Konoha cemetery. From their place on the monument, Naruto and Kurama watched as Tsunade had ordered the village to be evacuated of all civilians, followed by Konoha shinobi trying to strengthen their defenses. Several messenger birds had been dispatched to Suna and Mist, but Naruto knew that Gaara and Mei would not get involved. This would be Konoha's final war. One of two things was going to happen. That Konoha would somehow survive, but would be irreversibly crippled, or Konoha would be destroyed. Naruto was going to make sure that the latter would be the desired result. He had once told Hinata that when the time came, he would be watching Konoha's downfall on the top of the Hokage monument with some drinks, a couple of sushi plates, and some popcorn. Much to Kurama's amusement, he did just that. The invasion had begun in earnest shortly after noon. Sasuke and Orochimaru led the assault, backed by over 2,000 Oto shinobi. While Sasuke went after Danzo, with 2 of Naruto's 6 paths, following him deep into the underground complex, where Danzo was located. Through control of the 2 paths accompanying Sasuke, he had seen the events which had led to Danzo's final fight with Sasuke, while Orochimaru and his forces carved a path to the ruins of the Hokage Tower, where Tsunade, Jiraiya and the remaining members of the Konoha 11 and their families awaited to make their last stand. Orochimaru, being the sadistic bastard he was, had not only subjected half of his forces to the cursed seal, but also had used the Impure World Resurrection Jutsu, bringing back once again Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, but also Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi Hitaki, Itachi Uchiha, who had accompanied Sasuke to kill Danzo, Asuma Sarutobi and the Konohamaru Corps to help in bring about Konoha's destruction. Helpless under Orochimaru's control, the resurrected shinobi put their former village to the sword. Asuma Sarutobi had murdered his wife. The Konohamaru Corps had slaughtered a quarter of the Chunin that had came up with them in their days at the Shinobi Academy, forcing the surviving Chunin to lead the Konohamaru Corps into a trap, consisting of rigging the former Hyuga compound with explosive tags, destroying the compound and crushing the revived trio under the debris. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Jiraiya and the remaining clan heads and their children were fighting Orochimaru, the 2 Senju brothers and Hiruzen Sarutobi, while Kakashi slaughtered the majority of the Anbu Black Ops by using Amaterasu, Yamato and Yugo being among the casualties, but not before Yamato used his Mokuton to crush the Sound 4. The Konoha hospital was not exempt from Orochimaru's wrath. A squad of Oto Nin, their bodies covered with exploding tags and under the influence of the cursed seals, leveled the building in a suicide attack. Among the casualties were Shizune Kato and Maeda Gai, who had been in the hospital since Suna. Despite this, Tsunade and Konoha had fought on, until the battle had began to inch to a stalemate. Sume and Kiba Inuzuka were both killed by the Sandaime and his son. Hana Inuzuka, on her mother's orders had evacuated with the civilians. Shino and Shibi Aburame had met their end at the hands of the revived Shodem and Nidame Hokages. Sasuke had joined in the fray, and had cut down the remaining Anbu who were there to protect Tsunade. Naruto, having seen enough, finally decided to intervene. Clap. 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 The fighting between Konoha and Oto Shinobi stopped as they heard the sound of clapping. The three Sannin stopped their 2-on-1 brawl, as did the revived Hiruzen and Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi Hitaki, and the Senju brothers. The warring parties looked around, trying to find out who was clapping, until the person in question revealed himself. He stepped out of the smoke, accompanied by a red-headed woman. He was the one who was clapping, applauding at the mayhem that was unfolding, dressed in his shinobi uniform, the same one which Tsunade and Jiraiya had seen him wear in Suna. Kurama accompanied him, dressed in her battle uniform. Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. When life ends, it gives off a final lingering aroma. Light is but a farewell gift from the darkness to those on their way to die, the Emperor stated. Hiruzen blinked. Minato? I'm not my father, old man, Naruto sniped. Oh yes, I know that the yellow flash was my father. You lied to me, Sarutobi. You lied to child. Naruto. I did what I did to protect you. Sarutobi attempted to defend his actions. Your father had many enemies from the last shinobi war. Please understand. I understand that you and Danzo tried to turn me into a loyal weapon, Naruto replied. I understand that you betrayed my parents. Oh, yes, I understand that manipulating a boy was more important than honoring my parents' final wishes. Hiruzen sighed, dropping the facade. I suppose I can drop the act, then. Yeah, you should, Naruto replied. He turned to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Remember what I told the both of you that day when you decided to banish me? Do you? Of course Tsunade and Jiraiya had remembered. They did not take it in account that he was serious. After all, they had written him off as the dead last, the Kyuubi brat who had robbed them of their loved ones. They had laughed off his threat. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. You and all of Konohagakure decided to back a traitor over me. I will not forget this, and I sure as hell will not forgive the both of you for this betrayal. Pray that I don't come back to this godforsaken village, because when I do, I will destroy you all. Never let it be known that I keep my word, the Emperor said. I told the both of you in Suna that this was just the beginning. As my father brought about Konoha's rise, so I will bring about its fall. You? Bringing about the leaf's destruction? Ha! Sakura snorted. You were so full of yourself, Naruto. Even back when we were kids. People change when you don't see or hear from them for years, Haruno, Naruto sniped. Even me. He looked at the faces of the Sannin and those of his former cell and the Sandame. This is quite the reunion. It's been years since we've been here, together in the leaf. He turned to Kurama, and here. I thought they would be happy to see us, Kurama. Kurama gave Naruto a fanged grin. But, Naruto continued, as Tsunade and the others could make out the forms of a man and a woman in the smoke from behind the Emperor and the Biju Queen. I did not come alone. He turned to Jiraiya. You told me in Suna that you honored my parents' sacrifice by allowing me to suffer, rather than respect their final wishes. Perhaps you would like to convey what you told me to them yourself. With that, the two people emerged from the smoke. To anyone from Konoha, they recognized the pair almost instantly, even after being dead for over 20 years. The man had blonde hair styled in the same manner as his son. He was dressed in the standard Konoha Junin uniform, complete with flak vest. The white trenchcoat with the flame pattern on the tail end fluttered in the breeze. On one finger, through the ring, he was twirling a Hiraishin trichonai. His companion had long red hair, which she kept tied in a ponytail. Rather than the Konoha Junin uniform, she was dressed in the standard uniform of the Whirlpool Kunoichi, which was similar as to what Hinata herself would wear. A ninjutsu was in her left hand. The Yellow Flash, himself, Yandaime Hokage Minato Namikaze, and his wife, the Princess of Whirlpool, the Red Death herself, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. And the pair did not look very happy upon seeing the people who had betrayed and later, attempted to kill their son. People who they at one time, trusted with their lives. Naruto smirked. Orochimaru isn't the only one who knows the Imperial world resurrection. In truth, Naruto did not know the forbidden jutsu. He had simply placed 2 reinforced clones under the henge to make them look like Minato and Kushina to use as a form of psychological warfare. However, through a twist of fate, the Shinigami allowed Minato and Kushina's souls to possess the 2 shadow clones for the duration of the clones' existence. Even the Death God agreed that Konoha had to answer for their betrayal, and had allowed them to return to the land of the living, if only for a short time. This, Naruto had done before leaving Kimen for Konoha. Of course, it did give Minato and Kushina some time with their grandchildren before they left, as well as thanking their friends, the Ino Shikacho and Heishi, for honoring their final request in regards to Naruto. While Naruto was on the Hokage monument, Minato and Kushina decided to vent out their frustrations by taking the fight to Konoha's forces until the time came for the big reveal. "Give me one good reason as to why I should not do to this village what I had done to Iwa," Minato said, gripping the trichonai in one hand. "One reason. We did what we had to do," Jiraiya defended. Hiruzen-sensei saw that Konoha was crippled following the last shinobi war, so we had to ensure that the 9 tails remained in Konoha to ensure our survival. When it became clear that Naruto could not be controlled, we saw him as a threat, and had to be dealt with as such. Kushina, on the other hand, was livid. "So not only you tried to exterminate my brother and my clan, but you damned my son to a living hell?" she demanded. She was not known as the red-hot habanero for nothing. She wanted to gut Jiraiya for what he had done. The 9 tails were the property of the Senju clan, and by extension, the Leaf, defended Tsunade. Just as all of the other Biju were. Kushina looked at her aunt with a mixture of pity and betrayal. "You're wrong. I'm sure that my son has already explained to you that the Biju are not the property of the Senju clan, but rather under the care of the Uzumaki clan, of which our ancestor was the Rikudo Sennin himself." "That much is true," Hashirama said. "All I did was use the Mokuton to subdue them." He looked at the reunited family. "Who are you?" "My name, Lord Shodem, is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," Naruto began. "Former Genin shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato, former Jinchuriki of Kurama, the 9-tailed fox, descendant of the Rikudo Sennin, and emperor of the unified Western Empire. Tsunade Senju, as much as I hate to admit, is my great-aunt, since Mito Uzumaki was her grandmother." He introduced his parents. "My father, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, and my mother, the Princess of Whirlpool and second Jinchuriki to Kurama, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze." "What the kid speaks is the truth," Kurama confirmed. To back up Naruto's claim, 9 foxtails emerged from her backside. The Biju Queen smirked as she savored the looks of disbelief on the faces of the Sannin and on the resurrected cages. Even Orochimaru looked shocked. "In case you're a bit slow, I am Kurama, better known by my title, Kyuubi no Yoko, the 9-tailed fox." She looked at Hashirama. "You don't look so good, Hashirama." Mito would disapprove. Jiraiya was shocked. The hot redhead that had been hanging around Naruto had been the Kyuubi the whole time? Naruto looked at the gathered cages. "Isn't this something? All of Konoha's cages together." "You broke the seal?" Hiruzen demanded in a rage. "I did," Naruto replied. "I did this after I was banished from the Leaf by your successor." "You were banished from the Leaf?" Hashirama asked, now interested in Naruto's backstory. "What was your crime?" "Being a hero," Naruto replied. "Konoha favored a potential traitor over me. That and because I was Kurama's jailer, and that both Tsunade and Jiraiya blamed the death of my parents on me, as did Hiruzen for the death of his wife. Long story short, a former student of my father's thought to have been Kia, returned and unleashed Kurama onto the village as my mother was giving birth to me. My mother died from complications surrounding her birth and my father had to use the Shikifujin to seal Kurama in me at the cost of his life." Tobirama nodded. "A noble sacrifice," he said. Naruto scoffed. "Konoha didn't seem to think so. Neither did Sarutobi or those 2 idiots. My father's last wish was for the Leaf to see me as a hero. But I was denied my inheritance by Sarutobi, and the village treated me like a virtual pariah. But that is just the tip of the iceberg, Lord Nidame. Sorobi and Shimura wanted to make me into Konoha's weapon, but died as a result of sealing Orochimaru's arms with the Shikifujin. Sarutobi's Tsunade and Jiraiya." He turned to Orochimaru. "Sasuke Uchiha was assigned to Cell 7, the same as me. He was seduced by the promise of power from Orochimaru and had defected from Konoha as a result. Tsunade had ordered a retrieval team to go and recapture Sasuke before he could make it to Orochimaru. It's true, as much as hate to admit, Orochimaru conceded. While his teammates fought My Sound 4, Naruto had fought Sasuke at the Valley of the End. Naruto had defeated Sasuke and brought him back home. Instead of being recognized as a hero, he was instead blamed for Sasuke trying to leave. He was banished, and Tsunade even went as far as to send out Enbu and Hunter Nins to kill him. That was when he had disappeared. His smirk deepened. Your own granddaughter and great-niece banished a hero and pardoned the traitor. The two male Senju turned to Sarutobi and the other two Sannin. Is this true? You banished Mito's descendant? He demanded. They did, Kushina said. At the cost of raising Whirlpool Country and Uzushiogakure on Sarutobi's orders. You sold out the Uzumaki clan. My clan. My family. All for what? The chance for Konoha to regain control of Kurama. Good thing that I didn't fully trust you, which is why I had Takuma and nearly all of Uzushiogakure relocate back to the west. After eliminating the invading shinobi and dressing them up in Uzu's shinobi uniforms. Orochimaru and Sasuke stood on the sidelines, watching this drama play out. This is very interesting, the snake thought. I wonder how this will play out. Sasuke, in the meantime, was thinking along the lines of, hope the Dobi gets himself killed. While you thought that the Uzumaki was nearly extinct, they were in the west, out of sight, out of mind. Of course, Mom could not send word to Uncle Takuma, as she knew that you were watching her like a hawk, Naruto finished. Jiraiya growled. Naruto had all but confirmed that Kushina had deceived him, the great spymaster of Konoha. Even Hiruzen, who had signed off on the order, was irate that the Yondaime's wife had played both him and Jiraiya. The power of the Kyuubi belonged to the leaf, the one-armed sage shouted. There was no way that I, nor Hiruzen-sensei, would allow the Uzumaki to take what was rightfully ours. He pointed to Kushina. You were only protected because you were Minato's wife. Minato had heard enough. The yellow flash of Konoha slugged his former sensei right in the jaw, knocking him ass over tea kettle, the toad sage landing flat on his back. Minato was more than angry. He was downright furious at the blatant disregard of his final wishes in regards to his son. He was irate over the betrayal that Konoha had done to himself, his wife and his son. I trusted you, Jiraiya, Minato said. You were like a father figure to me, and you go and you do this? You and Tsunade betrayed not only your godson, my son, but you and Sarutobi damned him to a life of misery and pain. Naruto snorted. You really are a piece of work, Jiraiya. So much for honoring their sacrifice. He turned to Hashirama and Tobirama. I had every intention of letting Konoha self-destruct on their own through the choices they made. Payback for betraying me and my family. But that damned Warhawk and his two buddies on the council decided to send Sai and a hit squad of his root Enbu to try and not only assassinate me, but also my wife, the 4 clans who had defected from here, and the Imperial Council when I refused terms for an alliance. Tsunade's eyes widened, as did Jiraiya's and Sarutobi's. This entire mess was Danzo's fault? Kaharu and Hanmura on the other hand, continued the Emperor, let's just say that they were long overdue for retirement. I decided to be nice enough to leave Danzo for Sasuke. Tsunade and the others immediately caught the hidden meaning. Naruto had killed them. Tsunade mentally cursed to herself, as she had written off their deaths as accidental and in the case of Kaharu, natural causes. Aside from his crimes of attempted regicide, Danzo also has secrets of his own. I thought that you were under the influence of the Sharingan he has implanted underneath those bandages, but as it turns out, that was not the case, Naruto continued, his own eyes morphing into the Rinnegan. I know because of my own bloodline, which I can detect other bloodlines and identify whether or not people are under a genjutsu. Shimura not only has the Sharingan, but also has a special arm hidden underneath his robes containing not only multiple Sharingans, but also DNA harvested from the body of the first Hokage. Hashirama's eyes narrowed, as did Tobirama's own. Power. Oh, she is a seductive mistress, Naruto continued. She is an addictive thrill. One taste of it and the weak-minded are left yearning for more. It can drive certain people mad. Orochimaru. Danzo. Sarutobi. Even Tsunade. With such great power comes even greater responsibility. You and your brother knew that. My father knew that. Lord Shodem, you once preached about the will of fire. The will of fire has been extinguished at the hands of your former student and those of his own students, one of which is your own granddaughter. Yes. Hashirama looked visibly disturbed at this chain of events. It appears so. Grandfather, no, don't listen to him. Tsunade attempted to defend herself. The brat is lying. I told you before, old hag, Naruto shot back. I never lie. His smirk deepened. Want to know just how bad you underestimated me? You got a sample of it back in Suna. But this could count as my masterpiece. He turned to Jiraiya. For a spy master, he obviously did not see this coming. Then again, neither did the both of you. Imagine that, the demon of Konoha, the Dobi, manipulating not only Konoha's greatest spy master, but also the Godem Hokage of Konoha and the Snake Sanin. Be careful as to how you speak, boy, Orochimaru hissed. You may be strong, but you are not stronger than me. Now that's no way to thank the person who had delivered to you the key to immortality, Naruto chided, wagging a finger at the snake. Did you really think that Sasuke came to your side willingly? Of course not. Tsunade's eyes widened at this revelation, as did Jiraiya's own. I knew it, Kabuto said. I had my suspicions, but I did not have any proof. You manipulated Sasuke into defecting from Konoha. Amazing what blackout orders detailing the Uchiha massacre and Sasuke's role into creating a Uchiha clan subservient to only the Hokage can do, Naruto confessed. Then again, it was easy to make that idiot think that he was not as much of an elite as he thought himself to be. Sasuke growled as his eyes shifted into the Sharingan. Naruto had played him for a fool yet again. The Kumite back in the Empire. You designed it solely just to humiliate me. Naruto shook his head. Actually, I didn't. I just manipulated the tournament so you would end up fighting Rasu. The fact that you managed to get as far as you did was a miracle in itself. You should feel honored, Sasuke. Thanks to me, you will get a place in history as the man who brought about Konoha's downfall. A spiteful, bitter, spoiled Uchiha. Although I will gladly take the credit for destroying the leaf. Asuma, having been silent for the duration of this confrontation, balked. You used us. All of us. Just so you could destroy Konoha. Don't you just love it when a plan comes together? I sure do. This was something that Hinata and I had came up with while we were fighting in the unification wars as a joke. But once we united the lands, we gave it some more serious thought. But before we could deal with the leaf, there was Obito and the Akatsuki, as they would more than likely come after me for having the Biju in my possession. Obito invading Suna gave me the excuse needed to go to war, as Suna is an ally. Once Obito and the Akatsuki was wiped out, I could finally focus on Konoha. Hiruzen had heard enough. Madness in his eyes, he charged at Naruto, as did Asuma, brandishing his bloodied trench knives. However, Kurama intervened. Two of her fox tails had speared the resurrect lifted them into the air. As the Konoha side watched in horror, save for the two Senju brothers and Orochimaru, Kurama incinerated both men, reducing them to charred bones. The special kunai designed by Orochimaru to control them fell to the ground, charred from the intense heat. Sensei. Jiraiya shouted in horror. Goodbye, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto sniped. Give my regards to Kaharu and Hanmura. Jiraiya, at that moment, saw red. You devil? The enraged super pervert screamed, forming a Rasengan in his hand, and charged at the Emperor, who slid a pair of Hiroshin kunai, one black, the other the classic trikunai, in his hands. Sidestepping the Rasengan, Naruto impaled Jiraiya with the trikunai in his left hand. Jiraiya's eyes bulged as the Rasengan dispersed as he felt the intense pain in his gut, looking at the man who in his mind, looked so much like the man whose son he had forsaken along with most of Konoha. That's for my parents who you betrayed, Naruto snarled. He then shoved the trikunai even deeper. That's for the Uzumaki clan, who you tried to exterminate. He raised the second kunai and drove it into Jiraiya's neck. And this is from me. Fuck you and die. Naruto yanked out the trikunai out of Jiraiya's gut and kicked Jiraiya back. Jiraiya died, looking at the darkening night sky. As he died, the last thing he had seen was the faces of Minato and Kushina, looking at him with nothing but disdain. And then, there were two, Naruto mused, turning to Orochimaru. Even though I have no love for Konoha, you are still a threat. The main reason why you are here is to save me the trouble of invading Otogakure. What better way to eliminate all of my family's enemies than to have them all together in the same place? Is that so? Orochimaru retorted. He turned to Kabuto, Kakashi and the two Hokages. Kill him, he ordered. We'll send his head to his wife. Kabuto nodded, while Hashirama and Tobirama turned and faced the Emperor. The two Senju prepared to use their Mokuden to ensnare the Emperor and the Biju Queen, while Kakashi prepared to face off against his former sensei. But Naruto was not known as the unpredictable maverick shinobi for nothing. Raising the bloody kunai, he flung it at Kakashi, which was followed by Hiraishin no Jutsu. One crimson flash later, and Naruto was holding the kunais with the special talismans attached to them which Orochimaru used to control Hashirama and Tobirama in one hand, and his unsheathed O-katana in the other. Naruto had yanked them out of the two cages, right before Sasuke and Kakashi had both been sledgehammered back from punches to the face by the young emperor. Kabuto stood there for a split second. Then his glasses fell to the ground, nearly cut in two, which was followed by Kabuto himself, Naruto having vertically bisected Orochimaru's right-hand man. Try and come back from that, Naruto said. Minato could not be any more prouder of his son. Impressive, he complimented. Our village has done this boy wrong, brother, the Nidaime said as he began to fade into dust. Hashirama nodded. He is in the right to destroy Konoha. This is not the village we have died for. Before fading away completely, he addressed Tsunade. You are a disappointment to the clan, Tsunade. Now, Tsunade and Orochimaru closed in on the Namikaze family, with the surviving Konoha shinobi, Tsunade having lost any and all sense of sanity following her grandfather's denouncement of her, and Orochimaru, Kusanagi in hand. Kakashi had retrieved a pair of kunai from his pouch, while Sasuke summoned lightning to his Chikudo, wanting to get in on the action of finally eliminating the Dobi once and for all. Naruto, Minato, and Kurama responded by letting loose with a torrent of black Hiraishin kunai, the ones with the Hiraishin seals etched onto the blade, at the surviving Sound and Leaf shinobi, as well with the classic Trikunai. As expected, Sasuke, Tsunade and Orochimaru had dodged the rain of steel, but some of their subordinates were not as lucky. Hiraishin no Jutsu. Minato Namikaze had become famous for using the Flying Thunder God to annihilate a sizable portion of Iwagakure shinobi. Now, Konoha and Sound had gotten a full taste of the combined wrath of the Yondaime and of the Emperor. First a crimson flash, followed by a yellow flash, and the dying started. When the flash faded, carnage was left behind. Kakashi Hatake was slain, his soul sealed. Kushina and Kurama had cut down a number of shinobi from both sides. Naruto had cut down Sakura Haruno, and Tsunade and Orochimaru were mortally wounded, Naruto placing a special seal designed to nullify his powers before severing his spine. Tsunade had been stabbed repeatedly by Kushina, the wounds causing her to bleed internally. Naruto, on the other hand, did not want to deal with the Uchiha, as he had already beaten him 3 times already. He wasn't going to fight him, but he wasn't going to outright kill him. Naruto simply slashed at the tendons in his arms and legs, thus rendering his former teammate a cripple. But not for very long. The rest of the attacking shinobi, having seen the power of the Hiraishin and who had survived Minato and Kushina's assault, retreated deeper into the village. Behold, Naruto began, arms spread out, looking around the ruined village. The end result of your betrayal. Naruto. Tsunade pleaded. Please, don't destroy Konoha. I'm sorry for betraying you. Please, show mercy. Mercy? I don't show mercy to traitors. Now, it's time to end this, Naruto stated calmly as he retrieved Sasuke's Chikudo and Orochimaru's Kusanagi as trophies of war. Turning to the dying Tsunade and Orochimaru, he gave him his final words, ignoring Sasuke's screams. The both of you won't die just yet. You will live long enough to see Konoha burn. I think what I have in store for Konoha's fate is fitting. Farewell. The Biju Queen and the Namikaze family then vanished via Shunshin. Outside of Konohagakure. Funny how things come full circle, Kurama mused, now in fox form, just as she was all those years ago. Only this time, the mountain-sized kitsune was now a willing participant in Konoha's destruction. Had Konoha had honored your father's request, and favored you instead of the Uchiha runt, then this would not have been their fate. Naruto and his parents was seated on Kurama's head. I know. But there is no time for regrets. The leaf has made their bed. Now it's time for them to lie in it. Minato, on the other hand, looked sad as he watched his home village in his final moments. He had once believed in his village. He had believed in the will of fire. When Naruto had told him of how Konoha had become corrupted, he did not believe him at first. But then, he saw it with his own eyes. He had seen and heard of Jiraiya's betrayal. Kushina placed one hand over her husband's own. Minato, I'm sorry, but this had to be done. It's hard for me too. Minato sighed. I know. He turned to his son. Naruto, you know what to do. His son nodded. Kurama, level the village. Gladly, the fox replied. The Biju's signature attack was the Bijudama, the Biju bomb. It is also considered the strongest of the Biju's techniques. Now that Minato Namikaze's soul was released by the Shinigami, Kurama's yin chakra had been restored. Kurama was back at full power. And the power of the Biju Queen was a terrifying sight to behold if you were on the wrong side. Kurama opened her maw and began to summon both positive and negative chakra, compressing it inside her mouth. For the Biju, unleashing a perfect Bijudama was tricky, as the chakra needed to be balanced at an 8:2 ratio lest the Bijudama could backfire. Yuki found that out the hard way shortly after the 6 paths had separated them, which had resulted in a dislocated jaw for the 8 tails. The 10 tails Bijudama could level an entire village. Kurama was no different. Her Bijudama was just as destructive. Fire, Naruto calmly commanded. Kurama fired the Bijudama. Orochimaru was dead. This Tsunade knew. Surviving Konoha and Oto Shinobi ran a buoy out of the doomed village, but the exits were blocked, Naruto having trapped the shinobi inside via exploding tags, blocking their escape route. Sasuke Uchiha was alive, but not for long. Tsunade had guessed that he would bleed out in less than 5 minutes. Tsunade looked at the bodies of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. She was the last of the legendary Sannin alive, but not for long, as her grandfather's final words echoed in her mind. You are a disappointment to the clan, Tsunade. How did this happen? Tsunade thought. How in the hell did Naruto outsmart all of us? This was not supposed to happen. Konoha is supposed to be the strongest of the villages. Where did we go wrong? Sasuke was thinking along the lines of, this can't be happening. I don't want to die. Showing that through his facade of being a superior Uchiha, he was in fact afraid of dying. Those were their final thoughts as they were overcome with a blinding flash of light, and knew no more. So ended the legendary Sannin of Konoha. So ended the Senju. So ended the life of Sasuke Uchiha. The Biju bomb, in the form of a black mass of chakra, detonated over Konohagakure, instantly turning night into day, the night sky lighting with the radiance of 1,000 suns. Any surviving shinobi that was caught in the flash was instantly reduced to carbon as a result of the flash. Others who were hiding inside the buildings within Konoha were crushed as the blast wave expanded, turning stone, wood, concrete and glass into shrapnel, shredding and impaling any and everything in its path. Not even the Hokage mountain was left standing, as that was also pulverized into oblivion. Only the training fields were left unscathed from Kurama's blast, although it did rattle the critters in the forest of death. As the light from the blast faded, the village of Konohagakure no Sato was awash in a sea of flames. It was truly to anyone who had lived through the ordeal, hell. To whoever once lived here in Konohagakure no Sato, Naruto's chakra-masked voice carried on the wind. I curse its remnants, from its remaining shinobi to its surviving civilians, and their descendants. I condemn the Konoha remnant to wander the elemental countries in shame and guilt for the crimes they had committed in the name of the village. You will wander, looking for a new place to start over, but you will have no rest. You will have no reprieve. Until the last of the remnant dies out, you will never have no form of peace. With his declaration done, Naruto and his parents hopped off of Kurama's head. The Biju Queen assumed her human form. Naruto turned to his parents. So, I guess this is goodbye? Kushina nodded sadly. Yes. The Shinigami said that this was good for only 24 hours. She embraced her son. I am so proud of you, Naruto. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Mom. Minato stepped forward and patted his son on the shoulder. Sochi. You have exceeded my expectations. For you to become Emperor of the West. You have done me proud. Thanks, Dad. Kushina turned to Kurama. Watch over him and his family, Kurama. Consider it a request from an old friend. Kurama nodded. I will, Kushina. Moments later, the clones dispersed, while their souls ascended to a higher plane of existence. Naruto and Kurama watched them until they were out of sight. Naruto felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he faced Kurama. Your wife and children are waiting for you, she said. Let's go home. Naruto nodded. He was drained. All he wanted to do was go back to Kimen and sleep. Kurama activated the Demon's Gate jutsu and the pair stepped through. Behind them, Konoha burned. Come the morning, Konoha would be nothing but a ruined wasteland. Imperial Complex. Within the Imperial Palace, is it over? Hinata's voice had broken Naruto out of his thoughts as he looked inside the bedroom that Minato and Mocha shared. Naruto turned to his wife, who was in her shirt and shorts, and nodded. It's over. Operation Scorched Leaf is a success. Konoha has been destroyed. The Sannin are dead. Sasuke Uchiha is dead. Hinata nodded. Despite everything, Konoha was their hometown. It had pained them to see that Konoha had become corrupted, but in the end, they had chosen their own paths. Konoha had become a threat, and had to be neutralized. Through this action, the Empire, and the East, would remain safe. Suna would retain its status as the strongest shinobi village, while Kazuhana's shinobi village will take Konoha's place as one of the 5. There would be no power vacuum, as Naruto had made sure of that. Sasuke Uchiha would be forever remembered as the shinobi who had brought down the leaf. Only he and his closest allies knew the truth. With Konoha gone, Naruto and Hinata can now look to the future of the Western Empire. The Emperor's wrath was finally sated. The Namikaze dynasty would rule until the end of the shinobi age. No one knows the whereabouts of their descendants, but one thing is for certain. Their exploits will not be forgotten, as they are recorded in the annals of history. The speaker was a woman in her late 20s, early 30s. Her audience was an archaeology class in Tokyo University. The woman was very voluptuous, her figure showing from her business suit and skirt combination, the pair of black heels on her feet. Short dark hair framed her face, the bangs covering one eye, a la Rosemary's MGS4 hairdo. Her uncovered lavender eye with pupils scanned the captivated audience. Their descendants have not died out, as they are still alive to this very day, unaware of the legacy that they contain. But as with all legends and tales, it is just waiting to be discovered, she said as she closed the book from which she was reading from. One of her students raised her hand. The professor acknowledged it with a nod. Yes, Miyabi? A freshman student asked her question. Professor Kujikawa, what happened to the refugees from Konoha? The professor, one Mayumi Kujikawa, shrugged her shoulders. No one knows for sure. Once they were on the boat to the unknown continent, they were never heard from again. More than likely, they had assimilated and settled there. A second student raised her hand. Professor, how do you know so much about this subject? Kujikawa smiled. I've been into ancient history for as long as I can remember. It's a passion of mine. She raised the book, which was titled History of the Unified West. The book itself was authored by both herself and her husband, who was a famous writer and lecturer of literature. Most people could not agree if it was fact or fiction. But what they did agree on was that it was a very good read. The ninja system in both East and West could not escape the changing times, and ended up collapsing, Kujikawa continued. But the Namikaze dynasty continued to rule, as they too changed with the times. In the end, it was not an uprising of the people that had brought the Namikaze clan to ruin. So what was it? Miyabi asked. Nature, Kujikawa replied. Mother Nature herself. The Laja Mountains were always a volatile region, but in the reign of the last emperor, Naruto 12 Namikaze, the Laja Mountains erupted, which triggered a massive earthquake. Days later, the unified West was engulfed in a tsunami, the land sinking into the ocean. Kujikawa remembered that even all too well. Both her and her husband had assisted in the evacuation of the imperial capital, knowing well that the days of the unified West were numbered. Aside from that, they also pilfered the Namikaze vaults underneath the imperial palace using several storage scrolls to seal up the chests of gold, but leaving more than enough cash to their clan, so that they can rebuild once again. They also took family heirlooms, jutsu scrolls and weapons that had been collected over the years. The reason being? Mayumi Kujikawa was just an alias, one of many in her long life. Her birth name was Hinata Hyuga, now Hinata Namikaze. Before another student could ask a question, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. But more importantly, the end of the day. It was time to go home. As the students piled on, Hinata sat down in a chair and took a moment to reflect. Her hand rubbed absently on the mark where Naruto had bit her on their wedding night. It was shortly thereafter that Katami had taken both Naruto and Hinata to the side and explained the totality of the mark. As the both of you are mated, you will have fringe benefits, one of which is a long life. The Uzumaki were known for their long lifespans. When the both of you marked each other, that lifespan has increased 1,000-fold. Kurama. Last she heard, the Nine Tails ran a curio shop in Hokkaido. They had not aged a day over 30, resorting to using henges to make themselves look older, or in some cases, relocate to a different area entirely. This was the 7th time that Naruto and Hinata were back in Japan. The last place they spent 30 years in was in Hong Kong, where their descendants from Mocha's bloodline resided. Minato's bloodline resided in Japan, and one of them were in Hinata's class. Of course, aside from Mocha and Minato, Naruto and Hinata had countless children over the years. Some of their lines still existed, while others were extinct. Their daughter, Yumi, was a student in elementary school, a recent addition to the Namikaze bloodline. Over the thousands of years, Naruto and Hinata had many occupations, from assassin to daimyo to shogun to businessman. It was only recently that Naruto decided to write his memoirs, of which Hinata had been reading to the class. As for the other Jinchuriki, they were still alive as well. Utakata, they had left while he was in Hong Kong. Roshi and Han were in Okinawa. Yugito had settled in Seoul. Gaara made his home in the Mojave Desert, posing as an insane survivalist. B was somewhere in South America, and Fu made her home in England. Gathering her things and placing them into a shoulder bag, Hinata had decided that she had spent enough time walking down memory lane. Her husband was waiting for her. Tokyo University. Campus. He stood in the midst of the students as they walked past him. 6 feet tall, with undisciplined reddish hair, a la Chris RE5 hairdo, blue eyes, his muscular frame hidden underneath the black longcoat and dark business suit. It was winter and the Christmas holidays had just begun. The cold had never really bothered him, being a former Jinchuriki. He was known as Takeshi Kujikawa to most people, a respected professor of literature here at Todai, as well as an accomplished writer. But to a select few, he was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto didn't have to wait long for his wife to make her presence known. Bundled up in her own overcoat and scarf, shoulder bag slung over one shoulder, Hinata Namikaze approached her husband with a smile on her face. "Been waiting long, love?" "Nah. Just got here, Haim. Ready?" he asked, extending his arm out. Hinata responded by slipping her arm through Naruto's own. The couple then walked off, until they were just another couple heading home for the holidays. Maybe one day, the Emperor will rise once again to lead, but now, he was just a family man ready to spend the holidays with his wife and daughter. The legacy of the Namikaze clan will continue, end. So ends Wrath of the Emperor. But there is an omake that I forgot to add in the last chapter. Here is his. Hope you enjoy it. Omake. Hokuto no Naruto, Part 2. Snafu's notes. I forgot to add this in the last chapter. Sasuke growled as his eyes shifted into the Sharingan. Naruto had played him for a fool yet again. The Kumite back in the Empire. You designed it solely just to humiliate me. Naruto shook his head. Actually, I didn't. I just manipulated the tournament so you would end up fighting Rasu. The fact that you managed to get as far as you did was a miracle in itself. You should feel honored, Sasuke. Thanks to me, you will get a place in history as the man who brought about Konoha's downfall. A spiteful, bitter, spoiled Uchiha. Although I will gladly take the credit for destroying the leaf. Asuma, having been silent for the duration of this confrontation, balked. You used us. All of us. Just so you could destroy Konoha. Don't you just love it when a plan comes together? I sure do. This was something that Hinata and I had came up with while we were fighting in the Unification Wars as a joke. But once we united the lands, we gave it some more serious thought. But before we could deal with the leaf, there was Obito and the Akatsuki, as they would more than likely come after me for having the Biju in my possession. Obito invading Suna gave me the excuse needed to go to war, as Suna is an ally. Once Obito and the Akatsuki was wiped out, I could finally focus on Konoha. Hiruzen had heard enough. Madness in his eyes, he charged at Naruto, as did Asuma, brandishing his bloodied trench knives. However, Kurama intervened. Two of her fox tails had speared the resurrected father and son and lifted them into the air. As the Konoha side watched in horror, save for the two Senju brothers and Orochimaru, Kurama incinerated both men, reducing them to charred bones. The special kunai designed by Orochimaru to control them fell to the ground, charred from the intense heat. "Sensei!" Jiraiya shouted in horror. "Goodbye, Hiruzen Sarutobi," Naruto sniped. "Give my regards to Koharu and Hanmura." Jiraiya, at that moment, saw red. You devil!" the enraged super pervert screamed, forming a Rasengan in his hand, and charged at the Emperor, who just simply stood there. The expression on his face was one of boredom. Naruto sidestepped the Rasengan and hooked Jiraiya's arm in an armbreaker hold. Sure enough, Naruto snapped the super pervert's arm at the elbow, which was followed by thwack. Tsunade's eyes widened, as did those of Sakura, the Senju brothers, Orochimaru and even Sasuke. The reason being was that Naruto had jammed both his thumbs into Jiraiya's temples. What did you do to me?" Jiraiya whispered. "Nothing fancy," replied Naruto as if he was discussing the weather. "This attack is called Zankaken, the Fist of Penitence. A simple technique, really. All I did was struck your pressure points in your temple, which are called toi. Want to know what happens when I remove my thumbs, Jiraiya? You will have exactly 7 seconds to live. Once the 7 seconds are up, you will split vertically in half and your body will explode. All in all, a very painful death." "Impossible. You should know by now that I make the impossible possible. Word of advice, Jiraiya. Better use those 7 seconds to ask for forgiveness for what you had done to my parents and to my clan. Your 7 seconds begins." Naruto paused to remove his thumbs. "Now." Jiraiya stumbled backwards and fell on his ass. 7 seconds, Jiraiya," Naruto said. 6 seconds. No, shouted Jiraiya. "I can't die, not yet." 5 seconds. "I still got so much to do. I have to release the newest Icha. I still haven't peeped on Tsunade without her catching me, let alone get her in bed with me." Tsunade looked at him in disgust. 3 seconds. "And I still haven't met Murasaki Shibiku. So much for doing the right thing. Time's up. Goodbye, Jiraiya." Jiraiya froze in place. Then he began to scream as his body gruesomely split in two before exploding in a shower of blood, bone and gore, some of it splattering on Tsunade and Orochimaru. Even Hashirama and Tobirama looked shocked as to what had happened. "You were getting better at that, Kit," Kurama noted, having used her tails to swat aside pieces of Jiraiya that was sent her way. She then noticed Tsunade charging in, fists raised, ready to knock Naruto's head off while he was distracted. Kushina noticed this as well, as she quickly reacted. Naruto found himself standing beside his father, while Kushina faced off against Tsunade. Tsunade's Senju was 1/3 of Konoha's legendary Sannin. She was a renowned medic ninja and known not only for her infamous brute strength, but also her bad luck when it comes to gambling. She had relied mostly on her brute strength, and not more on the Senju style of taijutsu, which she was going to pay for dearly. "You dare betray me?" T swung her fists at the red-hot habanero, not noticing that Kushina had casually tapped several pressure points on her wrists. "You betrayed my family," Kushina replied, her voice calm, but to anyone who knew her Kushina was furious. The Uzumaki never forgive those who betrayed their clan, including those who had Uzumaki blood in their veins. For that, you must pay. She then smirked at her aunt. "You really think that you can hit me with those hands?" That caused Tsunade to stop. She remembered Kushina tapping her wrists as she was dodging her punches. "No, she didn't." Kushina nodded. "Yeah, I did." Tsunade's fingers began to swell. Then her hands exploded, spraying blood all over, the Godem Hokage screaming in pain from the sneak attack. But Kushina was not finished. There was a special place in hell for those who betrayed the Uzumaki, and she was going to send Tsunade there. A ta 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 wa ta. Wham 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 ka pow. Minato knew what Kushina was capable of. She was not known as the Red Death for nothing. A barrage of rapid-fire punches, hundreds of them from the look of things, struck Tsunade repeatedly before Kushina finished the barrage with a punch to the face, knocking Tsunade down. Only when did Tsunade got back to her feet, did she notice that something was wrong. Her body jerked violently before her legs began to walk backwards of their own will. My legs, I can't control my legs. Uzumaki Ryu Ugi, Kushina began. Zankai Sakiho Ken. I struck the Shitsugen pressure point on your body, Tsunade. You will walk backwards without you unable to control your legs. Do me a favor and walk yourself straight into hell. You traitor! Tsunade screamed. I'd be more concerned about what I'm walking into, Naruto said, pointing behind the Godem. Tsunade turned around, and saw that she was walking directly towards a burning building. Despite her attempt to get her legs under control, they were in the end, futile. In desperation, she tried to appeal to Naruto. Naruto, please, don't let this happen to me. I'm sorry for betraying you, please, show mercy. Sorry, replied the Emperor. I'm all out of mercy. I ran out of it when you banished me. Sakura, ever the loyal apprentice, tried to stop Tsunade from walking into the burning building. Even until the bitter end, Sakura tried to rescue her mentor. Only to end up being burned alive along with her mentor, their screams echoing throughout Konoha as they perished inside the inferno. As Orochimaru was distracted by watching Tsunade die, Minato had snuck around and freed the Senju brothers from Orochimaru's control and allowed their souls to rest. Yo! Snake Man! Orochimaru turned around, and felt two fingers pressed up against his forehead. Looking into the face of Naruto, Orochimaru felt complacent in the fact that as he was immortal, Naruto's attacks would have no effect on him, unlike Jiraiya. So, Orochimaru began. Do you really think that you can kill me like you did to Jiraiya? I am immortal? Hidan said the same thing. Naruto replied as he removed his fingers from Orochimaru's skull. This is the same technique I used to kill him with. It's called Kaikotsu Ken. Let's see how your immortality holds up when your skeleton explodes from your body. You're bluffing. Unfortunately, Orochimaru soon found out that Naruto was not bluffing. His body began to distort and contort, until finally, his skeleton blew out from the back, the skeleton crashing into a nearby wall, while the rest of his body fell into a heap. The last thing he thought before dying was how in the hell could this happen to him. So ended the Sannin. Kurama, on the other hand, got a measure of payback by incinerating Sasuke and Kabuto. When Kakashi tried to use the Sharingan on Kurama, he too was incinerated. So ended the lives of Kabuto Yakushi and Sasuke Uchiha once and for all. That was so satisfying, Kurama said as she kicked what was Sasuke's skull to the side. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.